First of all, on behalf of IOD India, we convey our thanks and gratitude to all of you for participating in our 17th International Conference on Corporate Social Responsibility. The sub-theme emphasizes the overall board strategy for tomorrow's boards in making CSR inclusive. Our annual London Global Convention last month was an encouraging success for us. Experts, directors, and subject specialists from more than 19 countries that participated, besides India, had reached a consensus that CSR, even for those companies that have limited profits, which are even less than the statutory minimum of 5 crores or more, could experiment in their own limited way to earn additional market goodwill and acceptability. Our friends, a little departure from my written notes. It's a delightful coincidence for India and for IOD that today one of our main guests, which was announced, happens to be Mr. Shishir Bajaj. Mr. Bajaj, you may be knowing, is a very distinguished corporate leader and now into Bajaj Foundation. But he happens to be the grandson of I should say, the father of modern corporate governance and CSR. That is Mr. Jamnalal Bajaj. The CSR owes its origin to the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi, and a biographer described Mr. Bajaj's grandfather as a corporate Gandhian.
On behalf of the Institute of Directors for the 17th International Conference on Corporate Social Responsibility being held here today and tomorrow. This year, we are organizing the international conference, as I mentioned, in Mumbai, which is the financial hub of our country. And not only that, it is the state of Maharashtra, which really spends lots of money, and they're very, very particular on looking after their responsibilities as far as corporate social responsibility is concerned. More about it when we go into this, I'll discuss that. The theme of this morning's conference is board strategy in making CSR inclusive. In the evening time, we'll also host the Golden Peacocks Awards presentation ceremony for the international winners, for the institutional winners of the 2022 awards for CSR, both local and global awards, for HR excellence and for innovation management. The award winners, after that, tomorrow, they will be giving a presentation to all their colleagues and their people who have taken part in this competition, and they will present their case studies to each one so that they can share their knowledge for the benefit of all the people who are here, present here. They can also give their reasons as to why they have been able to win this award. Through CSR, various companies, they have been discharging their responsibility toward the society that exists in their environment. The corporate citizenship has evolved, encompassing the provisions of Companies Act 2013 and the actions that help serve the society in an inclusive and responsible manner. The provisions of the Schedule 7 of the Companies Act, that has been taken care of, and the actions that help serve the society in an inclusive and responsible manner, provisions of Schedule 7 of the Companies Act 2013. They have facilitated larger contribution of the corporate sector into the government programs. Boards have been now fully involved in the areas of greater social significance and their role has been prominent in including CSR inclusive on their strategic planning. To include, mostly to give greater importance to rural development, to education, to health, safe drinking water, sanitation, and women empowerment by enhancing vocational skills. This integrated approach of corporate world with government programs and schemes have created an ecosystem after a large number of persons are able to get out of the hunger, malnutrition, and poverty trap and lead more decent lives. Boards have evolved strategy for economic growth, which focuses on diversity, equality, and inclusiveness. There has been sufficient impact of CSR activities on uplifting the poor and poverty and malnutrition, good corporate governance, which ensures that effective CSR program supports inclusiveness. The second provision in the section 135 of the Act that provides that the company shall give preference to the local areas and areas around it where they operate. However, in order to ensure all India spread of CSR expenditure, the ministry, via their General Circular number 14/2021, dated 25th August 2021, has clarified that the emphasis on local area is only directory and not mandatory. Companies need to balance local area preference with national priorities. Now, a large amount is also spent in the national level. For example, in financial year 2021, out of expenditure of 25,000 crores spent on CSR, rupees 7,490 crores that was spent not in the states, but at the pan-India level. IOD earlier also had suggested this and recommended to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs that the CSR expenditure should not be confined only to their local areas, but it should be pan-India, and that has now been accepted, and they have issued the clarification. India's companies have spent major share of their CSR funds and education, on health, and rural development during the 5 years, that is financial 5 years, 2016-17 to financial year 2020 and 21. I'll show you a slide which shows that between 2016-17 and 2021, corporates have spent 29,918 crores on education. They have spent 20,716 crore on healthcare and rupees 9,820 crore on rural development. In a reply to the Rajya Sabha, the Corporate Affairs Ministry stated that around 33% of the total CSR spent by the companies was in the states of Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. Similarly, around 60% of the total CSR spent by the companies is in the areas of education, healthcare, and rural development related activities. Total expenditure on CSR on annual basis crosses more than 1 lakh crores. So that is the kind of funds which are now being spent on CSR every year, more than 1 lakh crores of rupees. Maharashtra being the biggest contributor to the GDP, they spent the highest amount, that is rupees 15,000 crores on CSR in the 5-year period. Karnataka spent 5,922 crores and Gujarat spent 5,294 crores. In fact, we have seen in the various applications which came from the companies that there are quite a few companies which are voluntarily spending more than 2% of their net profit, which is laid down in the act, but they are spending even much more than 2% of the net profit, which is something very good for all of us. CSR emphasizes and advocates the role of business in society beyond the traditional role of maximizing profits. Corporates are presently considered also the engines of social transformation. In other words, CSR has moved from fringes to the mainstream of and corporate consciousness, turning business into a cause. The biggest challenge today lies on managing diversity and bridging disparities, investing in local communities, seeking their trust, and making a difference in their quality of their lives. The CSR concerns are getting embodied in the DNA of the corporations, and the boundaries between the business and the community, those have got now blurred and become more permeable. Thus, socio-political issues inherent in global corporate citizenship cannot be ignored. The severe COVID-19 pandemic and also the conflict situation worldwide has brought forth the important role of CSR in survival of the worst affected persons. This is a new dimension that has emerged for CSR. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, business entrepreneurs are trustees and not the owners of the social wealth. Now, this is what he had indicated, dictated long time back, that it was in his mind about the requirement of the social wealth being taken care of for the welfare of the society. And he said that they have to spend a part of it for social causes. To describe the principle of trusteeships, he had advocated the principle of trusteeship. He quoted that enjoy the wealth, take the minimum which you need, leave the rest for the welfare of the community. So you can see that this concept of corporate social responsibility was at the back of the mind even during the Mahatma Gandhi's time, and thereafter it progressed. Under trusteeship model, surplus wealth need to be kept in the trust of common good and welfare of others, and thereby build sustainable livelihoods for all. Now, Gandhian thoughts, they have had profound impact on corporate social responsibility, not only in India, but also in many other countries in the world. The Companies Act 2013 has only disciplined the corporates on their regulative CSR expenditure and its proper and transparent financial audit, social audit, and compliance and disclosure model. In view of all the procedures being in place, the CSR activities have been regularly making impact on larger populations. Our observations have been that CSR has achieved an effective level of operation and is to have greater impact on socio-economic development of the poor and the needy people. Well, to tell you frankly, IOD is making very sincere efforts with the ministry to create expertise amongst corporates, social foundations, and experts to improve effectiveness in utilization of the CSR funds. And there is considerable stress being laid on this aspect. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while the corporate sector is now well organized and doing, I would say, extremely well in looking after their social responsibilities, but we as individuals have also our individual social responsibilities. We must ensure that we keep our area neat and clean. And if we are in business of leak industry, pay particular attention to ensure that our activities don't have any adverse effect on the environment. We must also not compromise on ethics, on the quality of products, so that they don't have any adverse effects on the health of the consumers. This is our individual social responsibility. In this conference, I am sure that the participants would deliberate on all issues concerning CSR and derive maximum benefits from the international conference. I would like to thank all the participants, our distinguished guests who have come, and I wish all of you a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, General Nath. We appreciate your thoughts and for explaining to us the tangible difference that CSR is making and can further make. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our keynote address, and it is going to be delivered by someone who has continued to be a guiding light for the Institute of Directors. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Shailesh V. Haribhakti, FCA Board Chairman and Independent Director on multiple boards in India. Welcome, sir.
My very distinguished colleagues on the dais, the wonderful assembly of ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great pleasure for us to be interacting on this extraordinarily important subject. I thought, rather than cutting it in terms of the law and in terms of the process and the macros, which has been done so brilliantly already, I will just share with you my experience, having been given the responsibility by boards to chair the CSR committees of the boards that I was a part of. And I'm going to draw my lessons from 4 sources. The first and primary source is the CSR committee of ACC, which had a fantastic DNA of the Tata Group embedded in it. And it's amazing how strong the Tata Group's cultural influences is on any organization that they have touched. So ACC is one source. The other is the Mahindra Group, where we looked at establishing a permanent center at TERI to talk about sustainable ways of building, sustainable ways of actually housing people. Third is the healthcare intervention, which I was very happy to see has been a very major part of the CSR spend. And this comes from my experience at Torrent Pharma, where we took on what I have now begun to nomenclature as innovation to zero. So what we decided to do is that in the few districts that we were active in, we will eliminate completely for all children the scourge of health effects of worms in their system. So deworming was a project that we actually successfully implemented through all completely comprehensive. So no child was left behind. Every child, no matter where they were, what stage of economic level, whatever. And the fourth source is, sir, from Larsen and Toubro, where you are on the board, but I sit on the board of the Larsen and Toubro Finance Holdings, where I chair the CSR committee. And there we have a program which is addressing education, which I was very happy to see is the largest spend on CSR. And there we took up a program of creating what are called digital Sakhis. So we actually went and trained at scale women in rural India to become the teachers to other women across their villages and wherever they could spread the good thought. And that has been such a phenomenal success and so transformative, because it echoes the thought of becoming digitally enabled so brilliantly. And I'll start with a very poignant story of my visit to one of the CSR sites of L&T Finance Holdings. And we were having a discussion, an informal discussion. And we said, what would happen if tomorrow all our microfinance lending will happen digitally and you are required to repay digitally? So this wonderful woman who was in the audience, she rummaged through a purse, pulled out her smartphone and told me that I use Google Pay. It is so stunning to see that the percolation of digital in rural India is so deep. We find that the highest moral climate, the best moral climate in terms of the desire and the actual execution of paying every rupee back on time happens in rural India. Sir, you'll be all happy to know that in rural India, our collection record is over 99.7%. Nobody fails to pay on time. And this is one of the impacts of this digital Sakhi program and the whole idea that if you are empowered digitally, you can continue along your to follow your moral compass and make sure that you are part of a community which not only takes the benefit of what is available, but shares it. And what we find is that this creating of these circles of sharing, these huge ecosystems of sharing, is perhaps the greatest delivery of CSR. And all you wonderful people who are engaged in this activity should think about creating this massive ripple effect of making sure that what you touches a large number of human beings. The extent of need in our country is just enormous. The mind boggles. 1 lakh crores is nothing. We can absorb multiple times that number to just bring people up to a par level. But let me extract from these 4 wonderful organizations the key principles that the board wanted to make sure the CSR committee follows. So the first attempt was to make sure that there is an appropriate structure. It is very important not to treat CSR as a side activity, because we must remember that the evolution that is taking place is CSR is evolving into ESG, is evolving into sustainability. And that is why it is very important that the appropriate structure and the appropriate remit for the CSR stroke sustainability committee is actually set in place at the very beginning. That is crucial. the committee can then focus on what it is that will truly deliver the massive impact that CSR is supposed to deliver. It also makes sure that the spendings, as you rightly pointed out, goes for the benefit of the community. So that's the first principle. So we made sure that there is a proper foundation, a Section 8 company, a trust, or whatever was the appropriate structure. And that structure needs to be properly manned. The same level of rigor that you have in procurement, which is perhaps the highest risk item, must apply to CSR and sustainability. This is crucially important. The risk management in CSR has to be of the highest quality. Only then will you deliver the results and you will make sure that the spend happens. Next, choose people of outstanding capability and great heart and soul. Totally dependent the organization will be on the leadership that is provided. If the leadership in the CSR space is high quality, you will see that the impact is absolutely phenomenal. And this is what we saw in every organization. Next comes the idea of echoing your ability to spend. Each one of these 4 organizations that I talked to you about have reached out to the rest of India and will draw in contributions from other companies which want to fulfill the similar purpose. This is a very crucial thing, to echo your 1 rupee and make it 10 if you can. That is crucial. Finally, very important to measure the impact and feed it back both to your committee and to the board. But the best thing that all of you can do is to actually create very powerful video, audio, OTT type content to show the impact of your CSR activities. I'll stop because I know I've run out of time. There's a film that we made at ACC, which is still up on the internet. We have a plant in a very small town called Maddukurai. And there is this young person, 8-year-old person, who talks about why her Maddukurai is heaven on earth. I would request all of you to draw it down and have a look at it. It's a 5-6 minute film, which will tell you what community involvement and involvement of the company's people can bring together in terms of astonishing results. We have converted Maddukurai into a clean place. Every home has a gamla or some green, vermiculture, composting, huge amount of cleanliness, deep reduction in the poor health conditions, fantastic education. All children go to school. Every woman believes that she is well occupied. They took up the garbage collection, separation, all of that voluntarily and transformed this one place. I would request all of you to have a look at that and take the lessons from it. What it involves is deep engagement. What it involves is being there to make sure that the impact truly happens. Thank you very much and wish you all the best in your conference.
Very good morning, everybody. Very good morning to all my distinguished colleagues on the dais. And I must say out here, a very warm welcome to Lieutenant General Surendranath for taking over the presidentship of IOD from Lieutenant General Ahluwalia, who led IOD very ably for a very long time. I'm sure Lieutenant General Surendranath, who was, I believe, a colleague of Lieutenant General Ahluwalia in the army, will fill in the large shoes very ably. So all the very best, sir, to you. I think speaking about CSR in front of all the distinguished people, and especially after the address of Shri Ashok Kapoor and Lieutenant General Surendranath and my friend Sailesh Haribhakti, it's very difficult to come and bat when already the three top opening batsmen have scored centuries or double centuries. But I'll take forward what they all said. First of all, we believe that CSR, and let's move away from the compulsion and the law and the necessity of implementing a CSR, which I believe was implemented in India effectively from 1st of April 2014. Corporate social responsibility is not just about paying money. It's about responsibility as a whole. All of y'all know the responsibility of raising children, of growing organizations, of nurturing various societies or even the companies. And that just doesn't mean pumping in money. But as Shri Ashok Kapoorji said, it's also about devoting time. And I think it's high time now that we start looking to how much time we are devoting to CSR activity rather than just looking at it in monetary terms. Because I'm sure everybody understands that having a child and paying an ayah or a servant thousands of rupees to take care of the child will not bring you the same results as you nurturing that child yourself. And therefore, what Shri Ashok Kapoor said makes a lot of sense. And I wish that this matter comes in, because we do it in schools. In schools, there is a compulsion on social service. Then there is a compulsion of going to villages or going out and doing duty. It's not about money, it's about the time spent. And it's about how you nurture the minds. A small example, very relevant to CSR, is what is one of the largest events going on in Ahmedabad today, and that is by the BAPS Swaminarayan Trust, where on over 600 acres of land, they've developed Nagar. Unfortunately, that event ends in next couple of days. Otherwise, I would have urged a lot of people to go there and see. I have been there a number of times. I've been closely associated with that. A small example of CSR is that there are 1 crore 25 lakh paver blocks installed on 600 acres of land. Those 1 crore 25 lakh paver blocks have not been installed by any contractor. They have been installed by the Swamis who are part of the Swaminarayan Trust, and they have been installed by volunteers. As we speak, there are about 85,000 volunteers who take care of the entire setup as well as of running the program seamlessly. I'm told yesterday there were about 9 lakh people on that site. I was there day before yesterday. The small children, there is a Bal Nagari where there are about 1,500 children, all below the age of 14. And I was shocked in the sense that pleasantly shocked to see the clarity, to see the way the children were taking care of guiding people, of seeing how to move, of giving them the history. And this is what CSR is about. CSR is about passing on a legacy. It is not just about spending money, but it's what your organization does. It's far beyond just doing good for the present moment. It is doing good for sustainable future, as Mr. Sailesh Haribhakti said. Sustainability is the core of CSR. Most of the organizations, we see that they spend money, yes, but they don't spend time on it. Their employees are not engaged in it. And therefore, one of the important things, and this is where the board's leadership comes in, that if your school or colleges has a leadership which actually participates in the social service that the children do, and just not make it mandatory that because you have to do these many hours of social service, stand in some villages or go to some villages, go in a air-conditioned car and, sit and take care of yourself first before you take care of others. CSR is about taking care of others first before you do it for yourself. This will also result in organizations retaining their employees, because after all, more than money, it is the employees who are attached emotionally to the organization, to the ideals of the organization. And therefore, I say that organizations should build their core strategies in CSR around employee engagement and not merely a 2% of their profits. It's very easy to give money. It's more difficult to create that employee engagement, and that will lead to a sustainable future. That also means that in terms of compliances, in terms of statutory compliances, you will be a lot more honest. You will be a lot more straightforward in reporting facts, because your DNA has been set at doing something which is good. Your employees' DNA is set towards doing something which is for the social good and not just for money. And employment or engagement of people, honestly, and somebody told me this, that the kind of money that you require is just a glass. You pour water in, once the glass gets full, that is your requirement. You pour more water in, it goes waste. You don't require it. Therefore, it is essential that organizations build CSR and they build their strategies of CSR around what are the core competencies of the organization, what they do. I've seen a lot of companies who are into X business, but they put their CSR spend into something very diverse. This is not connected, or where there is a clear mandate that you try and do CSR in the best way around your own areas, because that is where you can make the maximum of impact. We as an organization started our CSR activities far before mandated in 2014. We started somewhere in 1999, I think. And we started creating scholarships for people, a small school, 40 people, 40 children near where one of our factories in Pune is. And that school had 40 children, and we started the scholarships out there. Today, that school has 2,300 children in a short span of time. But more importantly, when we started the scholarship, the first scholarships that we gave, 4 boys won it. And last time when we gave the scholarships, there were again 4 boys that won it. But the difference is that there were a total of 4 in the first one, and there were a total of 83 in the last one. So that means 79 were girls. And what changed? And this has been also part of an initiative done by the Times of India, and that school was covered and those people were covered. People were refusing to send their children, especially the girls, to school. Why? Arey, kya karegi wo? She has to take care of the house. She has to take care of the family. She has to ensure that she takes care of her brothers. She feeds them well. The brothers will go to school. The lazy bums, they won't work. And this poor girl was not allowed to get educated. We started a door-to-door campaign. And that's where a lot of my people contributed to this, that we started this door-to-door campaign and asked these people why they were not sending their girls. So very reluctantly, some of them sent the girls. Fortunately, one of the girls who got a scholarship, she went on to become a chartered accountant, and she opened up a institution in the village for tuitions and training of these children. And suddenly, where these people's income was only from farming, tripled because of this institution that this girl opened up. And this was covered in one of the stories on television. And with this one spark, the village got enlightened. And a lot of people started going to school. And the result is today, 79 girls get scholarships. Now, this is where that spark, and this is where what organization should look to do is create that spark. It's easy to give money. And just couple of examples that, we talk of CSR, and just yesterday, I met somebody who told me, and of course, a lot of us are very spiritual and very devoted, and we visit either the temples or the mosques or the churches. And for us, our measure of devotion is how much of money we put into the box. The more money you put in, and that is how we have a lot of these temples, earning so much of money. The more money we put into the box, the more is our devotion. It's measured in terms of monetary gains. I met one old gentleman who was barely able to walk, and I met him at one of the large temples in Mumbai, and the fellow was inside. There was a lot of crowd, so I tried to arrange that, he could get a proper darshan. And when he came out with me, that flower seller out there, the fellow, he had taken a basket from him. The fellow asked him how much. So this fellow said 50 rupees or something. He gave that fellow 100 rupees and said, you keep it. That for me is CSR. I asked that gentleman that he asked for 50, you gave him 100. He's telling me, son, I put 100 rupees in the devotion in my box out there. So therefore, that 100 rupees I gave to this person so that I don't differentiate between the God's offering and the human offering. There's another gentleman I keep on meeting who goes to a lot of places. He goes to a lot of temples, but he carries a huge bag. He comes from somewhere in Vasai, Virar, Mira Road somewhere, carries a huge bag. The fellow is not at all rich. You can make out because he comes by bus, he carries that bag, he goes back by bus. And in that bag, he carries dog food, cat food, he carries milk and feeds all those stray animals out there. And that for me is CSR. And I would like that we inculcate as a board, because this is where the leadership counts. As a board, I would like that we inculcate this sense of belonging, this sense of responsibility, that it is not about the money that you put in, but it is about the effort that you put in and making sure that your pipeline is reaching the person who requires that water. On this note, I will end. I've taken up a lot of time, but thank you very much for a patient listening, and very happy and very engaging talks for the next couple of days. My congratulations to IOD once again for organizing this grand and very, very effective and implementable, but more importantly, a very responsible event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your words where you said CSR is a legacy is certainly something that all leaders need to think hard about. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our next special address. And for that, we are very pleased to welcome Mr. Sundara Raman Ramamurthy, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, BSC Limited. Mr. Ramamurthy recently took over as MD and CEO of BSC. And on behalf of the Institute of Directors, a heartfelt congratulations to you, sir, and we wish you the very best for your tenure here. Mr. Ramamurthy is a highly motivated leader and consistent performer with a successful track record of 38 years and a strong passion to lead financial institutions and motivate teams. Welcome, sir. We look forward to your address.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me here, IOD, and great dignitaries on the dais who have shared a lot of good views already to all of you. A belated, happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year from my side. And I'm very proud to be here representing Bombay Stock Exchange, Asia's oldest stock exchange. Today, India is in a cusp where we are very proudly talking about a 3 trillion economy becoming a 5 trillion economy, and very soon becoming a 7 trillion economy. This type of an economic growth certainly comes from a significant level of contribution from the corporates. Corporates do act as a wealth building mechanism. Along with it, they also should do a nation building, is what CSR is all about. The corporate success is not by in itself. It is because the society supports the corporates succeed. And therefore, there is clearly a reason and responsibility for the corporates to give back to the society, where from they get the support through which they are not only wealth building, but they are also nation building. These all look very simple for all of us to sort of understand. This is nothing new in what we are talking about. Corporates thriving on the trust, goodwill, and confidence of the society, and therefore there is a need for them to give back to the society, is well understood. But what is a corporate? Corporate typically is the leadership. It was already mentioned as to how leadership is important in ensuring and percolating the CSR thought process down the lane. The corporate is represented by the board, Yatha Raja Tatha Praja. If the board has in itself that moral fiber of CSR embedded, that get passed on to the last employee. That's how inclusion happens. So what do we mean by inclusion? Let me tell a story from Mahabharata. It may look like a wee bit of an exaggeration, but if you don't exaggerate, many times you don't communicate. By magnifying, you make a small point to become better visible, right? Raja Yudhishthir, the eldest brother of Pandavas, conducted Rajasuya Yajna. It's a sacrifice. At the end of the sacrifice, it is duty of the king to distribute his wealth amongst others. One of the major reasons for the stipulation is to ensure wealth distribution and avoidance of social inequalities in terms of wealth distribution. It was a fundamental principle. So when we give, we typically get a sense of being slightly high and we think that we have done something great. Yudhishthir, the embodiment of virtues, also got that feeling. Then suddenly a mongoose entered the place where this distribution is happening. And it was a unique mongoose for two reasons. One, it was talking, and second, one side of it was golden. The mongoose said, Yudhishthir, you think that you are doing a great job. Let me test whether you are really doing a great job and certify. People were appalled. The mongoose suddenly went and rubbed its other side of the body on the ground where this was happening, and then looked at the other side and said, oh no, not great, nothing good. The king was humble, so he asked, what do you mean by what you say? Indeed, it is true that I felt that I'm doing a great job. you clearly burst the balloon of my ego. So if you say this is not great job, you tell me what is the great job and how one part of your body became golden. To cut a long story short, the mongoose said, there is a family in your kingdom. It's a very poor family. It comprises of 6 people, the grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, sister, brother. Sister, brother naturally are young kids. In that fashion, the age grows. They were very poor. They did not have anything to eat, which is one another information to the king. You know what? You think that you have made social distribution and all. No, there are people who are hungry in your kingdom. And that fellow did not have anything to eat one day. So he went and collected wild rice from the forest and made some flour out of it, which they thought they will mix with water and have it as food. They were hungry for 2 days. At the time they heard a knock in their door and they found a old man, very poor, was telling that he's hungry for 4 days and he has not eaten anything. And whether this family could share. Actually, whatever limited wild rice flour they have made, they are divided into 6 parts, thinking that they will eat. Every one of the family thought that they will contribute their portion first. The mother said that it is my duty to take care of children, that I will contribute my portion. The grandmother, the grandfather said, no, I am the head of the family. I should first contribute. Then the daughter-in-law said, no, I have come into this home to safeguard my people, so I should give. The husband said, no, I got you into this house, so it's my responsibility. The children said, your parents, you all cannot sustain because of old age or hunger. It is my duty to give my share. And it so happened with one portion, that man who came was not satiated. All the 6 of them gave their share. The mongoose, which was watching all this, found, and whatever dribbles that were there left on the floor when that old man was eating, it rubbed its one side and it became golden. So the mongoose said, that is donation, that is philanthropy, that is giving away. What you are doing now is not giving away. So multiple morals I get out of this story. One is, think about the thought process. The king thinks that he should distribute his wealth. A man who is very poor, who has no wealth to distribute, also thinks about distributing and finds a needy. Somebody amongst my co-speakers talked about there is no need for money to be had for you to distribute. It is a question of intention that you should have. Where it comes from, importance of leadership. So coming back to the responsibility of the board. So the board, as a responsible corporate leader, needs to set the tone. It was very well mentioned in the speech made before. If you want to have some CSR strategy, which is in no way dovetailing with your organizational strategy, maybe it will not work. Or to put it differently, all the boards and all the corporates sit together to evolve a strategy, what they will be doing the next few years, and they have a plan for the coming year. Unless and until there is a fiber of CSR embedded into that strategy, it's not going to work. As much as the corporate strategy is important, the corporate strategy embedding the CSR strategy in itself is very important. That is one way by which inclusion happens. When inclusion happens, it is every employee, every stakeholder, everybody in the system is appreciative of it, and they participate and they benefit. How? Giving is also benefiting. The happiness that you derive by giving is more than the happiness in even getting it. Many of us, even when we donate 2 rupees or 5 rupees with nothing in return expected, we find that happiness. That happiness is the driving motivation, that what is need to be showcased. Echoing success, as somebody mentioned, is therefore very important. Organizations are juggernaut. Policy is made at some level, the implementation it at some other level. So it is very important to monitor repeatedly whether the implementation is as per the expectation, if not to do course correction. That is another important point we should bear in mind. Organizations also strive hard in order to include people. So what is the best way? Audio visual things, spreading messages, making people to come and share their experiences. These are all small things. These are very important. This is how you spread the message. How do you echo it? Collaborate. with multiple other organizations, government agencies, NGOs, people who are in the distribution model, I'm sure the message will spread. Every one of us try to do whatever limited that we can by doing in whatever is in our hands. CSR to meaningfully to contribute to the national goals and economic and social development in India, companies do have a very, very important role to play. Therefore, boards have a very, very important role in that area in driving it. My time is almost getting over. I have 25 seconds. I will take that time for thanking IOD for having me here, notwithstanding the fact I am just a week old in my new post. Thank you, everybody, for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Ramamurthy. You've certainly connected with the audience here today. And thank you for explaining that CSR is about having a multi-pronged approach. And it's not just about having the money, but spending it effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our next keynote address. And for that, I am absolutely delighted to welcome Mr. Shishir Bajaj, Bajaj Group Patriarch and Chairman of the Bajaj Foundation. A very warm welcome to you, sir. He is, of course, one of India's most respected businessmen. Mr. Bajaj joined the Bajaj Group of companies in 1974 and served in a number of key positions, growing the group's business imprint and diversifying its interests as well. We are thrilled to have you with us, sir, and we look forward to your address. Welcome.
Hello. Shri Ashok Kapoor, Director General, Institute of Directors. Lieutenant General Surinder Nath, President, Institute of Directors. Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti, who's my very close friend. Chairman of the board. I am, first of all, really thankful to all of you, sir, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak in front of this august gathering. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to state how and where and why we started the CSR activities. Friends, as we all know, Gandhiji fought his non-violence struggle to make India independent from Wardha, where he stayed from 1936 to 1946. Also, Wardha has been the karma bhumi of my grandfather, Shri Jamnalal Bajaj, who was fully involved with practically all the activities of Gandhiji. Also, karma bhumi of my father, Kamal Nayan Bajaj. Hence, our CSR activities were started some 12 years back in Wardha, under the banner of Kamal Nayan Jamnalal Bajaj Foundation. We are today working in entire district of Wardha, covering approximately 1,000 villages. In addition, we are also working in the district of Sikar, district in Rajasthan, where my grandfather Jamnalal Bajaj was born. There we are working in around 500 villages, and we propose to cover the entire district of Sikar of 1,100 villages in another 4 to 5 years. Our CSR activities are also being done around the neighboring villages of our 2,000 megawatt power plant in Uttar Pradesh. Incidentally, we are the largest producer of thermal power in the private sector in Uttar Pradesh, generating about 2,500 megawatt of power. Also, CSR activities are being undertaken in our 14 sugar factories in Bajaj Hindustan Sugar, again in Uttar Pradesh. We are incidentally the largest producer of sugar in India, and with 6 distilleries, the largest producer of ethanol in India. We all know ethanol is a green fuel, and eco-friendly, and is a great saver of foreign exchange. And hence we propose to enhance the production of ethanol substantially in the coming years. Also, about 5 lakh farmers and crores of lives are benefit directly in our sugar sector. Coming to the water activities in Wardha and Sikar. In the last 10 years in Wardha, we have connected 245 dead river and small streams with a total length of 700 kilometers to the main Wardha River, Vana River and Dham rivers. Basically, what is the meaning of rejuvenating of rivers? These 250 rivers were dead, absolutely dead. We deepened them and widened them and joined with the main 2-3 big rivers, so that the water from the main rivers trickled down to these small dead rivers, and then they spread all over the land. In addition to this, we have constructed check dams, farm ponds, recharge pits, wells recharge, roof rain harvesting structures, group wells, lift irrigation, drip and sprinkler irrigation, farm ponds, etc. Because of these interventions, 3 lakh acres of land have been covered under the above water management system in the last 12 years. I am further very happy to state that just recently we have signed an MOU with the Maharashtra government of further rejuvenating 450 dead rivers and streams in Wardha district with a total length of 1700 kilometers. This will irrigate 5 lakh acres of land in the next 5 years. Again, about 550 villages will be benefited. This scheme will be completed, of course, in 5 years. And by doing this, the entire Wardha district in the next 5 years will be free of any water scarcity. Before these interventions, as we know, Wardha is in Vidarbha district, and this district was prone to suicides because of fragmented land holdings, low yields, and outdated farming techniques. Now, with our interventions, small interventions, and the further interventions which will take place in the next 5 years, the farmers will be able to take 3 crops, and the earnings will also increase substantially. With all these things, about 4 lakh families and 20 lakh population will be benefited. In the agriculture area, we have taken initiatives in Better Cotton Initiative, Wadi Project, natural farming, shifting of traditional crop patterns to modern marketing techniques, setting up farmers producers organization. With these interventions in the last so many years, about 1.6 lakh acres of land have improved in the last 10 years. We have also managed to construct myriads of biogas plants, given solar lights, solar pumps in the rural areas. Regarding women empowerment, we have created thousands of self-help groups, helped small enterprises, and helped needy families, and increased the income generation activities of the downtrodden. Also helped skill and entrepreneur development for the youth. And also we collaborated with the Riverside School of Ahmedabad for the Design for Change experiment for the students. In Sikar district in Rajasthan, as we all also know, that Rajasthan is water. There is a lot of water scarcity in Rajasthan, which is a major challenge. The average depth of tube well in Rajasthan is through 350 feet to maximum feet. People, to get water, you have to go down 700 feet. I mean, it's a real challenge. Looking into that, we felt, and we are now recharging the existing wells through rainwater harvesting, which has given good results. From this year onwards, in our total group, we are spending about 150 crores annually, and we are partnering up, and we are having partnership with the government of Maharashtra, government of Rajasthan, and the government of Uttar Pradesh. Also, we have partnered with the National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD. Also, we have partnered with some of the private sector foundations and the Riverside School, Ahmedabad, for the Design for Change. Basically, one more story I would like to state. In 1932, Gandhiji request, at that time, sugar was being imported in the country, and Gandhiji requested my grandfather, Jamnalal ji, ki Jamnalal, why don't you start and producing sugar? Of course, nobody could sort of say no to Gandhiji. So my grandfather started in a very small way. And that was the first venture of the Bajaj Group. At that time, there was nothing. Bajaj Group was not existent. That was the first small sugar factory in Lakhimpur district in Uttar Pradesh 90 years back. And I am happy to state that in these 90 years, about 600 people retired after serving 25 years, and 300 people retired after serving 35 years, and 2 people retired after serving 50 years. Basically, we are treating our workers and staff not as employees, but as extended family members. We try to give them a better quality of life, and that is very important. And I'm sure we all agree that we have to give to the society as narrated in the Gita without expecting any return. And that's what we are trying to do in our own little bit. I would really invite all of you, if you can visit Wardha and Sikar and see for yourself whatever little bit we are trying to do. With these few words, I wish you all a very good 23 and a wonderful future. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you back into the conference as we move towards the plenary keynote session. This is the second keynote session. And of course, it focuses on board strategy in making CSR inclusive. First of all, I'd like to invite a very distinguished speaker and the chairperson for this plenary keynote session. Please put your hands together for Mr. Nasser M. Munji, Chairman, Tata Motors Finance Limited, Board Chairman and Independent Director on multiple boards in India. Friends, during his long and distinguished career, he has been a part of the creation and building of some of India's foremost financial institutions. Currently, he is on the board of several public companies in India, such as Cummins India, Tata Motors Finance, and the Indian Hotels Company. And of course, he is also associated with international institutions like Jaguar Land Rover PLC UK, Greenco Mauritius, Advisory Group of City of London, and the Executive Committee of the World Islamic Economic Forum. We are delighted to have you with us, sir. Please join us on stage to chair this session. A warm welcome to you. I'd also like to now invite on stage our distinguished speakers for this session. First, our guest is joining us virtually from Delhi, and that's Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad Pandey, IAS retired, Chairman, National Financial Reporting Authority, and a former Finance Secretary, Government of India. Dr. Pandey is an officer of the Indian Administrative Services 1984 batch. He has been responsible for preparing not one, not two, but 3 annual budgets for the Government of India in the years 2019, 2020, and 2021. As the chairman of GSTN, he stabilized the newly introduced GST in India within a short span of 3 years. And prior to this, he was the Chief Executive Officer and Director General at the Unique Identification Authority of India, Aadhaar, from September 2015 until October 2019. A warm welcome to Dr. Pandey, who is, of course, joining us virtually from New Delhi. Next, we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Rajesh P. Patil, IAS, Joint Managing Director, City and Industrial Development Corporation of Maharashtra Limited, CIDCO. Mr. Patil has over 14 years of experience in Indian administrative services. He has also served as the CEO of Odisha Skill Development Authority and Director Employment. He has received several accolades and many awards over the years for his services and initiatives, including the President of India's Award for working to rehabilitate people with disability. A warm welcome to Mr. Patil. Sir, kindly join us on the stage. Please give a round of applause also to our next speaker, Mr. Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra, Director, HR, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Mr. Mohapatra joined Indian Oil in 1987 and has since worked on varied assignments, including terminal operations, supply chain management, and logistics, Indian Oil's overseas establishment, among others. He is also chairman of Lanka IOC, Indian Oil subsidiary in Sri Lanka, which is into retailing, terminaling, and bunkering operations in the island nation. A very warm welcome to you as well, sir. And our final speaker for this session is Mr. Neeraj Gupta, Partner Affairs Leader, PwC in India. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Gupta. Please join us on stage. Mr. Gupta has 26 years of experience in which he has serviced clients across diversified industries such as retail and consumer, FMCG, automotive, telecom, pharmaceuticals, and ITES. He has deep domain knowledge across the spectrum of governance, risk, and compliance services, and has been actively involved in designing and implementing control strengthening and process improvement solutions for a variety of Indian as well as multinational companies. So those are our speakers and our honorable chair for this second plenary session. I hand it over now to Mr. Munji. And ladies and gentlemen, do note that there will be time for a few questions from the audience. So keep thinking, have your questions ready, and I'm sure Mr. Munji will take some audience questions towards the end. Thank you all very much.
Well, good morning. And first of all, I'm very grateful to IOD for kindly inviting me. It's such a pleasure to be here in person with all of you. I think this is the first time in 3 years that that we've all got together, and I may long it continue. So distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a slight departure from what we heard this morning. I want to be very brief so that we have enough time. These are random thoughts. I'm not going to give you a speech. But it's interesting because my own career has been straddled between the NGO sector and the corporate world. So for 20 years, more than 20 years, 30 years, I have been very much part of the NGO world. Chairman of several foundations and rural support programs, etc. Indian Institute for Human Settlements, Miracle Feet, the whole range of them. And then, of course, been on a lot of corporate boards. So I see this from both sides. So I want to draw on some of the thinking that I think is required as we move into the future. When the CSR initiative by government was announced, I was very skeptical. I said governments ought not to be prescribing social contributions. This should be coming from the, from the corporate sector on its own. But looking back, I was wrong. I think the CSR initiative by government has been hugely beneficial, simply because it's made corporates aware of the problems on the ground. They're very much engaged in the issues that the development agenda that India faces, and they're very much part of the contribution to helping on that agenda. We saw the numbers this morning, which were considerable. So there's a huge momentum moving. And I think this is a partnership now emerging between the government as well as the corporate sector, which is exactly what we should be doing as we move forward. I want to also make a few comments on this inclusive responsibility. Today's theme of this seminar is inclusivity. And I think inclusive responsibility is an important concept that we need to be keeping at the back of our minds. What it reflects is a holistic approach, not a narrow-minded sectoral approach, a flexible model, not a rigid model. And these are some of the these are emerging trends of how we ought to be working. CSR India is only in its infancy. These are the first steps. We haven't matured it. It has a long way to go. And I want to suggest what those steps might be. But ethics and values are very critical to any company, extremely important, because the tone at the top sets the whole culture of the organization right down. We see racism, patriarchy, inequality, exploitation. These are all part of the corporate world everywhere. But how do we look at the ethics and values, and how do we put it down and sort of issue these areas? Move towards interdependence, pluralism, justice, equity, caring. Extremely important is caring. I've given lots of speeches about what is going on, and I end each paragraph with who cares. If you do not care, all the intellectual capacity, all the money in the world is not going to help unless you care. So caring is an extremely important notion behind this. So that is the starting point, caring. "100 years ago, Jamsetji Naseerwanji, Tata founder and Tata Group creator, he said, in a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder in the business, but is in fact the very purpose of its existence. I'll just read that out again. In a free enterprise, the community is not just a stakeholder in the business, but is in fact the very purpose of its existence. This is coming from a man writing 100 years ago. And then he developed it so that half the profits of the Tata industrial enterprise went to the situational logic. This is another word I use a lot. The situational logic in which that company found itself. Now, if you're in Britain, the situational logic is very different. US is very different. India is very different. So companies in India have to really define their situational logic. What are we living under? And what is our responsibility if we live and work in this country? So I think that that is extremely important. My professor at the University of Chicago was Milton Friedman. And his concept was the business of business is business. Why should it be getting into all these social stuff? It's a very right-wing philosophy. The business of business is business. You have to maximize profits, return it to shareholders. That's what you're about. You don't have to think about, government's job is to do everything else. It's not your job, right? Now, these are two very different philosophies, extremely different. There are still companies who believe business, business, business. Forget all this stuff. There are lots who are very much in the Tata fold that are merging into the Tata fold, that sort of philosophy. There are some in between. So I think we have to ask ourselves, as a board, when you strategize your sustainability CSR agenda, whose side are you on? Where are you in this spectrum? And then once you define that position, everything that you do will obviously come out of that positioning. Now, creating wealth is the purpose of companies. Governments don't create wealth. They garner their resources through coercion. You don't pay your taxes, you go to jail. right? So it's coercion. Governments coerce to raise money. Companies create wealth. And the question then is, how much of that wealth is shared? Under the Friedman thing, 0. Under the Tata thing, 50%. Right? Now we have to, as a corporate world, given the logic we are in, we have to ask ourselves, what is it that we do? This 2% is neither here nor there, in my view. It is what you are concerned about, what you care about, and how you work for it. So building a culture in an organization is so critical. It's not icing on the cake. It is the cake. The culture you build in a company is what that company is. It's like your character. Your character defines you. A culture defines a company. So I think it's so important that we concentrate on the culture, and the culture puts down the sort of let's say the character of a company and its people. Company is nothing but its people. There's no such thing as corporate without people is empty. So how do those people think? How do they work? How do you create interdependence? How do you create collaboration within the company? Once you have that positive feedback, then you have the same thing translated to the outside world. Now, when I mentioned situational logic, let us, we talk about India being a $3 trillion economy. We're going to a $5 trillion economy, all very well. And some of India is absolutely doing brilliantly. You look at the startup world, you look at Greencos of the world, you look at the Adanis of the world, things are happening at a huge scale. So there's lot of robustness. But when you go to the social sector, you get very sad. I get very sad because I'm working on it. We work in rural development, and I'm working on it for 30 years. The malnourishment of women and children in India is actually appalling. It's rising in the last 5 years. Now, can you imagine a country as wealthy as India allowing malnourishment of women and children to rise? It should be shameful. In the last 5 years, the rate has been rising. 1/3 of the world's malnourished children live in India. 1/3. Among these, half of the children under 3 years of age are underweight. Now, what does that do to your feelings about, is this acceptable? And can you say 10 years from now, we'll have the same numbers? It's not acceptable. I would say, I care. It's my passion. So nourishment and malnourishment of women and children is my passion. It's got to be solved. Now, this is not a technical problem that can't be solved. It can be solved in 2 years. Why isn't it happening? My question always is, who cares? Unless somebody cares, it's not going to go away. Education, health quality are substandard at this level. Inequality is increasing exponentially. The richest 1% of the population own 58% of the wealth, and the richest 10% own 80% of the wealth. So 10% of India owns 80% of its wealth. Is that acceptable? Is that the society in which you want to live? Is that what defines this country? We have to ask ourselves, and we can't blame government or anything else. It's all of us who have to say, I care. Something has to happen. What that is, let me conclude with that. Just 1 or 2 ideas. I mean, we can talk forever on this. Way forward is inclusive growth. Today, we have jobless growth. India is now growing, and the new growth is jobless, not creating jobs. If you do not create employment, you will have massive problems. So inclusive growth is about employing people, bringing everybody into the organized, developed sector. The development paradigm over the last 70 years has failed. And the question is, are we going to do the same things? You think you get change by doing the same things. Einstein's definition of madness was to expect change by doing the same thing. It's not going to happen. So we have to do something different. So how do we create these partnerships between corporate, civil society, and governments? This is the inclusive nature of the paradigm. I'm part of civil society as I am part of corporate, right? Show me which corporates are doing CSR without civil society institutions. Very few. You people don't go out and plant trees. There'll be some NGO who does that work which you will support to plant trees or to do sanitation or to do whatever. You are working through people on the ground. Those civil society institutions are very critical for India. And it's very critical that they be expanded. So in a sense, CSR today, if you want to put money to strengthen the NGO, it's not counted as CSR. Why not? Surely the people who are actually working on the ground should be strengthened to do what they're doing well, to do even better. I mean, that's logical. Why? Why do we stop it? So I think there are lots of questions here. Even collaboration between companies now who have certain themes. Some people say we're in water, or we're in tree planting, or in carbon sequestration. They have themes. Why can't companies now get together with a common theme and upscale that together, not try and do it individually? There's a lot. These are the next steps in CSR. We can actually leverage this in a huge way and be more efficient in getting impact on the ground. And lastly, I want to just leave you with the thought. We've said that we can't wait 10 years to see social indicators improve in India. We have to demand that it happens today. And it's no point pointing at government, because it's part of our collective responsibility. We need speed, we need scale. If you don't have scale, you do not have speed, you're not going to do it. But if you want speed and scale, you have to have another S, with a simplicity. Simple problems don't need complex solutions. Simple problems need simple solutions, because the simpler the solution, the more scalable it is, and the more speed with which it can be instituted. And these are the three S's that are critical. There's one more S, which is sustainable. So sustainability. If you have these three and you have sustainability, you have a paradigm for completely transforming the future. Speed, scale, simplicity, and sustainability. And the issue is, who's thinking about this? We must revisit these rules. We must look at inclusive. When you say inclusive development, it's all of us together, get together and say, malnourishment is not women and children, which I see every day, is not acceptable for a country that's $3 trillion GDP. Just not acceptable. It's not the money that's a problem. It's the caring. We have to care. Somebody has to say, this is not acceptable. We have to do something. So it's caring. So let me leave you with my favorite quotation from Seneca, who wrote in the 1st century BC. If you do not know to which port you are sailing, no wind is favorable. This is true for your personal lives, as to the economy, as well as your company. If you do not know where you're heading, then nothing is favorable for you. So it's very important for you to set your sails according to where you want to go. And that is very, very critical. And we need scale, speed, combined with simplicity and sustainability to get there. But we need to define this. Thanks very much. I just want to throw some ideas out at you and perhaps the panel, and then we can take it from there. Thank you. So can I invite Ranjan to, because I'm sorry, I'm breaking the thing because you need to run.
I think it just became good afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone. Uh, First of all, I must really appreciate the way you have brought in the whole thing to the topic. I think claps to you. I think we must really appreciate that. That's too good. And of course, we all know Tatas have been doing a great job, and you are one manifestation of that. So that's something. Thanks to IOD, I think Kapoorji, all others who are present here, for giving me this opportunity. Please pardon my voice. These days, somebody says ki, like I normally you start with a good morning, good afternoon. I am starting every program with pardon my throat, which is bad because of daily weather, nothing to do with me. So dignitaries on the stage, fellow members from HR and CSR fraternity who have joined large numbers, I can see them, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start with the elephant in the room. So that's something I thought that is what. See, normally corporate lift service notwithstanding, for all practical purposes, what is CSR seen as? CSR is normally seen as corporate benevolence. यहाँ कुछ दे दीजिए, इधर भी कुछ डाल दीजिए, यहाँ भी कुछ डाल दीजिए. And this has been more, I think probably this has been become more pronounced by this 2% target. Everybody wants to meet the target of 2%. So they would like to do it. I have loved the last few things which Nasirji has told about this collaboration. In fact, it's also part of SDG. I'll come to that at the end. So this is the elephant in the room which needs to be addressed by each one of us. If at the end of these 2 days, we are very clear that we are going to view CSR as a necessity, I think the purpose of this conference or this deliberations is done. I think, again, one more thing, everybody is talking of that. Now business organizations are social enterprises. We are a bit lucky. I mean, being a public sector, we have been focusing on society since our inception, but that's not true. That's not the only thing. I think probably whole world is currently moving from being a business enterprise to a social enterprise. You have to give back. You are not just, I think your professor's words, trying to remember that only business is business or business is business. I think probably we all have to need to move out of that. A few things, I mean, like as he has also told, I would like to leave a few thoughts with all of you so that at least at the end of it, we understand what exactly is the purpose. And it's not a panacea for everything also. That also I'll try to come at the end of my deliberation. I'll try to come to that. It's not panacea for everything. It cannot solve all the problems, which is expected. Okay, once you have CSR, everything is done. No. Then how do we do it? That also needs to be done. That's why I really must appreciate IOD for having thought of that inclusivity is extremely important. You must include people, you must include planet, you must include society, you must include your employees. Everybody must be included if you want CSR to succeed. One more thing, I think one more development which is also happening is that the reporting part of it. That's also becoming a critical part, which must be remembered at all points of time. I see, I mean, normally for CSR, I see these days that there are 4 essential pillars that can vitalize the CSR compliance. One could be accountability. The other one is openness. We must know what we are exactly doing. We must tell the world what exactly we're doing. So that is reporting. And the 4th pillar, which is extremely important again, is transparency. And I think you all must have seen cases where people have funded it in a way that the CSR goes back to your people. No, that's not permitted. Even CSR Act does not permit that. People have found out good ways of doing it. So this is where it is important. These 4 pillars need to be established at each point of time. We must also know how CSR forms the core tenet. we must go beyond. It must form a part of our entire day-to-day activities. It must form a part of boardroom discussions. It's just not one project or one proposal getting signed. It has to form a part of the board strategy. So how does it form a core tenet? I think, I mean, I can only share. I'm my 37 years in Indian Oil, so limited to Indian Oil's experience. So I can only share from my Indian Oil experience that our journey has not been a journey of only mere excellence. Just now when I was meeting Mr. Bajaj, he told, oh, Indian Oil, 725,000 crores, 7,25,000 crores. No, we are not by that. We should not like to be known by that. And that's true for any organization. What are your core values? We have our core values of care, innovation, passion, and trust, but how they are being displayed for all my stakeholders. And my stakeholders does not include the shareholders only. And this is where CSR plays a very core tenet. So I think we have to, I mean, all of us, what we have to do, we have to work on that. And again, 2% thing has started now. I think many organizations, we also heard in the morning, many organizations, and the organization in focus is Tata's, they have been doing it, and they have not been doing it on that 2% or 3%. That's just a number. That is just a number. For the last, unfortunately, we have not been making profits as we would like to have in last few years. So our CSR budget has shrunk, but that has not limited us to go limited to that. We have gone beyond because, okay, the law provides that you can adjust it in 3 years, but I know that it can never be adjusted. But again, how do we really make these contributions well that it stays? And one big S, which he also spoke of, I would like to focus once again for all of you. Everything has to be sustainable. And it has to reach the people whom it is meant for. These are the two things I probably feel are very important for CSR to succeed and to be inclusive. A few things which definitely we have done in different areas. Of course, bigger public sector, our focus has been on health. So we have a hospital, we have 2 hospitals. What I'm telling again, the hospital, if you have a hospital in an urban area, that's different. If you have a hospital in an area which is not accessible or where people do not have access to core, I'm again thinking of the example that was given in the morning by our CEO of BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange, Sundar Raman. He spoke about what exactly is contribution, or what exactly is meeting the responsibility, what exactly is the benevolence. So again, we have also associated recently with, I don't know how many of you are known, Honorable PM has taken a call that although the target was 2030, that we would be making India TB Mukt by 2025. So Indian Oil also has taken it upon itself that, okay, we can't do all. Can we do 2 states? So we have taken up in Uttar Pradesh as well as Chhattisgarh, where we are associating with Central Board of TB, CBT, and we are associating for diagnosis and cure of TB. I'm just giving this example. This is just one of the examples that we have, where again, how do you include your society? How do you include the big ESG part of it into your daily activity of CSR? The one which I thought I would again like to re-emphasize what Nasir has told, that yes, number one, I mean, what we are doing, that's not panacea for everything. We can't. We were discussing, and whenever we meet honorable MPs, we keep on saying the same thing, that the budget of government of India is, how many crores. And the CSR part of this companies also form not even 1.1% of that budget. It cannot solve all the problems. So, but how do we do it? How do we make it? Yes, we can make a difference. Number one, we can make models of excellence. Example, when Honorable PM called for setting up this Shauchalayas. So when we had this call, few people, we used to see that in many places we have these toilets which does not have basic water, because it was told that toilets should be built. We all started building toilets, and toilets after toilets were built, but there was no water. It's not a model. A model has to be inclusive of everything. So we decided, as far as Indian Oil is concerned, we decided that even if we build one toilet, it has to be completed with water and with water source, water storage, and water movement. Everything should be a part of it. And this is just a model. We can't build toilets for everybody, but this is a model which can be adapted by all others, so that people can see that this completes the purpose for which this call was given. And the second part, again, I'm trying to take it out from him. Collaboration. That's an SDG. But there's also one SDG, partnership and collaboration. Can we all partner to make a bigger thing, where instead of doing smaller things? We have been, again, as far as we are concerned, I think I must share with you, with Tata's in Assam, Barpeta, this cancer hospitals which is coming up. It's a major project. Government of Assam is there, and then public sector, we are there. And of course, Tatas are driving it completely. So we are associated. And that is where, I don't know how many of you are aware here, Northeast has the maximum number of cancer. The percentage of people affected with cancer is the maximum in Northeast. And this is where the government of Assam decided. Tatas have partnered with them, and we also have partnered. And now the hospitals which are coming up exclusively in Northeast will take care of this requirement. So this is what the last thing which I wanted to say. And then, of course, when we talk of ESG, we can't exclude when we are talking of inclusivity, we can't exclude ESG. So definitely we'll have to see at every point of time. So I would just like to leave you with one inspiring words of Dalai Lama. It is not enough to be compassionate. We all talk about it. It's not enough to be compassionate. You must act. I think so. I think it's time that we all act together. And I think probably most powerful social outreach tool that humanity has ever known is empathy, the big E, which needs to be there. And only a socially empathetic organization, corporate, can definitely catalyze India towards greatness. Thank you very much, and looking forward to it. Thank you.
Apologies to Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad. We had to just reorganize the program. So could I now call on Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad Pandey of the National Financial Reporting Authority and former Secretary, Finance Secretary, Government of India, to make his address. Once again, apologies for the delay.
So, thank you very much. Am I audible? I just wanted to check.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm indeed very thankful to IOD for organizing this conference and also inviting me for this session. In fact, I had made plans to come there, but because of certain exigencies, I am not able to come, and that is why I have to address in this virtual mode. Let me mention that maybe some of you may be wondering that this conference is about the corporate social responsibility, CSR. And then currently, my current role is of in the NFRA is of the financial reporting, which is basically deals with the in a very narrow sense, somebody would say that accounting and auditors and standards and so on and so. What does it have to do with particularly the corporate social responsibility? In fact, Mr. Munjay also mentioned in his initial talk that he mentioned that this CSR shouldn't be limited only to maybe spending few percentage of money for the social work. It is actually it should be viewed in a different perspective, and it's the corporate social responsibilities. And if you see, even the current trend, the people are talking about the ESG, that is the environment, social, and governance. And unless and until you have that, unless and until you have that, the good in a very strong environment, social, and responsibility, the governance. Actually, you are not meeting the responsibility towards not only the shareholders, actually the stakeholders. And then the stakeholders are, I would repeat, not only the shareholders, but also, the larger society. And that's exactly, when we are talking about the corporate social responsibility or ESG, I mean, E is the environment, S is the social, and G is the governance. And that is why it becomes very, very important to view this corporate social responsibility in a much, the wider context rather than just, spending 2% of the money. Now, having said that, I will give you a little bit of perspective that, it is a matter of pride for, all Indians that, our nation has been entrusted with the, role of G20 presidency during this 2023. And this has come at a very, very important time where our democracy is celebrating 75th year of independence. And of course, our own role and responsibility in the global arena has occupied center stage. And, we are in the top 5 of the GDP. We are the skill capital of the world, and also information technology. In fact, I would let me mention some of the very, very major reforms, and particularly the building blocks which have already happened here, and which actually not only it is propelling the growth of our country, but also ensuring certain, the transparency, accountability, and including the governance. And one of the major digital reforms, which our country went through, and it's a unique in the entire world, was started with Aadhaar, and finally it led to a lot of transparency in the governance, direct benefit transfer, the digital, and then today, if you see, the empowerment of people through the UPI and payment, and then the Jan Dhan, and then the mobile, and even the communications. So all these things, if you see during the last few years, have actually taken India to a very, very different level. And it all has started, it has put the basic building blocks, and on which, the further more and more blocks are being built. So it's like the India is in the, I would say that it is like a bootstrapping mode, where, you go on, you use certain building blocks to make some few more building blocks, and again use them to make few, more and more building blocks. So these are the things, and many of these things are unique to India, and it is unparalleled in anywhere in the world. Now, having said that, now if this is going to happen, then particularly the the kind of reforms that has been brought inside the government, so far as the transparency and the governance is concerned, there is also an attempt to make the corporate sector, because the economy is run not only by the government, but also there are two wheels to this: the government sector, public sector, and then the private corporate sector. And therefore, there is a similar amount of social responsibility and transparency have to come for the in the corporate sector also. In fact, I'm reminded of the research agency which had, on the basis of the study of 37 OECD countries, including India and China. It was done in 2018, and they said that the corporate sector accounted for almost 85% of the gross value added of these economies. And if you consider India and China, I mean, it's still, that ratio maybe wouldn't be of that level, but then ultimately, as we go, as we go further, this number, will be reaching to this number, what we have seen in the OECD. Now, also, the sound corporate governance is the bedrock of the corporate sector. Again, I will quote from a survey of McKinsey that was done way back in 2000, where the investors attached a very, very high importance to the company's governance, and they were ready to pay a premium of almost 18 to 28% for the shares of the well-governed company, right? So, having said that, this having a good governance structure and having a good, social, the responsibility perspective within the company is of course, somebody can say that it is philanthropic, but also, it actually serves the shareholders and it strengthens the company, and that is exactly what is required. Now, and if you're talking about this corporate governance and then the corporate social responsibility, as I said, it should not be seen in the narrow sense of spending some amount of money for the social sector or the social service. Improve the internal corporate governance of the company, and that is where the adherence to the standards, accounting standards, auditing standards. These things become very, very important. Off and on, we hear not only within our own country, but also across the globe, certain kinds of frauds happening in the companies, right? And when those frauds happen, then naturally, the confidence of people in the corporate sector that gets shaken, and that it is a lot of responsibility on the board of directors and then the directors and then the various regulators, like the corporate scams and then the corporate frauds. Almost every 5, 7, 8 years, somewhere in some part of the world, and sometimes in our own countries, we keep seeing that. For example, this. In 2002, when this Enron collapsed, and this was a corporate failure, and then that resulted into the strengthening of the regulatory structure. Sarbanes-Oxley Act was brought in the US, and the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board was constituted, and that was basically to ensure the corporate governance and then the adherence to the accounting and auditing standards within the corporate framework. So that was introduced. That was followed up by establishing similar institutions in UK, for example, Financial Reporting Council, and then the Singapore, and then India also had also its own share of corporate failures, like Satyam, then the PNB, and then ILFS. The various kinds of failures have happened, and then and accordingly, the institution of NFRA, National Financial Reporting Authority, was constituted, where we work with other regulators like SEBI and RBI and Comptroller and Auditor General to ensure that particularly if the companies adhere to the sound principles of the accounting standards, and if the statutory auditors adhere to the sound principles of the accounting standards, then there will be very little scope for fraud or any deviation, and then it will lead to a better corporate governance and better accountability, and then the better results in terms of corporate social responsibility. So that is what is very important. So the question is that, having said that, this is a important area. Now the question is that what is the role of directors of the company? And that is why this particular conference being organized by Institute of Director is very critical, because I mean, this is a forum where, where all the directors of the various companies, whether they're independent directors or, the full-time directors or the executive directors, all are part of this. And that is why it is very important to remember the responsibility which has been cast under the various framework or the laws or these. And basically, what are the laws? Those laws are the society's people's expectations, which have been codified to the parliamentary laws and then the regulations of the various regulators. Now, for example, I will mention some of the things that many times, when I interact with the various directors, right, and particularly the independent directors, so they sometimes ask that, look, I mean, we attend the board meetings and for a certain time, and then, how do we, ensure that, the accounting standards and have been adhered, or the auditor who is actually auditing this, they have done their job properly and no frauds have happened, or the internal financial controls have been followed. So these are the questions that many of the directors at the level of board are saying, and that is where it is very necessary to look into the provisions of the law, and particularly I will quote certain provisions, like refer to certain provisions, like Section 134 of the Companies Act. There, the responsibility has been cast on the board of directors to give a kind of a certificate saying that there is no fraud in their accounting, and then there are proper financial controls, and that is the signature that they have to do. And similarly, for the independent directors, there is a particularly Schedule 4 of the Companies Act where there are certain responsibilities have been cast, where they have to actually look into the accounts, and then they have to satisfy themselves that all the accounts and the financial controls and other things are existing in the company. And then there is no such element of any misreporting or any wrong practice or leading to which can tomorrow give rise to fraud or some kind of wrongdoings. So these are some of the responsibilities have been passed. Now again the question arises that with this limited amount of time, how do the directors and then particularly the independent directors actually execute those responsibilities? Because it is very easy for to say in the law that they are responsible, they have to give certificate. But the question is, how do they exactly do this? So there, in fact, I would suggest, in fact, I mean, that would be my, suggestion or advice to them, is that today there is already a very sound system of having a statutory audit. And because, we are the regulators of the statutory auditors, what we have found that many times the role of the statutory auditor is limited to, just doing some mathematical calculation and, not exactly going into the, the larger issue of the internal financial controls or the propriety. And then because the auditing standards and accounting standards, they are what India has done, particularly for the listed companies and the large companies. We have adopted the global standards, and those global standards are such that if if they are actually followed in the letters and spirit, then the possibility of the scams and this will definitely reduce. In fact, there was a study where done in US, where they said that after the introduction of Surveillance Auxiliary Act, the incidence of scam and then the misreportings and other things, they have reduced by maybe around 15% or so. So this is what it is there. So what is required is by the board of director and then the independent directors is that this would empower the auditors. Today, if many of the statutory auditors, when they talk to me informally, they say that, look, if we ask some questions, saying that, ask the board of director or the management or the audit committee, sometimes, there is a feeling inside the company saying that, if this auditor is asking too many questions, maybe appointed a wrong statutory auditor. We should have gone for some other auditor who could have just, given us the certificate saying that, our accounts are fine. I mean, that's not the right way of doing this, because the statutory auditors works on the behalf of the board of directors and the audit committee and then the shareholders, and therefore the statutory auditors who are supposed to go into the details of your account inside and check the financial control, check the areas where there are risk, check the areas where there could be a potential misreporting or potential fraud, even at the lower level. I'm not saying that every scam or every fraud is done at the collusion of the people at the board level. Not that, but then let's say if it is happening at certain level inside the company, then in that particular case, you need to empower board of directors and then the directors and the audit committee. They need to empower the statutory auditor, and they need to empower so that they can ask more and more questions, and so that the quality of the audit is done, and then you will have a
Sorry
better.
to interrupt you, Ajay. We're
Yes.
running short of time. So can you, in the next minute or two, sort of conclude?
Yes, I'm concluding. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So if that is done, and then in that case, there will be a better corporate governance and then the accountability. And we can, there is a, in fact, I will quote the, quote from the two professors from the Harvard Business School, and when they wrote an article, Fall of Enron, and then they said that, the importance of the transparency within this, the corporates. And, I mean, they wrote like, I would like to quote and end my talk here, is that the investors want financial transparency. And that is the adequate information to assess reliably how a company is being run and what its prospects and risks are. But then the audit committee's current role is limited to narrow and technical task of assuring that the firm is following generally accepted accounting principles as certified by the outside auditors. And then they said that they recommend that the board of directors and the audit committee be focused on ensuring that the investors have adequate information on the firm's economic reality. And therefore, the committee should work like a transparency committee. So I think with this, I will end here. And that is, and again, at the end, I'm very, very thankful to the Institute of Directors for, including this aspect of the corporate social responsibility and particularly the governance into this talk. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey. I think a very comprehensive talk in terms of the governance and also the role of independent directors as well as financial reporting. So I think that was a very useful intervention. Thank you so much for giving us your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, can I call Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee? I think, yeah.
Mr. Mohapatra, we just request you to come back on stage. I'd like to call on Mr. Kapoor to please hand over a memento to our distinguished guest since he has to leave early. And my apologies, sir, for interrupting you. Can we please have a memento? Thank you very much, Mr. Mohapatra, for taking out the time today. Thank you indeed. Thank you for doing the honors, Mr. Kapoor. Please proceed, sir. Thank you. My apologies again.
Esteemed panelists and ladies and gentlemen. I am here as a replacement of my Vice Chairman and MD, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee. I'm Rajesh Patil. I'm Joint Managing Director, SIDCO. I have joined very recently, last week only. So till yesterday, I was taking brief from my teams as to what all SIDCO is all about. And today I'm here to talk about the SIDCO story, share about the SIDCO story. So thanks for the opportunity. We are deliberating here about the inclusive, CSR strategies and the role of the board members. So I would like to begin from where Mr. Nasir has left. I believe that, creating a strong business and building a better world, these are not conflicting goals. Similarly, I believe that, businesses cannot be successful when the society around them fails. So certainly the inclusiveness is very, very essential. And I'm here to talk about SIDCO, which is, not a 2% CSR company, but a 100% CSR company. And that is something which is core to the existence of SIDCO. Friends, when our country got independence, immediately after that, all kind of development started in our country. And the growth centers and particularly Mumbai started growing very fast. And that time, the visionary leadership, political leadership and bureaucratic leadership of the time, they thought it appropriate to have a satellite town just adjacent to Mumbai, which will not only relieve the pressure of Mumbai, but it will create a world-class physical infrastructure and which will be, specifically provide affordable housing options and a viable and sustainable city. So that is what is the mission and was the objective of the organization. And I'm very happy to share that, over the period of time, SIDCO is striving hard to achieve these objectives. I would begin with the aspect of providing affordable houses, which otherwise from that time till now is very distant dream for the for maximum people who work in Mumbai. So far we have built more than 1,24,000 houses, and maximum of these houses, like up to 52% of these houses, they are for the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid. So not only this, but more than 4 times of the houses, the SIDCO has facilitated, whereby the private equity and the developers, they have built for the people in New Mumbai area. And what has happened is that because of the plan development and kind of facilitation by the SIDCO, there was a competitive environment which was seen in SIDCO area, whereby even the prices of the houses developed by the private developers, they had to compete with the SIDCO, kind of the costing, and it helped. And that is true about the facilities and amenities which these people need to give to the tenements. So that is something I think which is very positive, and I think the model is so unique. So hereby when we talk about inclusiveness, I would like to emphasize that, the houses which were distributed and made available by the CIDCO to the people, among them, CIDCO has ensured that there is ample reservation for person with disabilities. There is reservation from people who have served in armed forces, and then people whose income is very low. So that has ensured that the affordability aspect is taken care of, and people realize their dream not in Mumbai, but in the neighborhood of Mumbai. So the next phase of housing which has seen is after the launch of the Prime Minister Awas Yojana, a very ambitious program of our Honorable Prime Minister. And the urban part of this Prime Minister Awas Yojana is being very aggressively pursued by CIDCO. And it is probably the only agency, and we are only the probably the only state where in the urban areas this scheme is taking big stride. And we have plans to construct 68,000 houses in 11 locations, which are mainly, under the transit-oriented development model, whereby these houses are coming up near the metro stations or the bus terminals, so that the people who will stay in these houses, mainly from the low income strata, they can easily commute to any part of the MMR region. And that is something I think is adds so much of value to the lives of these people. So the other ambitious housing projects which we will be taking up in near future, they are like the redevelopment of the old houses in New Mumbai area. Almost 25,000 crores will be the cost. So massive rebuilding activities are going to happen. Similarly, in 2 cluster in Thane, we will be doing the renewal of the existing, a very crowded and undeveloped areas, and creating the environment which is there in the New Mumbai. In the phase 2 of PMAY, CIDCO is looking forward to kind of see that, 1 lakh more houses are constructed. So this is all about housing. So in the housing also, I would like to emphasize that the focus was not only to create the concrete jungle. The what sets apart to this overall CIDCO initiative about housing is to provide the urban living for the common man. And here a lot of ample spaces for the senior citizen, children, many gardens and greenery is developed, wide roads, educational facilities, banks, and so many other things which are essential ingredient of the modern living. They are being provided in a neighborhood. So that is that thing is very unique than any isolated project anywhere in the country. So the sustainability aspect, and at the same time to see that the innovation is nurtured is something which is core to all the projects in CIDCO. So I would like to give an example how CIDCO has contributed in terms of giving relief or kind of recognizing the service of certain section of society. We have distributed almost 4,488 houses to the COVID warriors, the nurses, police personnel, paramedicals, people who otherwise have contributed a lot during the COVID pandemic time. And that was something which, which was like a healing touch from the CIDCO on behalf of the government. So what, as I mentioned, the overall strategy of development of the CIDCO is not just creating concrete jungle or see that roads are built, uh, but to see that, there is a liveness, there is a sustainability aspect, and the most important aspect is that the connectivity and mobility is the core of all the development. Starting from the time of the harbor line, local line development till now, the metro development and the many multimodal corridors are being planned in near future. So these corridors will not only connect all all areas of MMR region, but they will enhance the mobility, since now the international airport is coming up in New Mumbai area. Anyone from the MMR region can reach out to the airport in a limited amount of time. So a lot of this planning is happening. I would like to just mention that this, you may be seeing a lot of construction activities from Sivri to Nhava Seva link is getting created, which will connect the core Mumbai area with the international airport. Similarly, the link is getting created from the Ambernath and that area. So likewise, there is planning of so many projects in near future, which will change the face of this area. So not only this, but the focus is to see that the growth is getting multiplied, and the new international corporate park and the conducive environment is kind of strengthened, and the employment growth and the contribution to the economy of the area is multiplied by all kind of interventions. So I would, in the end, would say that CIDCO is basically has not only created a new town, but it has created a town which is a unique example of a 21st century Indian urban, urban town, whereby it has very beautifully graduated from the small township, cluster of township to a sustainable city, where the aspect of smart city, where the aspect of greenery, where the aspect of livability, where the aspect of ease of living is ingrained into the development process. And I think this is a very unique model whereby we can now kind of replicate many aspects of the experience in CIDCO area to various urban centers throughout the country. So in the end, I would like to just highlight few examples how, while executing the big project or while creating massive infrastructure, how CIDCO has taken care of very small social needs and the community living. CIDCO has, over the period of time, given more than 100 acres of land for the development of the educational, religious, spiritual, and social sector activities. And this has, converted the living in that area from the, normal urban living to a preferred and aspirational living. And not only this, in terms of environment also, like the recycle and reuse of water, conservation of environment by strengthening the mangrove forest, allocating almost more than 3,000 acres of land, which otherwise belong to CIDCO. Giving it back to forest department for the conservation of mangrove forest. During the pandemic, CIDCO came forward with all its resources and capabilities to help the MMR region. with, creating the oxygen beds to the tune of more than 3,500 and the ICU beds. So I would say that when we talk about CSR, inclusive CSR, there are, the example like SEEDCO in the public sector. They are very unique and there is a lot to learn. So I would like to give this message to the August gathering here that, there is lot which every organization can do. And that's all from my side. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rajesh. Sorry for getting it wrong. But I knew R.K. Sinha very well, and we knew the early parts of SIDCO's development over many, many years. So thank you for that presentation on what has been happening there in recent years. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's give him a hand. Call on the last speaker, but not the least, Dr. Neeraj Gupta from PwC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Okay. Let me first start by thanking the Institute of Directors for, allowing us from PwC to come and talk to you. And I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I will try and stick to the time. Before we get into what we want to discuss with you based on our own PwC India Foundation's work and what we hear from our work at clients, I want to step back and look at some of the data points that have been talked about. So if we look at the MCA data, the total spend on CSR in 2021 was 25,700 crores. And over the preceding 5 years, it has increased at a rate of about 79%. Let's overlay this data with the fact that we are trying to become a $5 trillion economy in 2 years from now, or maybe we get there in 3 years from now. Just imagine the amount of funds that will be available for CSR in this country. And if we channelize those well, we spend them in the right direction, we can make a huge impact to the socio-economic development of the country and also contribute to the UN's SDG goals. So that's the first macro point I want to make before I get into some of the points I want to discuss. The second point is that many of the speakers talked about the focus areas of the spend. So if we were to peel this onion of 25,700 crores, the top 3 areas of spend are education, rural development, and healthcare, right? But are those fully aligned with our needs today? What is happening with the environment and the climate in the US? What is happening in our own India in the town of Joshimath? If we look at the actual spend on environment and climate, it's under 5%, right? So that's the other point I want to make as we go forward. And the third point is that the government, through the Niti Aayog, has identified 112 aspirational districts where it wants to, accelerate the development. Now, about half of these districts are sitting in the states of Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, and Chhattisgarh. Again, if you look at the data, these 4 states receive roughly about 5% of the total spend. So, while we are doing a lot and there is potential to do more, I think it's also important for us, in conferences like this, initiatives like this, to step back and see whether the focus needs to change, and of course, the inclusiveness of the whole thing. So with those 3 data points, I have a few slides which I'll use as a background, and I'll talk through them. So coming to the first part.
So we have slide changer here in case you want to.
No, I think whoever can change the slide, that's okay.
But
Okay, I will do it. This is the point. This is the point. Yeah, but I don't know what's, okay. So if we look at the history, inclusiveness and CSR is not new to India. We looked at the first references to it in the 2007, in 2007 in the 11th 5-year plan. And then, things have evolved. But there are 2 points which I want to highlight here just now. One is that India was the first country in the world to actually legislate CSR into a law, right? And we started with a comply or explain approach, and then we went on to a comply approach. And secondly, the law casts an onerous responsibility on the board. The board is the main vehicle, who has been tasked with overseeing this whole program and spends in corporates. Now, so what is the role of the board here? What do we want the board to do? Now, typically under law, the board would have a CSR subcommittee, and the subcommittee would have to do 3 or 4 things. They have to ensure that they, review, understand, and approve the CSR program of the company. They have to monitor and oversee its execution. They have to make sure that the funds are being spent in the right way, the right amount of funds are being spent. And they have to also ensure compliance with the law of the land. That is the 2% being spent, or if it's not being spent, then explain and deposit the amount as required. And then also make the necessary disclosures in the director's report, right? So that's the first part of, this whole thing. And it is the directors who are tasked with this onerous responsibility. So when we are saying the board and CSR, it is the board who's going to deliver the CSR. At the end of the day, the buck stops there. Now, but why should the board do this? There are a number of advantages, and many of my fellow speakers have talked about some of the common advantages, such as better governance, risk management, and so on. I want to focus on 2 of these things. One is that, there is a clear, important thing that is coming out, which is the societal license to operate, which was referred to earlier. Businesses operate in society, and you can't divorce yourself from society and expect to operate successfully. So that's one important point I want to make. The second is that there are, a lot of commercial advantages. It's not just about because it's a responsibility and it's mandated by law, so I have to do it. It was talked about that 18 to 28% premium is what, financial institutions and banks are willing to give to invest in a company that's more socially responsible. Even today, customers identify better with a brand that is socially responsible, whereas brands which are not socially responsible, customers tend to move away from them. And the other point I want to mention on this slide is about the employee engagement, which was all earlier referred to briefly. But employees today are very much clued on. They know what the company is doing, what is happening in the workplace, what are your CSR programs. And it just creates not only a feel-good factor, it increases the motivation and morale levels, and it increases the stickiness of the employees. So, during COVID times, companies saw huge attrition, turnover. Some of that can also get impacted positively as companies are becoming more and more socially responsible. Now, having said that, there are a few, challenges here, which we put down based on our experience. And I'll talk about some of them. I mean, they're quite simple. But one of them is that, there's not enough monitoring around what we are doing. And even when we monitor, the monitoring is more around, did we adopt 100 villages? We adopted 50 schools. We built 500 toilets. But where is the impact? Where is the qualitative assessment of the impact that you are trying to create? Right? That is missing. And the other point that I want to talk about on this slide is that sometimes these programs are isolated. We've seen programs are scattered. Programs may be good by themselves, but are they coming together to form a theme? Is it a thematic that's coming out of this whole CSR piece? Or is it just that somebody came to me, acha ye kar do, chalo kar diya. Somebody else says, oh, main yahan pe ye kar raha hu, thoda sa help kar dena. We did it, right? That's also fine. But you have an opportunity to do more. Okay. And the last point here is that I want to talk about is that sometimes we implement these CSR programs through various partners. And I would say that I would urge, based on our experience, that the credibility of some of these sort of so-called implementation partners becomes a big stumbling block later on. Because for many of the CSR spends, you do require an audit to be done. The CSR committee has to monitor the spend. And then we've seen that the feedback that comes is not really very, very positive. So these are some of the pitfalls that we've seen, around CSR, and then boards have to navigate this challenge. So now coming to inclusiveness. See, corporate India is doing what it can, but it's a question of ye dil mange more. Everybody wants more. Society wants more. Customers want more. Vendors want more. So what we believe is that there are a few questions you have to ask yourself. First of all, you have to step back and look at your program. I mean, is your CSR program well thought through? Is it inclusive? Is it relevant? Or does it just, comprise of certain ad hoc initiatives being taken? The second question you may want to ask yourself is that, is it aligned to national priorities? Is it aligned to what the government is trying to do in this country? Is it aligned to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, for example, right? So those are some of the things you have to answer. How frequently do you monitor? How do you monitor? How frequently do you monitor? And how do you sort of disclose or communicate the results of what you're doing? I think these are some important questions we believe boards should consider as they are going about looking to make their CSR programs sharper and more inclusive. And on the inclusivity part, there are certain key aspects which we think must be considered. So the first thing on inclusivity is that we need to make sure that eventually, the business of business is business, and that to an extent will remain. So there is a business strategy. Now, is your CSR strategy aligned to your business strategy, or are they pulling in different directions? Because if you really want to make it inclusive and impactful, you have to merge the two. Your CSR strategy and your business strategy at some place need to talk to each other. So that's one of the things that you have to consider. The second is that, traditionally we've been talking about stakeholders, which is your shareholders, your investors, and so on. But it's high time we really expanded the focus to talk about the entire stakeholder group, whether it is communities in which the business operates, whether it is your supply chain, your vendors, your customers, your employees, the families of those employees, because in a way they also support your business, right? So that's the second point. The third one is we have to consider non-traditional aspects. There is equality in pay, diversity in the workplace, making the workplace safe, fair labor laws. What is the environmental impact of my supply chain? So we have to expand, what we are doing to start looking at some of these things. And then there are other things which we are talking about, which is again, the whole inclusiveness piece will actually come together very well when the board considers some of these aspects, while they're asking those 4 or 5 questions that we talked about on the earlier slide. And this has to continue to expand. It's not just about that I've done so much today and I've achieved 2% or I've achieved 3% or 4%. People are sharp, society is sharp, they're all watching. And this is something that we have to do. Before I conclude, I would also like to tell you that we in PwC have a PwC India Foundation, through which we do a lot of CSR. We don't call it corporate social responsibility. We moved a step beyond that. We call it our corporate social program. It is a CSP, just like you have in our consulting organization, just like you would have a client satisfaction survey program, you would have a training program, security program. We have a corporate social program. So that's one part. And second is that we also work with a lot of clients, trying to help them on the whole CSR piece. And whatever I've spoken to you about today is a very, very high level summation of what we've seen from our work at so many clients. Before I conclude, I just want to go back to what Mr. Manji said. You know, his professor Milton Friedman in 1970 wrote an article in the New York Times saying the business of business is business. 52 years later, so many people from corporate India, so many distinguished speakers are sitting here spending so much time. It clearly tells me that the needle has moved significantly from the time that statement was made. And let me close by trying to answer your other question, sir. Who cares? I think you care, we care, all of us care. Corporate India cares because again, we are standing here investing time, including the government. So I think that we are at the cusp of something big. It's up to us now from here on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neeraj, for giving us, the impact of his. I mean, PwC looks at so many clients all the time, and I think we saw a summary of the status of CSR and what are the sorts of processes and how we might look at it in the future. But as you say, we care. But if we really care, what are we going to do about it? So it's the action that's more important. But I think there's enough talking from our side this whole morning. I want to hand it over to the audience for any comments, questions, etc. But make it short. Yeah, please.
I don't need a mic. If I have one, that's all better. My name is Visma Shroff.
It's better to have a mic.
Hello? Sure. I'll just ask the question.
Yeah.
My question is, we talked about where the impact of CSR spending goes. And all of us have basically agreed that the majority of the spending goes towards education. Thank you. Just to quickly recap, my name is Visma. I'm a lawyer and a law professor. So the question really is, if you wanted to streamline where that money goes in the future, because we're going to see an expansion of that amount, and we're going to see an expansion of that spending, how does spending it on vocational training versus education really measure up? Because there has been a lot of talk on what is more reasonable in terms of making sure that it is congruent to public policy. So I was hoping to have the panel's expert view on that. And generally speaking, in the next 10 to 20 years, should we be focusing more on education for wealth creation, or should we focus on vocational training to strengthen social structure, so to speak? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody setting the rules about which area that you would want to go to. I think corporates are free to choose. If you think vocational training is extremely important, I would say adolescent girls is extremely important to change. They're under so much pressure to stay out of the creative world. There are lots of areas that one could choose. So I don't think it should be government or anybody telling us that, look, this is where we need to go. That I think we need to do all of it. All I was saying earlier was that perhaps if those interested in various themes, vocational, education, health, can actually collaborate more, you can get much more bang for the buck as you go forward. So I think we are in the initial steps of CSR, but we are just beginning. I think the impacts can be really gigantic as we go forward. As Neeraj says, if your economy is $5 trillion, imagine the amount of money that is going to be available for CSR. Then the issue is, do you have capacity on the ground? Because it's not the corporates that do this work. It's civil society institutions that do this work. So where is civil society? Who's going to do the work at the end of it? It's not government. You're not giving the money to government to do it. So you are creating an alternative delivery system. And the question is, do we have an adequate delivery system? And strengthening that delivery system is just as important as programs. So that, sorry, Neeraj, you have any comment on that? Yeah. Sorry, does that?
Yes, thank you.
Sure, sure.
I'm Dr. Wilfred Monteiro. I am a management consultant and independent director on boards. I would like to raise a question that a lot of people are doing CSR, but it is limited to 2%. Maybe we should have a statistic to see how many do more than 2%, maybe even 4%, if not 50%, as Jamshedji Tata said. And a related factor is this. It's a case of tale of two cities. There is lot of publicity, which is for more self-glorification, rather than authenticity, the tale of two cities, where really there is an audit on how much the impact itself, but also the norms of reporting this and publicizing this to the world. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think a very important word that has been missing is authenticity, but that's part of that caring paradigm. Again, there's no answer to that, in the sense that it would be good to know how much corporates are doing beyond the 2% that they're required to do, or do they go to 2% and stop? I'm finding more and more corporates don't stop at 2%, because once you're in the program and the program has its own needs, are you going to say, I'm not going to finance the extra bits? No. So you're going to say, no, we have got to do it. We go beyond. Now, as this whole process continues, you'll find that more and more money will go behind those commitments. And the passion that I find in employees now who are participating in this whole process is staggering. And people are giving their own time, because they're so caught up, let's say, in a number of companies, on lake cleaning, on park development, on tree planting, on water. In fact, they give up their weekends to do work on their own. The question then is also, do corporates give paid leave to employees to work on corporate social responsibility, so that their people start working on it? Maybe ex-retired CEOs and personnel could take leads in this whole process, because they are so experienced. Can one build a whole sustainability framework using a lot of expertise? I would also argue that most companies don't have sustainability expertise internally. I think, we have audit, compliance, we have all this. Where's your sustainability group? Or are we just going by the, seat of your pants approach? We're doing something and we're trying to learn. No, sustainability today is going to be an important element for the business plan. It has nothing to do with CSR. Let's say the incorporation of renewable energy can save you costs as well as be sustainable. You could build your cost structures down by being sustainable. Now, who in a company is looking at these opportunities to rechange and recast the business plan of the company itself, using what is going on in the sustainability world? That expertise is not internal. And if it's not internal, then you can't actually benefit from what's going on around you. So I think it's very important for companies to have, one or two experts in a sustainability unit that is looking at everything with the eyes of sustainability, not just CSR, but the business model itself.
So,
yeah, sure.
Good afternoon. As a founder and an executing director.
Sorry, where are you?
So, as a founder and an executing director to a startup gaining traction, to truly care about society at large and take adequate action with speed, scale, and simplicity, I feel a good dialogue and action with experts and masters should be engaged at the board level regularly. What would be the panel suggestion to get the same put into place effectively and efficiently?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm asking the same question. How do we get everybody onto the same page when you want to get this scale? I started with the NGO world because, you know, NGOs learn, I call them action experiments. They learn on the ground, action learning over years. So today, solutions to all our problems on the ground is already in place. We don't have to reinvent anything. But we don't know how to get it to scale. Ideally, you'll say that these are things that work. Please, government, use your machinery to implement, right? But governments don't have that capacity. And they say to us as an NGO, "Arey, you're doing such good work, take 5 districts, take 10 districts, take all the districts, but do it." We said, we can't. We don't have the scale. We're an NGO, we are not a government. So, you know, you have this problem in you know what to do, but you can't scale it. I'll give you an example. We in Bihar, we started using solar pumps, but under control of women's groups, right? The women controlled how much water was taken. So optimum use of water. You don't just keep this pump and water flowing because there's a shortage of water. And then which farmers and how much they will pay for their waterings, but all on solar. So it didn't have anything to do with electricity. When Nitish Kumar saw how that whole thing worked, he said, "I want this in every district." So scale. The government took the scale, we gave the ideas, and then we monitored the execution. The same thing with, we are very much into early childhood education. ECD is extremely important. What happens to a child in its first 4 years determines his future. And so we've been doing this for years, and I didn't see scale. Finally, the Telangana government gave us the entire Anganwadi infrastructure in Telangana, said, "You do it." So for the first time, we looked at some scale. And now we have a huge scale program working in Telangana. And we want to see whether that model can be used in other states. But you know, these are all tricky issues. Is how do you get the scale mandate? Now, nutrition is very critical. If you said who cares, I would say that in 2 years, if I was in government, I would say in 2 years, this problem has to be solved. There should not be a single Indian child who is malnourished or a single Indian mother that's malnourished as a mission. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree? Why aren't we doing it? 10 years, 30 years, 70 years have gone by when we do this. And when I was at the ECD, one of our ECD programs in Bihar, I asked, you know, this was the 3-year-olds going through this ECD, and their mothers were there. And I asked the mothers, I said, "What do you think about the program?" So they said, "It's lovely. We are so thrilled. But we know that we know nothing. So what can we teach our kids?" Imagine the power of that statement. We know nothing. What can we teach our kids? And 90% of them are illiterate. They cannot read the label on a medicine bottle. How are they going to look after their children? This is the state of the country today. We talk 3 trillion, 5 trillion, but you're seeing 40% of our women are illiterate. Is that acceptable? No, it's not. And if we were a humane society, and we were a concerned society, and we were a caring society, we will not let this happen. Somebody has to start screaming and saying, this is not on, right? So this is the sort of thing where CSR, I hate the word CSR, because it's a commitment to do the right thing. And then to bring partners together and tell government, we are prepared to do this, you should do this, let's all do this. We as a country should solve this problem. We are all in it. You are in it, we are in it, individuals are in it, but we must solve this problem. Why can't we do it?
Sir? Sir,
Sir,
here, over here.
yeah.
Over here.
This subject, which Mr. Manji has been collaboration of themes. I have been talking a little bit on this with Neeraj also when during my tenure of CEO in one of the Zuari Group company. See, CSR being board-driven activity for the policies and choosing the themes and all that. Some themes get lots of focus. Some themes get no focus or less focus. So there is there's not one balance. I have one small suggestion that we should have a collaborative team between corporates, social bodies, and the administration at national level, regional level, as well as local level to address to the problems, nationwide problems, region-wise problems, local problems. And they should decide the themes and then it should go to the board and they approve it. This suggestion I have been giving for at many forums, and I want to give this suggestion to corporates and administration through this forum also.
A bottom-up approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, bottom-up, exactly.
Right.
What is concerning people?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question?
Sorry, there's a lady here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
This is the best part.
I'm Rekha Sharma, Operations Director, GRIP Global. I think what Mr. Verma just discussed, I have just opposite question, or rather I would say I would like to hear from Sir, what is his opinion about the role of leadership in decolonizing their thinking about the whole process of sustainability. Because I completely agree, I think we are focusing on social, society, but everything is interconnected when it comes to environment, when it comes to safety, when it comes to culture of the organization. And somewhere I would say, it is the culture of the organization, how leaders, the top leaders and the owners of the business, they think about the sustainability of their business itself.
Yeah, no,
Yeah?
absolutely.
Yeah, so how, maybe you can just
Well,
throw
just very
some more light.
briefly, the world is committing collective suicide today. We are all in this game together. We are killing our planet. And climate change is clearly the need of the hour. If there's one thing that we have to look at is climate change, nothing else. Because sustainability is part of that climate change thing. Look what happened in COP. Governments are just not interested. Reluctantly giving a little here and there. You look at the young generation screaming, saying, what are you leaving us? So there's a huge upswell from the young. But our generation are saying, you know, we can't really, and 27, India's 2070. You know, we're not concerned if it goes up by 4 degrees when the whole world is destroyed. So climate change is your number one priority. And I think if there's a common dialogue, is that how each one of us can, whether it's an individual in your home, company, what can the company do on sustainability, and what can the country do on sustainability. So it's a whole range of things. But as you say, leadership comes when everybody's incensed by a problem, right? So we've got to get people incensed. We just don't do that. Nobody, you know, all of it is peripheral. Now look at the city agenda. Nobody's mentioned cities. The biggest problem is our major cities. They are totally unfit for future and they're falling apart. Just by building buildings in cities, it's the infrastructure. Bombay needs 6 sewage treatment plants, half of one that works. Is that acceptable? So this is the problem. Who's responsible? And how many CEOs of Bombay City know what is happening in Bombay City? And I'm now creating, through the Bombay Chamber, a dialogue between what is going on in the city and key CEOs, and putting power to power. Because the CEOs must address this with the municipality. You or my saying something is not going to happen. So I think these are all experiments that we are working on to bring these things alive. Anyway, I think we have to stop because I've been told we've run out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed. Welcome back, everyone. I hope it's been exactly the break that you wanted and you're suitably refreshed. It's time for us now to move on to our plenary keynote session. And this one revolves around both strategy and effective CSR for global economic growth. Please join me in very warmly welcoming the distinguished chairperson for this third plenary keynote, Mr. Arun Nanda, Chairman, Mahindra Holidays and Resorts Limited. Mr. Nanda, please join us on the stage. Of course, he doesn't need a detailed introduction. He's someone we have seen for several years as a true leader. He joined the Mahindra Group in 1973 and held several important positions within the group over the 40 years he was with the company. He was inducted to the board of Mahindra and Mahindra Limited in August 1992 and resigned as executive director in March 2010 to focus on the social sector and create a favorable ecosystem for senior citizens. Welcome, sir, and thank you for chairing this session. I'd also like to invite on stage our distinguished speakers who are part of this panel. Please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Sunil Chari, Managing Director and co-founder, Rosari Biotech Limited. He is a first-generation entrepreneur. He has over 3 decades of experience. He set up Rosari Biotech in 1997, along with his friend Edward Menezes as a partner. And the company today is one of the top manufacturers of specialty chemicals for home and personal care, agro, textile, and animal health and nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, please also put your hands together for Mr. Sanjay Jain, Group Chief Executive Officer, PDS Limited. Welcome, Mr. Jain. He is a dynamic professional with rich experience in the retail and media and entertainment industries. As Group Chief Executive Officer at PDS since January 2021, he has been instrumental to the company's growth trajectory. Thank you for being with us today. Please put your hands together now, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Ramnath Krishnan, Managing Director and Group CEO, ICRA Limited. Welcome, Mr. Krishnan. He has recently taken over as ICRA Limited's Managing Director and Group Chief Executive Officer. Congratulations, sir. And over the course of his 33-year-long journey in banking and finance in India and abroad, he has proved his leadership in successfully managing large teams, building businesses across geographies. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our third plenary session, both strategy and effective CSR for global economic growth. All right, I'm told this is a 1-hour session, including the time that we have for questions and answers. We will like to involve the audience as much as possible. Over to you, Mr. Nanda. A big round of applause, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I always knew God was not so kind on me, but today, so I've convinced. Now, is there anybody in the room who would, after the end of the session, think I was good, I did a good job? Then I want you to pray for me that next time I don't get a session while people are eating lunch. I don't have a session where somebody as wise as Nasir Munji has chaired immediately before. So I had to come and rewrite all my thoughts because he covered all of them. And the third is that in next life, I should be born as handsome and intelligent, HNI like Mr. Jain. You know, HNI is a different meaning, handsome and intelligent, as rich as Mr. Chari, and as wise as Mr. Ramnath Krishnan. You know, right from winning Davis Cup to be India's this thing to run rating agency, सब कुछ हो गया, मेरा तो कुछ नहीं हुआ. Ishika, will you do it? I have a very interesting relationship with this young lady here. Ishika, stand up for 1 minute. Ishika is Mr. Chari's daughter. He claims as my daughter. I said, no, it is our daughter because your mother also had a role to play. But Ishika ke saath I have a relationship. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, what are we? Yeah, and Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, bro and sis, and Sunday, bestie. The whole purpose of this was to fix Mr. Chari. I'm wasting time so that people can come in. So the whole purpose of this is, since he said, it is my daughter, I am going to be, Mrs. Kulkarni, you remember there used to be Lalita Pawar in Hindi movies? Now you will see Arun Nanda as Sasur in Hindi movies. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to what I wanted to say. With the liberty, with your permission, while the topic today is CSR and boardrooms, I want to start with a slightly different perspective to begin with. You know, we in this room are probably, and Nasser talked about numbers and he's an economist, so I'll not go into this. But we are privileged to be 0.1%, lower than 1.1% of the society when it comes down to our income as compared to. I don't know about you all, but as a rank holder chartered accountant, when we finished, we got a salary of 750 rupees. When the average for chartered. Forget that. I became a director of M&M in 92 and my salary was 15,000 rupees. Can you imagine how we manage budgets? So I was telling Sanjay, a 4-bedroom palatial house on Malabar Hill, one large Contessa car, one Mahindra Bolero, 2 drivers, once a year holiday in Europe. But if my wife wanted a refrigerator, I would say, she said, let's change the refrigerator. I'll say, wait till Diwali, no bonus milega to lenge. So the point I'm making is that I think we have to go beyond boardrooms to look at CSR. I think I can tell you that with my experience, the art of giving, the joy of giving is far more. You heard this young lady say that at the peak of my career, I gave up a job which was probably, those days Mahindra was a very, ranking has changed after the Adanis, all the A's, Adanis, Ambanis. But I gave up my job as somebody who was number 2 in M&M to go and work in the social sector. And I can tell you, again, going back to what Nasser talked about, I have brought the film, but we've not on this. To go into the Naxal areas of Madhya Pradesh and Jharkhand and skill those kids, and the joy of singing with them, Hum Honge Kamyab, is very different from your ESOPs being valued in tens of crores. I'm not going to dwell too much, but I would make a binti to you with folded hands. Depending on what your capacity, what your interest is, even from that 15,000 rupees, my wife, and I'm not trying to show off, at 75, I have nothing to get from anybody. From that 15,000 rupees, my wife, whether it was the driver, whether it was the maid, whether it was the cook, she used to pay for their children's education because she believed that just because she comes and washes my dishes, her children should get an opportunity. Start small and you will see what God does to you. A lot of people ask me, in fact, this morning I got a message from the biggest, the richest people in this country are not the large. These katha manufacturers and supari, their hard cash is more than anybody else. People ask me many a times, what's the reason for that? How come you're so jovial and energetic at 75? I pick up my energy from those kids. We have Shruti here from Parfi. Shruti, stand up. You remember when we went 3 months ago around Ranchi? What were the kids singing with me? And those 19, 20-year-old kids, I asked you that, what age do you take them? Those girls at 19, 20 look like 12 or 13 of our children. They are this tall. They probably don't even weigh 35 kilos. And we in PAFI insist that they should stay in the hostels, because if you keep them at home, then the mother will say, "Aaj bartan dho lo, aaj kal ghas kaat ke le aa, parson khet mein chali ja." They have never eaten vegetable in their life. They've never eaten vegetable in their life. So all I'm saying is that please, we should all resolve the joy and benefit from the joy of giving. Now, coming back to the subject of the day, I've always been a different guy. We have 4 subjects to talk about. I'm going to request one of my colleagues to speak on one subject rather than everybody talking about different subjects. But I would like to say a few things, some of which may look pleasant, some of which may not sound pleasant. You know, I've been sitting on boards from 1990. It's not 40 years. I complete 50 years in Mahindra's this year. My secretary wants me to feel that her boss is young. So I joined in 73. Of all the board meetings, committee meetings that we attend, people's preparation, and this is across the board, the way they come prepared for the audit committee. I'm not talking on the board, the way they come prepared for the audit committee, the way they come prepared for the strategy meetings, the way they come prepared for some of the other, even nomination and remuneration committee, किसको कितना increment मिलेगा, किसको क्या करने का, उसका पूरा करते हैं. But CSR is time pass. That's the time they catch up on their WhatsApp. So I'm saying that, you know, I am not a believer that, and you know, one of the questions that was asked is that shall we increase the limit of 2%? If there's anybody above 65 or 70 in this room, before the IITs, who were the engineering colleges in this country? Birla Institute of Technology, Pilani, and so Tatas, Mahindras, Birlas, Mafatlas, they've been doing charity work from much before. Because you cannot, if it is CSR by law, 2%, I'm sorry, I don't think it applies here, but I know companies who use that to give to wives of babus, uski koi NGO chalati hai, usko dete hain. That's not, I think it has to come from here. CSR has to come from here. We did something which is very interesting. We brought in something called ESOP, which is not ESOPs as most people will understand it. It is Employees Social Obligation Plan. So in your annual appraisal, we also check what you did for the society. It could be, if you're in the Kandivali plant, you help the local ITI to redesign the course so that the kids can become more employable. It could be, there are people who during COVID were at VT and Churchgate station helping people do COVID testing. You know, so I think you need to involve people in the social. It's not only checkbook charity. It has to be much, much more than that. And you have to get into that area. The third point from a business perspective, I'll tell you, and we have Sanjay, and I was talking to him at lunch. There was a time when people never bought Tommy Hilfiger because they had that reputation that Tommy Hilfiger uses child labor to make their products. My daughter does not buy Bisleri. She will go and buy something in a glass bottle. So I am saying that CSR or your obligation to the society has to go beyond, because I was talking to Chari about it also, that, you know, the people will buy detergents which have organic and do not have any harmful leftovers when you put it down the drain. So I think the CSR, you may do it as CSR, but it ultimately help your business. Since we are short of time and I love to talk, you have an option. You can all enjoy and I will talk for 1 hour. Right? Okay. So I'm going to request one by one. I think I like to start from the extreme left. Mr. Ramnath Krishnan, clarified he's not Ramanathan Krishnan, he's Ramnath Krishnan. Mr. Krishnan, you please share with us, how do you reinvigorate boardrooms for a proactive and impactful CSR? And if I can go slightly beyond the call of duty, just give us a little glimpse of that when you evaluate companies, AAAs and AAs, how much importance do you give to what they do for the society and for general this thing? Over to you, Mr. Krishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Nanda, and good afternoon, everyone. I was actually hoping that I will be the last one to go, but Mr. Nanda flipped the order. The advantage of going last is that most of the stuff would have been covered by others, so I would have had, very little to say. Having said that, I'll keep it short so that we have, enough time for the two practitioners, if you like, both Mr. Chari and Mr. Jain, to speak on, this subject, and of course, leave enough time for Q&A and panel discussion as well. CSR spends, whilst they are mandated, by law, boards and managements of companies are increasingly getting very, very passionate about this subject. And they're getting more and more involved in defining CSR strategy. CSR strategy should fundamentally articulate who it wishes to address as a target segment and what are the issues that the organization or the strategy proposes, to address. So it could be environment related, it could be empowerment related, it could be education related, it could be, even for that matter, clearance of, slum, development of slum, etc., etc. It's an extremely large, all-encompassing, subject. For instance, at ICRA Group, for that matter, we have chosen education for the underprivileged and women empowerment as the core pillars of our, CSR strategy. Besides having a CSR strategy, it's very, very important to have sustainable development goals, or SDGs as they're called, incorporated, in the CSR policy itself to sharpen, the focus. SDGs would typically be measurable goals from an impact, standpoint. Besides, of course, just monetary thresholds. Monetary thresholds are, fairly easy to define. As Mr. Nanda said, some of the minimum is, 2% of the last 3 years' revenue and so on and so forth. That's just a number. But what is important is to determine how that allocation is spent and what impact are we actually, creating as far as the community at large is concerned, and how positive is that? And the impact is typically measured through having very well-defined SDGs. As Mr. Nanda said, CSR should become part of, the DNA. And this is what the boards are increasingly striving for. As they say, charity begins at home. CSR the approach is typically both inward-looking and externally focused. The initiatives, the spends, etc., are externally focused. But the tone, the practices, all of that has to come from within. There are a number of organizations, for that matter, have switched to glass water bottles from plastic bottles. They've started using recycled paper. They encourage their staff to get into carpooling instead of each one of them actually driving on their own. They encourage use of renewable energy, and so on and so forth. But all this sets the tone in defining the CSR strategy at a board level and at an organizational level. And increasingly, as people see more and more such practices, the awareness actually goes up, and then hopefully we will have a better impact as far as the world is concerned. Besides addressing socio-economic and environmental challenges, a good CSR strategy also helps in attracting and retaining people. If you speak to the young generation, the generation of today, they are far, far more aware. They are far, far more responsible than perhaps some of the older generation. They relate to this a lot better. Typically, the rhetoric that you hear from the younger lot is that we want to make a difference. We want to create an impact which will be positive, not just for us, but for the future. And that's a dramatic shift. But the needle hasn't shifted significantly as yet. But the process has started. Organizations, again, as Mr. Nanda said, encourage their employees and their families to get involved in CSR activities. And this also acts as a very good engagement tool, and it's a good inclusive tool as well. The business responsibility and sustainability reporting norms that become mandatory from the end of this financial year, though people often think that it is ESG related, but bear in mind the fact that CSR and ESG are, I won't say interchangeable, but they would form a subset of each other, I would say. This will further enhance as the disclosures increase, as corporates are actually forced to talk about this more. I think this will enhance the oversight and involvement of boards and managements, furthermore as well. And the last point, when we rate, corporates, I mean, just to very, very, simply sort of define, what we do, we assign a rating to an issuer or to a borrower or to a company, or for that matter, we also assign ratings to a specific instrument or a loan to give an indication to the investor or to the lender as to where the credit rating stands from the point of view of assessing their credit worthiness. So we do this as an independent agency, and we naturally have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the rating that we assign is truly reflective of the underlying credit. But the point I'm trying to make is, do we look at just the numbers and assign credit rating? Do we look at just the cash flows, balance sheet, P&L, debt servicing ability, and so on and so forth? The answer is no. Sustainability of cash flows, sustainability of any business is to a large extent dependent on the intent of the management, the standards of governance that exist in any organization, and the discipline that they have within the organization and how they demonstrate it. So governance is a significant part of our assessment when we assign a credit rating. And when I say governance, it is not just the governance at the board level, governance at all the subcommittees of the boards and so on and so forth. It extends to, I mean, if you are in an industry that has a huge, or they're likely to have a huge carbon footprint, how are you managing that? How responsibly are you managing it? What efforts are you putting into ensuring that the carbon footprint is reduced? What are you doing to ensure that the world is actually in a better place and your impact on the socio-economic front is not negative and is indeed positive? All these aspects are a subset of the overall governance piece. And we look at that quite closely while assigning credit ratings as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramnath. Thank you, Mr. Ramnath Krishnan. That was very insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to take the liberty, since he is far more handsome and intelligent than me, to put him on a little bit of a tricky situation. our next speaker is going to be Mr. Jain. Mr. Jain, you come from an industry which has had, lot of positive perceptions and also negative perceptions. Just by way of introduction, Mr. Sanjay Jain is CEO of PDS. They have factories, they are in the garment business, and they have factories besides India, in countries like Bangladesh, which has the highest disparity of income in the world. They compete with China, where child labor, and we all know about it, they compete with China, which is this thing. They are in Turkey, they are in various other countries. Tell me how CSR has helped you in your policy planning execution, and how in this difficult situation you have managed to steer your company, not only steer your company, grow and become one of the largest exporters of garment in the country. And how have you used CSR platform to improve your business? Thank you, Mr. Jain.
Hi, everyone. A very good afternoon. I also have my colleague Ishita, the girl who's moving around there. Ishita, do we get to have the slides on board as well? I thought while I surely talk about the CSR subject, but somewhere it is my responsibility to also demonstrate that when we conduct business at PDS, how each and every act of ours is somewhere eating and breathing CSR. Because if, as you rightly said, I am taking the liberty of ESG and CSR being synonyms or subset of each other's. So if PDS does not think about ESG, yeah, thank you. If PDS does not think about ESG in every act we do, we probably won't be in business as well. So allow me to use the initial couple of slides to explain about our business. Then that would actually help me establish a strong correlation in CSR, ESG, and PDS. We are a listed company, so some of the statements I'm going to use could be forward-looking, so I need to remind you about that aspect as well. So who are we? We are actually a company. Ishita, I don't see the slides here, so anyway, I'll mention. So we do about almost 15 lakh garments a day, which we either manufacture or get them manufactured from close to 600 partner factories across the globe. 2/3 of them in Bangladesh, about 8 to 10% each are in Sri Lanka, in China, in Turkey, and about 2 to 3% in India, Pakistan, and Vietnam. We have about 200 top retailers like Tesco, Walmart, Primark, to whom we are serving. These are just a few names I'm talking about. And we have 3 factories of our own, 2 in Bangladesh, 1 in Sri Lanka, and about 8,000 workers work in those 3 factories. So if I'm talking about 600 factories from which we procure garments, and if I take average 2,000 workers in a factory, somewhere our actions or lack of actions have an impact on more than 10 lakh individuals who are working in those factories. So when I'm bringing a garment to a Primark as a customer or Tesco as a customer, on whose mind ESG is the biggest, yardstick for dealing with a counterparty like me. If any garment that comes to the warehouse, comes to the shelf in the store from where you shop, unless until PDS represent to them that this is coming through a compliant chain, I'm out of business. I may offer them quality, I may offer them price, I may offer them on-time delivery, but unless until I can assure to them that the 10 lakh workers who are working in those 600 factories are being taken care of. There are fire standards in place, there are safety standards in place, the workers' well-being is taken care of, we will be out of business. That is where I mentioned that unless until CSR, ESG is well ingrained into the business we do, we will be out of business. Our business has seen Rana Plaza. I don't know, many of you may have a recall, 7, 8 years back, there was a fire in Bangladesh, a building collapsed, 1,400 workers died. That is the kind of responsibility we carry, that in all the factories, 600 factories, there is highest ESG standard in place as well. And somewhere, sir, you were kind to call few of us as HNI, and I believe HNI is in my kind of role has to be individuals high on energy, because they have to work 9 to 9 as a CO to deliver. And for the remaining 9 to 9, when the world is sleeping, they got to be careful that 10 lakh workers are actually taken care of. And this is the footprint that we have. PDS is listed in India, headquartered in India, but have 50 offices in 22 countries. And I talked about, we are just, if I can use the phrase, managing the traffic. You know, we are a global supply chain company who's getting it produced and delivering it to the customers. And how do the CSR ESG angle come in between? If my factory, 2 factories in Bangladesh, one of them is consuming power, we have migrated 100% power to solar. That is a reduction in the carbon footprint that we are doing. If there is water that is coming through rains, we have a nature harvesting program running over there. If my boiler is consuming water, can I recycle that water as well? I'm very privileged and honored to mention here that in Netherlands, there is a fund called Good Fashion Fund. Leading retailers of the world like CNA Foundation, Bestseller Foundation have contributed to form a fund, and that fund gives money to a company if that company undertakes a project with 50% reduction in carbon footprint. So in one of my factories, I talked about solar project. In one of my other factories, the garments were going out of the export zone in Bangladesh for a washing and coming back. So when a truck is moving out, moving in, there is emission of fuel, but to the premises from where they were going. And when we invested into our own wash plant, there was a 50% reduction of water that was getting consumed. As a result, when I said privilege and honor, PDS factory in Bangladesh, under the name of Progress, has become the first factory in Bangladesh to receive a funding from Good Fashion Fund, because they could find none other factory to have taken a project. Other aspects are, when I'm working in Turkey, about 60 factories, can we contribute to the upliftment of girl child? When we are employing 8,000 workers in our 2 factories, can we ensure, and with grace of God, we've achieved more than 90% of women. And when these women are coming to work, in fact, I was in Dhaka last 3 days, they have small children, and unfortunately continues to be a male chauvinistic society. I'm also one of them. So the women are also expected to take care of the kids, you know, take care of the shopping, etc. Can we have a daycare center in the factory premises? So a lot of our worker colleagues are bringing in children in the daycare facilities. Can we have a fair price shop so that the ladies, when they are done, they can actually buy their household groceries from the fair price shop as well? So these are some humble, if I talk about a 2% CSR requisite statutory contribution, it'll be too less to the business that we are doing. And in fact, PDS board has actually adopted, there has to be a percentage of capital employed that has to be invested into all of the initiatives that I'm talking about. And we have about $200 million of capital employed, and more than 20% of that is actually invested into these initiatives. And I want to share one of that with you as well. Ishita, I'm sorry, I'm not using the slides. At times, if you speak from heart, it's the best. We have an initiative called Upcycle Labs. In Nottingham in UK, it's one of the richest economies, bit struggling right now, but the LVs, the big brand like LV, Calvin Klein and Chanel, etc. All these brands, they come to end of life and they go to landfill, you get dumped. And then when there is a end of season garment, it can actually go to a landfill. What happens? You're actually spoiling the environment. PDS decided to back an entrepreneur, 72 years of age, Barry, who felt that he will assemble these leftover pieces he will crush them into a crusher. With calcium carbonate, he will have a chemical. And when he mix that chemical into those crushed garments or crushed Louis Vuitton bags, when I was sending video to my wife from Nottingham, you're crushing an LV bag? I said, but that's a contribution to the nature. Trust me, from that chemical comes a brick which is fire resistant. From that chemical comes artifacts which many of us buy for $10, $8. So that is our contribution to an ESG agenda, that we want to get this leftover goods picked up, prevent them from getting into landfill, invest into many facilities across the world, and convert them into usable items. And another initiative is something called as Yellow Octopus. There's a gentleman called Jack, a Polish gentleman, who has done very well in his professional life, but like the Amir Khan of Three Idiots, he believes we got to do something different. He feels very concerned when the sale of the garment has happened. They are leftover garments and they'll go into soil as well. So while Upcycle Labs crushing was one initiative, he felt he will invest into a supply chain facility which will actually pick up these garments from the Western European part of the world, take them to East Europe, take them to Africa, to a low price consumption point, and therefore elongate the cycle before which the garment actually gets into landfill. So this, in my humble opinion, Mr. Nanda, is our humble definition of ESG, is our humble definition of CSR. It does not come under the 2% guideline. It probably gets catered to when we talk about 19% of capital employed. And we keep looking for young professionals from Harvard, from Stanford, who actually come with those disruptive technologies, which can actually help us with traceability. From where is this cotton coming in? Who can actually help us with the water that is getting into the cotton seed and is actually reducing in terms of the water consumption. You might be wondering, am I a philanthropist? Do I have a social agenda? Yes. And I'm going to finish in 1 minute to 2 minutes here. This is Sanjay running a listed company or talking about only social aspects, etc. The nature of business is 10 lakh workers. The customers are retailers who won't buy from a company unless at the company that can represent to them that I am a responsible citizen, corporate social responsibility citizen. So that's the agenda that we at PDS are pursuing. That's what board has adopted. We, in our humble opinion, are way beyond a 2%. So my take on policies, my take on framework is, let us imbibe this into every act of ours in terms of the ecosystem within which we operate and the stakeholders that we directly or indirectly influence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Very inspiring. And few things that I said, I'll tell you. We have a lady sitting here, Mrs. Kulkarni. Her husband used to be the MD of Owens Corning. You talk of garments having 90%. I used to chair Owens Corning. It's a company which is in glass manufacturing, and 100% workers on the shop floor are women. So if you have a will, you have a way. No, don't give me credit. Give credit to Satish Kulkarni who had that thing. So, मैं तो board का ऐसे ही फालतू board meeting attend करता. He touched upon various times. In fact, I lost count at some stage on how environmental impact of your products, your services, your other things take place. We have the privilege with us having Mr. Sunil Chari. Since he's married a Punjabi, he doesn't put the full name. He's actually Sunil Srinivas Chari. In our time, girls used to change the name after got married, but यहाँ पे इसका नाम बदल दिया उन्होंने. He is a first generation entrepreneur and he runs a company which I think is the future. It's called Rosari Biotech. And he touches your heart several times a day. Their customers, they help companies like Levers to reduce the affluent which comes out of washing soap. They help factories, they help chemical companies. And one of the things I was most impressed, because one of the pain points that I have, that, with all of us having traveled so much to America and children studying in, you go to any of these large campuses, Harvard, Stanford, MIT, majority of the work, research that they do are in partnership with the industry, and it gets actually implemented because of it. Here, our research people are doing mostly on the academic side and this thing, but he actually very closely works with IIT Bombay, and his office is actually situated there. His research center is there. Mr. Chari, can you tell us from your experience? And I would say that Mr. Jain spent more time on, I would say that you look at from a policy perspective that how can we put CSR in action? What role as a leader did you do to promote responsible business? So please welcome Mr. Chari, father of Ishita.
Namaste and good afternoon. Thank you, Sri Nanda. He's 74. The energy he brings is enormous. You cannot not fall in love with him. Sri Ramnath and Sri Jain and distinguished audience. Rosari was started in 1997. We borrowed 7 lakh rupees and started this company. I studied at BJTI, and our chairman was my close friend. He passed out from Udacity. We borrowed 7 lakh rupees and had no money. Edward, my partner, was working in Sandoz. And that time, Sandoz, being a very good Swiss multinational, sustainability was the focus. I'm talking about 96, 95, 96, 97. And Edward and me had a dream to do something to contribute back to the society. Of course, making money is something which made us, get into business. So we kept the name Biotech. That time we did not have any fermentation. We have fermentation now, facilities. That time we kept the name Biotech, and it was because bio is life and tech is technology. So at Rosari, being a responsible corporate citizen, CSR is a way of life. Look at it from our employees, from our customers, from our vendors, from our shareholders, and from society at large. The COVID changed a lot of paradigm, and it made an impact on our thinking, which was nothing as compared to anything in the past. I remember 28th of March 2020. We used to make some sanitizers that time, and COVID hit. And we had frantic calls from all the big hospitals in Mumbai to supply sanitizers. We changed our model and we just went all out, going into manufacturing of sanitizers. But that time, we used to work with a lot of NGOs and social organizations. Loud? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me in the last row? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So there are 20 orphanages in Mumbai. The problem was, and there are at least 20 more senior old age homes. The problem was there were no sanitizers, no hand wash, and there was no household groceries for these organizations. Because we were into sanitizer manufacturing, we used our cars. And I used my personal car because it had a license and a pass to go around Mumbai. And that time there was nothing, no travel was allowed, no cars were allowed on the roads. And we supplied groceries, we supplied sanitizers, we supplied home and personal care.
we do more than the 2% norm in CSR. We feel a lot when we go to these orphanages, we go to the old age homes. There's a lot to do. When we go to the hospitals, we work with the Tata Hospital. There is tremendous amount of things to do. Last Sunday, I was in Palghar. We distributed some blankets. The poverty in India is still tremendous. There is so much to do. And at Rosari, we feel that every employee of Rosari, every Rosarian has to be a corporate citizen, a corporate social citizen, where he has to contribute not only by way of money, by way of efforts, by way of energy, by way of time, and by way of heart, to serve whatever way he can to lessen the pain which is there in the society. For us, we have 4 platforms. One is ethics, one is environmental, one is financial, and one is philanthropy. So I can say proudly that none of the products we manufacture, we generate effluent from the product we manufacture. Of course, we have 7,000 products. We have about 1,800 crore sales. We are a zero debt company. But we also take care, because I'm a chemical engineer and my partner, we focus on going into chemistries which are green in nature. But not only products, what we make, which are green in nature, we focus on reducing the environmental load in all our customers, to reduce BOD, to reduce COD, to reduce TDS, to reduce harmful effects on the employees of our customers who use these products. So we started with a product which is Green Acid, which is our largest selling product, to replace hazardous chemicals in textile processing. We work in agro, we work in home and personal care, we work in animal nutrition. For example, in animal nutrition, there is a lot of antibiotics, a lot of steroids which are being used to manufacture animal poultry and in aqua and in cattle. But we focus ourselves on the greener supplements, greener additives in animals and nutrition. For us, CSR is also looking at our customers and saying, can we help reduce your environmental load? Can we reduce the fossil fuels you're using, the energy you're using? Can we reduce the time of processing so you use less of electricity? Can we reduce your time of processing so that it reduces the overheads and you can produce a more amount of products on the same machine? In terms of ethics, Rosari is known as a very good corporate governed company. We have an extremely independent board who contributes, more than what is required of an independent board. And the CSR committee, of course, is there like all company CSR's committee. But our board members do take a lot of interest personally into deciding where each rupee of our CSR funds is used. Luckily, we are connected with all the 3 distinguished panelists here. Club Mahindra, we supply cleaning chemicals to Club Mahindra. With PDS, we would be supplying to a lot of their customers. And ICRA rated us, and I was fighting with Ramnath sir that you rated us AA-, and he says many people will die to get the AA- rating. Thank you, sir. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chari. You concluded? I thought you said thank you.
yes, sir, I concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chari. I think that was very interesting. And what I admired about Mr. Chari is that I think he had only worked for 1 year with Birla before he launched his own. And he did not go for what was at that time, tested business. He looked at something for the future and something which the business itself creates a natural impact, like the number of jobs that you create in your, the per dollar. See, one of my concerns is that 25, 30 years ago, if we put up a Mahindra factory and we invested 5,000 crores, we would create double-digit thousand jobs. Today, we spend double that money, and thanks to artificial intelligence, robotics, in those days, there used to be painting department used to have hundreds of employees. Today, car goes in and comes out. So he looked at it. But before I open to the participants, I just like to touch on the 5 points that I was told to cover and how I would sum up based on what the intelligent gentleman said. So the first point actually is a very pertinent point. It says, our boards adapting to incorporate. वो हो गया यार, 4 ही खत्म हो गया, मैं तुमको 2 मिनट पहले बचा दिया. Are boards adapting to incorporate CSR in their future work plans? I personally feel that you heard the examples of clothes, water bottles, detergents, etc. In fact, if I was you, in my next strategy presentation at the annual strategy session, I would incorporate CSR and ESG as one of the, because it's not only on children will not go and work for companies which are not doing good work, they're just making money machine. Your customers are not going to buy the products. ICRA will not give you rating. So no, but it's a fact, no, because he talks of sustainability of business. The business is not sustainable, it is that. CSR in action, there is nothing like walking the talk. CSR in action can be in 2 points, 2 ways. One is in your product, services, etc. But I think, and I don't take credit for it, was Anand's idea, that this employee social obligation plan, encouraging your employees to go and give them a few days a year to go and work on the ground, they will become catalysts for the society. And we encourage people to go and work in the villages. So we have plants at remote locations. Club Mahindra is not in any city. We encourage them to go and work in the rural communities and understand about it. Is there scope for legislative reforms? I am a total opposite of what is said here. This has to be part of the DNA. Because if you say 2%, he will find some way, he will donate it to Nanda Foundation and get his 2%. Khatam kharcha kar diya main. And Nanda Foundation will help needy children. Uske bachcho ke jaake wo log fir wo expensive clothes kharidenge, to ho gaya, CSR ho gaya. CSR policy, planning and evaluation. Again, there are 2 types of evaluation. Now, government has ruled that if you're spending above 1 crore of fees or above X%, then you need to get an impact assessment done. But I go back to what I said earlier. You as your CSR people, as your CSR department, which is looking at, it should be part of that. What did I do good? Because when you do good, good comes to you. I think boardrooms should not have a compliance attitude to CSR. We have to do 4 meetings or 3 meetings in a year. The way we go prepared for an audit committee meeting, similarly, we should go, and we should, those of you who are company secretaries and chief executives, encourage your directors, give more time. Audit committee is 2.5 hours, CSR committee is 15 minutes. That's the norm that I see. You need to look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm little running out of time, so I will take 3 questions. And somebody raised the hand. No, you I will not give. I'm jealous of you. Stand up. Look at the way discrimination God did against me. Look at his face and look at my face. Nahi dekh. Acha chodo. That gentleman raised the hand first. Yeah, please. Yeah, yeah. Please introduce yourself and be specific to the question.
So I'm Saurabh Dubey from LTI Mindtree. I work as an associate director with the SAP Security and GRC area. So I'm an IT guy basically. So my question was, I have a 15 plus years of experience. in
Sorry, you
core-
have?
15 plus years of experience in core IT. Now, being CSR being a prime area of interest, wherein, I mean, I have not got a chance to work with it. Let's say today, a person who is more into IT all these years, suddenly he wants to switch to CSR, not being just a part of one or two drives, but actually as a career, what they should do. I mean, considering all of you are quite experienced with that. Any suggestions?
See, you know, in fact, you would do a huge good to the society because you would bring processes into the CSR spends and the impact assessment and all that. This, not traditionally in industries, it is given as a part of an HR function. Personally, I think if you have had, you see, in this position, you need both the mind and the heart. If you're a person who works from the mind alone, it's not going to happen. You need to have a heart. I personally, if you make up your mind, there is no restriction on you going. In fact, you can send me your CV and I'll check in Mahindra Group also. But you have to do, if I was you, if I was your mentor, I would do three things. I would not only spend time with the CSR head with my company, I'll go and see, because there is no, you know, if I go and tell him that you give me a research person, go let him go and he'll be worried that I'll take his formula and go away. Going to CSR, nobody will do it. So you come and see what is happening with both medium-sized companies as well as large-sized companies. To find out where is your calling. Is your calling, personally, when I left my job, I wanted to work with senior citizens. I still work with senior citizens, but during the course of I was appointed on the NSDC board, I realized that the best social work you can do, you give somebody, you know, you give a gas cylinder to government, they give it. Somebody talked in the morning of toilet, but no water. Now, skilling, for example, gives that 18-year-old kid or the 19-year-old kid livelihood for the rest of her life. But that is mine. Somebody may work in medical profession, because we heard in the morning somebody talking about that in the Northeast, we have the highest TB, this thing. So, you know, you have to find your calling. So first, go and see what is happening in the industry. Look at what are the needs of the society. So not only go to corporates, also go and work, go and see what the Nandi Foundations on one side and the Bill Gates Foundation on the other side, or the Ashoka Foundation on the other side do, and you will know. Because unless you have in this, unless you get your calling, you will not succeed. But rest assured that there is, to get into this, you don't need any specialized knowledge, you need the heart. I'll come back to you, gentlemen. This lady had raised her hand.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please introduce yourself and.
Good afternoon, everyone. Short introduction. My name is Rekha Sharma, devoted 22 years in HSC, Health, Safety and Environment. That's all. My question is specific to Mr. Jain. First of all, I would like to appreciate the kind of efforts you and your organization has spent in doing CSR and ESG. What I understand for you, the key driver is supply chain risk, which maybe your customers, your retailers, and maybe investors, they are asking you to do. So my question, just for clarity, is, are they asking you to demonstrate whatever efforts you are doing on CSR front, or they are defining expectations in the beginning itself that, okay, we need this value creation or value addition from your company? So maybe just for the clarity.
Yeah, thank you firstly for the kind words. I think it's not a demonstration or anything, it's an assumption that if you are doing this business, you're doing it in a very compliant manner. Every aspect of the supply chain as I said, from a seed stage to fabric to yarn, to it reaching the factory, cutting, and then the wash plant, workers' well-being, then trucking. In the entire value chain, every aspect of environmental social governance has been taken care of. But how do you, when you say it is assumed, how do a retailer get to this conclusion that this company is actually imbibing it? We have Big Four, for example, having certified a code of conduct policy framework. We have Good Fashion Fund who funds a project for wastewater reduction. So these kind of international bodies who would not assign name to various act of our supply chain. The association, the certification, 90% women, board of directors, a gentleman who was earlier leading a large fund for sustainability is on the board of directors. We have a board member. She was chief operating officer of Pengaya, a sustainability brand. So having board members, every aspect of the value chain being certified are some ways through which it comes to the assumption that you're actually conducting. And if I could briefly in 30 seconds respond to the previous question, you got a fantastic, if you're an IT professional, my friend, when it comes to the sampling of garments, the virtual showrooms, the digitization have a lot of role to play. This morning, a situation wherein a billing could not be done for my China CEO because the CIO blocked the billing because the ESG guy did not give clearance. So developing that system within the organization. So I think there is a fantastic way of doing things wherein IT professionals can replace a physical process through technologies, please.
I will let you ask the question if you will not stand up and don't show people the comparison between you and me on how handsome you are and how. Chalo, okay. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, for the benefit of the panel, my name is Vismay. I'm a lawyer and a law professor. My name is Vismay. So one of the really interesting points made by Mr. Sanjay Jain was that they use all sorts of fashion goods that end up in landfill and they turn it into something physical, something practical, something tangible, including a brick. I think the point I want to make is a link between the point made by you, Mr. Jain, and Mr. Chari. You said that it becomes very difficult to see the poverty in India because it's still very real, right? Someone said once that even a brick wants to be something, right? Everybody has an aspiration to be something. And the point made by Mr. Nanda was you need heart and soul. So I guess my question is to anybody on the panel who wants to take it, what do we need? Do we need to look at ways and means to make people financially independent, to be wealthy, to be secure? Or are we looking at ways to turn them into someone who can generally go out and not need help in the future? Which one are we trying to achieve through CSR?
I'll start first, and if anybody wants to add. See, I'm a very firm believer in anything which comes free is not valued. And then you get, why is there so much of shortage of people in hospitality industry or other large labor intensive industries, whether it is Europe or whether it's India? अभी प्रधानमंत्री ने 1 साल के लिए food subsidy बना दी. Then if you live in the village, you are not, they don't want to come back to the city and work. It's happened. All the East Europeans used to run the hospitality industry in Europe, UK are not going back. So it's not going to work. It's not going. But one size does not fit all. You have to look at different things. Now, if you have, on the other hand, a 80-year-old widow in a small village, you can't expect her to do that. So it's a different, you have to find what you need to do. But the most important thing is that A, there should be impact. And B, if you can pick up things which become catalysts. Like I gave you the example of 80-year widow. Instead of me cutting out a check of 5,000 rupees every month to her to do that, if I can get the community to put 50 rupees a month and 100 people from the village do it, you will make a larger impact than this thing. Do you understand? Can you relate to what I'm saying? It's very easy for Mr. Jain or Mr. Chari to cut out a check for 5,000 rupees. But if they do it, look at the snowballing effect it will have. We are short of time. If anybody wants to make a quick comment, it's fine. The last question is,
Yeah, a quick comment. Allow me to answer it on behalf of companies, corporates. We say the stakeholder wealth maximization is the main objective of the company. A sustained stakeholder wealth maximization, sustained, only happens when you are being seen conducting in a compliant, ESG compliant manner. You may have a short-term successes. Therefore, even as an individual as well, the richness is important, financial gains are important as well, but they will not sustain in today's world if they are not being backed by ESG. Because at the end of the day, the capital provider to you has got ESG as a topmost priority on the agenda. Even for my friend who's leading a leading rating agency, if he finds that financially good, but sustained practices, sustenance of business, that only comes through adoption of ESG and CSR agenda.
Thank you.
very true, Mr. Jain. The last question, we are very short of time, so please be brief. And the gentleman on your left.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is CS Raj Kapadia, practicing company secretary. And sir, point well taken. And I also agree that CSR at the board level should be more discussed. And also I would like to take the opportunity that being a Club Mahindra member, I have seen that the locations where resorts are and the
Sawal
nearby
kya hai, bolo
villages.
yaar.
Yes. So the yes, sir. So sawal hai, like, for I have also experienced the way that corporates, the SMEs mostly, who don't have much of a requirement of CSR, but then they are like, let's donate it to like Prime Minister Fund or something. Let's donate and get it done. So my question is how to more sensitize whether any government policies need to be more stringent, like CSR audits, like ma'am just told, or like if you can suggest something for SME basically clients.
See, I am not an expert on this subject that I'm going to do, but I know there are 2 or 3 organizations like Give India and others who are catalysts, who do some, see, if you are a company with a 1 crore profit and 2% of that, if you really want to go and implement, it's not going to happen. So you go around and find out, because there are institutions, some social workers. There's a gentleman who was partner of Egon, senior partner of Egon Zehnder, which is the largest placement agency in the country. They have started organizations which help you identify, and they collect the money and they distribute the money to those people. Look at those opportunities. But again, but if you're in a small town, you can go and help the local school to improve their curriculum. Do you know that in many places, girls, when they reach puberty, don't go to school because there's no ladies' toilet in those schools. This. So in India, to find what to do is not very difficult.
Yeah,
and my friend,
correct.
it is not heart and soul, it is heart and mind.
Yeah.
You require both. With this,
Thank you very much.
With this, I'd like to thank my panelists, Sanjay, Sunil, Srinivas Chari, and Mr. Ramnath Krishnan. Thank you. Thank you, audience, for being a very patient listener and for the nice question that you asked. God bless you all. Stay happy, stay healthy.
I am the blue of the limitless sky. I am the inspiration that led success so high. I will perform. I will outshine. I will see. Yeah. I'm backed by the nation's trusted bank. SBI, the banker to every Indian. फाइनेंस लिमिटेड आपकी प्रगति का साथी।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम मेहरदीप नरेंद्र सहारे। मैं एक नैसर्गिक फार्मर हूँ और यहाँ पे नई तरीके से नेचुरल खेती करता हूँ। और एमबीए करने के बाद मैंने कॉर्पोरेट जगत में 3 साल जॉब किया। उसके बाद मुझे लगा कि ये मेरा कप ऑफ टी नहीं है, जॉब नहीं करनी है मुझे। पहले से जिसमें इंटरेस्ट था फार्मिंग में, उसमें ही आना है। उसमें भी सिर्फ केमिकल फ्री फार्मिंग करनी थी मुझे। ये ऑर्गेनिक ना होते हुए नेचुरल खेती यहाँ पे हम जो करते हैं मल्टी क्रॉप पैटर्न के साथ इसको करते हैं। जैसे यहाँ पे दिख रहा है हमें कि हमने चना लगाया है, उस साइड पे हम वाटाना देख सकते हैं, उसके बाद धनिया है, गेहूं है। ये मल्टी क्रॉप पैटर्न में हम यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं। ये सारी जो चीजें हैं नेचुरल पद्धति से बनाते हैं। जैसे क्या करते हैं यहाँ पे हम खेतों में जो आजू बाजू नेचर में हमारे पास अवेलेबल चीजें उससे हम यहाँ पे चीजें बनाते हैं। जैसे कि घन जीवामृत, जीवामृत, दशपर्णी अर्क, ये सारी चीजें हम यहाँ पे खुद बनाते हैं और उनका ही सिर्फ यूज करते हैं। इससे होता क्या है कि पूरी तरह से केमिकल फ्री विष मुक्त अन्न यहाँ पे खाने के लिए हमें मिलता है। ऐसी छोटी बड़ी बहुत सी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो बजाज फाउंडेशन हमें मदद करता रहता है, खेती वालों को मदद करता रहता है और इसके वजह से हम मोटिवेटेड होते रहते हैं और इसके लिए मैं इनको धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूँ।
There's a high amount of endemism on these islands because of our geographical isolation from the mainland. So there are plants and animals that you only see on these islands and nowhere else in the world. The property is built around the trees. We have planted close to about 1,600 indigenous trees on the property.
At one point of time, the soldier would be fully fit, and at one fine moment, he suffers a gunshot. It is life-changing. In 3 years, we actually transformed. Our Public Service Benefit Trust is one entity that is we are really thankful.
फाउंडर पार्टनर की तरह हम लोगों के साथ आज रहा है, उस समय से अभी तक हम लोगों का साथ के साथ ऐसा ही संबंध है और साथ में मिल के हम लोग घाट का सौंदर्यीकरण और गंगा की स्वच्छता सफाई के लिए हम लोग लगभग 3 दशक से साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं।
Across our terms, we focus on local sourcing and use local produce to create authentic experiences.
I am the blue of the limitless sky. I am the inspiration that led success so high. I will perform, I will outrank, I will achieve, I will fly high. I am the I in SBI. I am the I in SBI.
I'm backed by the nation's trusted bank.
I am the I in SBI.
SBI, the banker to every Indian.
देश का हर अरमान पूरा करे एक नाम श्री राम, श्री राम, नाम देखना, देखना, रीतना, होना, उठाना, कारोबार चलाना, कमाना, बचाना, ना पाना, बसाना, बनाना, बातें निभाना, ओ श्री राम साथी आगे बढ़ना। इधर उधर यहाँ वहाँ देता फाइनेंस तुम हो जहाँ श्री राम, श्री राम। गुंटूर, जोधपुर, तिरुपुर, एग्मूर, गोवा, पटना, दिल्ली, हावड़ा, कोची, मोहाली, राजौरी, वाराणसी, मुंबई, पन्ना, शिमला, बड़ौदा, श्री राम के साथ आगे बढ़ना। श्री राम फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आपकी प्रगति का साथी।
Good afternoon. I think after such stellar sessions, I think let's see where we get there. It's a fascinating area in terms of the possibilities of how organizations can achieve their SDG goals and what innovations and partnerships are possible. So with that, I think I feel very honored to have been invited to speak at this conference and also to my esteemed panelists on the panel. So with that, let me give an opening perspective in terms of what are some of the key pointers that we may like to look at as we consider the opportunities for innovations, partnerships in the area of driving SDG agenda. Very clearly, I think if I look at, Niti Aayog has clearly been the driving force in terms of identifying the 117 aspirational districts and the need for doing work there, since the current work which is happening by corporates is not covering all those districts, as was pointed out in the earlier sessions. And again, the CSR pool is not small. I think people have spoken about a 25,000 crore pool, which means in a 5-year plan period, you're talking of more than 100,000 crore pool. And also the potential is big. I've always been fascinated by what the PM CARES Fund achieved in raising 10,000 crores for a cause. For a cause, it had raised 10,000 crores actually. The PM Relief Fund, which has been there for ages, raises about 800 crores. But the point is, for a cause, the ability to raise money is very, very significant actually. I think if we believe that we have something like 125,000 crores of money which may be available to be deployed, the impact that this kind of money can have in terms of furthering SDG goals is real actually. So the challenge I think we have in terms of looking at the size of the CSR pool that we talk about is the fragmentation actually. I think if you look at the long tail, there will be very few corporates who will have say 20-25 crores of annual CSR spends at 2%. Because at 25 crores at 2% means it's a 500 crore profit you need to have to be able to say 2%, provided they all do 2%. Of course, as we discussed, companies do more than 2% as well actually. But the reality is that there are very few corporates. And the bulk of the 25,000 crores is really a very, very long tail actually. And when you come to the very long tail, and I'm a CFO in my job, so some of the perspectives I'm trying to bring are really about execution actually. I think in terms of the challenges so I'll try to bring that finance perspective in this discussion. How do you, if I'm a company which has to, do CSR, and my contribution is 2 crores as an example, or 1 crore as an example, it's very hard for me to think about a cogent strategy for deployment. And so many times I may just do what somebody may tell me, let's give it here. My colleagues may tell me, give it there. Or I may just give it to a Prime Minister's National Relief Fund or one of those funds actually. So lack of cogent strategy also means that the money is not getting directed to the right causes. Beyond, of course, the fact that aspirational districts are not being covered, the right causes are also not being covered. In fact, Niti Aayog did say, and this was discussed earlier as well, that of all the 7 or 8 causes that they identified, there are only a couple of causes, which is really health and education, which have been getting the focus. So I think we need to we can't do away, we have to face the problem of fragmentation and find innovative solutions around how do we deal with the fragmentation. It is not that it's it's a great pool of money. So that is one pointer that I really want to leave it. The second thing is really execution actually, because I think one of the things that at least I have seen from my limited knowledge and my own interactions with some of the agencies which do it, I think a realistic assessment of capabilities doesn't exist actually. And I think people are doing all kinds of things. In fact, when I was a banker, one of the frameworks that we used to do, we used to develop roads, and those were the days when commercial investment in roads was not possible. So we divided roles into being a sponsor, being a developer, and being a financier actually. Now the question in this space, if you have CSR funds, what are you going to be with the CSR funds? Are you going to be a sponsor? Are you going to be a developer? And are you going to be, a financier actually? Sometimes the lack of role clarity itself ensures, or that is to say that if you don't have an assessment of what you are capable of, and you take on a role which is not aligned with those capabilities, once again, execution suffers. And that is not true just to the private sector. It is also true of some of the efforts that the government does actually. So therefore, I think it'll be, and if you think of this framework in terms of sponsor, developer, and financier, you can actually think of partnerships where, people come together as co-developers, bringing their respective skills. And that is one way of doing it actually. And one of the biggest challenges in execution that at least which we are seeing, and even in organizations like mine, which is Taj, which we are doing a lot of CSR work, and you see the movie Patya here. I think metrics is a big challenge actually. in terms of output metrics, in terms of outcome metrics, impact metrics, and standardization of what is to be measured doesn't exist actually. When inadequate tracking of metrics is not there, you really don't know how much has your money been used, what has been the effectiveness of the monies that you're spending. I'm again speaking like a finance man. As Ford said, I know I spent $1 million in advertising. 50% is wasteful. I don't know which part he said, but that's what happens when you don't know, when you don't have effective metrics actually, and there is no standardization. Two agencies in the same area could be using completely different kinds of metrics, to be honest, actually. And I think the other problem in terms of execution, see, and Mr. Manji alluded to in the morning, I think two things I have now seen. Number one is that we need replicable models actually. And a lot of the CSR work that is happening is experimentation, and you have organizations like JPAL, which does, labs in terms of experimenting. And then through the process of experimenting, you decide what a minimum viable product is in a startup ecosystem or a minimum model that works. And then you need to be able to replicate. So the first is to make sure that you have a replicable product. And the second is that how can you scale it? I think both are very important actually. In my view, I think many of our programs that we are running are not really commercially replicable because people have not thought about commercially, how do you replicate it successfully? And they need to think about what has worked, what has not worked, and what we need to do differently actually. And the other thing, when Niti Aayog talks about getting monies into the aspirational districts, one of the challenges which I think we are all seeing is the visibility in terms of what are the projects and priorities of the 117 aspirational districts actually. It's not very easy to know. And I think to some extent, the state governments have to define the priorities for those districts working alongside the central government. And there needs to be a way in which the funders or other developers are able to see what opportunities are out there. There is one precedent which has been working reasonably well, which is the India Investment Grid actually. India Investment Grid is an initiative that the government did, which kind of showcases the infrastructure investment opportunities, and they match the opportunities with people who are willing to fund and partner actually. It's a fantastic platform. I would encourage you to look at the India Investment Grid. So one of the thoughts that I've been hearing is that why not give the same visibility to priorities in the 117 districts and opportunities through the same India investment platform or an equivalent actually, which can really provide visibility. So if I'm an organization which is happy to work on a cause, and ultimately as an organization, you typically work on a cause, and you find that I'm based in Bombay, but there's a real need in say Bihar. Logically, I would not go to Bihar, but if somebody were to tell me that there is this opportunity in Bihar, then I would be happy to contribute to that cause actually. And the other thing, so this is something, so bringing project and funders together, providing visibility is something that we should be looking at. The other experiment which has been becoming very successful now is the National Investment Fund actually, National Infrastructure Investment Fund, NIIF, that the government has set up actually. The NIIF, what I like about NIIF is that 49% of this fund is held by the government of India, which means it has got sovereign backing actually. And the balance 51%, you got very eminent institutions like Government of Singapore Investment Corporation, Asian Development Bank, and so many such big funders have come in. And it is working like a full corporation actually. You can look at the website again. Significant level of management capability. There are proper governance structures. They can operate at scale. They have the vision. I think the size of the fund exceeds a few $1 billion already actually, which means the question for me is that, and also taking inspiration from the National CARES Fund, where the COVID costs generated a lot of funds. Can we create NIIF clones in say health, in say education, and certain causes actually, with the government of India or even state government participation and equity, and bring in private partners, which can really make it a very significant scale player to enable the execution and achievement of these projects. So this is another idea that I just wanted to place on the table. The other, financial innovation. Now these are some aspects of financial innovation. I think one of the challenges we do face is that the regulatory framework clearly needs an upgrade actually. We don't have very good regulatory frameworks around some of the financial innovation which is possible. Example, there was a very interesting experiment from UBS Optimus on impact bonds. And in impact bond, what happens is that I am an organization which wants to support education as an example, and an NGO. So I'm prepared to give money to an NGO to work on achieving certain outcomes. And there is another third organization which says that if you achieve those outcomes, I will pay back the corporation which has kind of contributed actually. So it's a three-way partnership actually. And what UBS Optimus is saying, and there are international examples here where it is actually a very good return of investment as well while achieving the impact that is required actually. But we don't have an adequate impact bond framework in the country. There's one framework which SEBI has now enabled, which is the social venture funds actually. So there is a Cat 1 AIFs are there, and where social venture funds can be set up to 2,000 crores of monies have been raised, and these can specifically go into some of these projects actually. So these are innovations we are seeing. And the other thing, and one of the other things to note is that when a corporation says I'm spending 20 crores on CSR, and let's say it is 25,000 crores in a year, it doesn't have to be 25,000 crores of expense, which means you do 25,000 crores this year, you need 25,000 crores next year. There are opportunities for recycling. Like this impact bond is a mechanism where there is a funder who funds, and upon achieving outcomes, there is somebody who pays you back, which means that the same money gets recycled actually. So recycling is a very powerful way in which you can stretch the same dollar into multiple projects actually. So but these are areas where work needs to be done. Guarantees, like for instance, I always wonder, why do corporations need to give 2 crores as expenditure actually? For instance, when you talk about, the low microfinance as an example, where there is a recovery rate of say 97%, and let's say 3% NPAs which happen actually. So in the social sector, when you have 3% NPAs, many times you are not able to get people because they are afraid whether it will be 3% or 4%. But supposing you set up a guarantee fund for that 3%, which means as a corporation, I say that I will give you 1 crore as a guarantee for the NPAs that this organization may incur. And therefore, what that does, the moment, and there are people who are giving money to this cause for microfinance or those kind of loans, subsidized loans as an example. But the moment they know that there is a guarantor, the 1 crore of guaranteed funds from a corporate at 2% NPA means that you can give 50 crores of loans actually, which otherwise would not have been possible. And you will get 50 crores of money actually. So guaranteed funds is another possibility actually. And secondly, CSR, you need innovative pricing models actually. I think one of the things, Mr. Nanda also said, nothing free is respected actually. And any case, and we have seen some fantastic cross-subsidization models. You take a case of Arvind Eye Hospitals in Coimbatore. It's a great case study in terms of what has been done in the eye care. And they run 2 wings. One wing is a fully paid wing where you pay. If you can afford to pay, you pay the full cost of a cataract surgery. And you go to them and say, I can't afford anything. You get the same quality care. But the paying customers cross-subsidize the non-paying customers actually. So how do we build those frameworks where pricing, innovative pricing is can be kind of looked at actually? So I think in the space of financial innovation, there are lots of possibilities. The problem, what is happening, and as Mr. Manji said in the morning, the work on CSR is just beginning. The financial innovation ideas that we are talking about now are just being seeded actually. And there is enough and more which can be done. And I think that we need to think about it more, get the right regulatory framework so that people are aware of and can enable these structures actually. The other question which I have are some of the enablers actually. Like for instance, one of the suggestions which keeps coming is that you have Schedule 7, which talks about the areas under Section 135 of the Companies Act, but they are currently not linked to the 169 targets under the SDG 17 actually. So can you find a way of linking the 7 schedules with the targets, if not all 169, at least some of the major ones, and that will give some structure to it actually. And the final one is you have trust structures, and we have Dr. Varghese talking about it. You have Section 8 companies as an example. Now, is it going to make a difference if you have more trusts or more Section 8s? Is there a way to go? And the final point is really capability. And I think one of the challenges that the social sector has faced is the lack of managerial capability actually. And I think there really needs to be work to be done. Like for instance, we have this Indian School of Development Management, which has been set up in Delhi. Some of the IIMs are doing some work. Today, the Economic Times talked about 200,000 cooperative graduates, which some of the ministries want to do. I think the real need is for upscaling, because I think just like you have ideas, you have financial capital, you also need intellectual capital and the managerial capability to execute actually. So we need to think of all of that. And I think if you bring all of these together, I think you will find that you can give a real fillip to the possibilities in terms of innovation, partnerships, and all of that actually. From an IHCL perspective, one of my colleagues is speaking tomorrow. So I will not speak much about what we do, but you have been seeing the movie Patya, which has been playing on the screen in the interagnums, and that we have a comprehensive program and we have partnerships which work on it. And I will let my colleague tomorrow speak about it actually. But with that, I will pass the floor to Mrs. Sara Verghese, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and to all the dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, a very happy new year. And I see a lot of energy and enthusiasm in this room. I have a presentation. Yeah. Something which has been in the news a lot is the Joshimath sinking. And when something like this happens, at least in our country, we're all blaming each other. It was the government, it was national thermal power, it was too much construction, everything. But in some ways, all of us are responsible for this, this situation. It is the difference between growth and development. We talk about 3 million or 3 trillion or 5 trillion or 7 trillion economy. One side, the economy grows and needs to grow. But at the same time, we have to look at whether it's sustainable. And Joshimath is an example of unsustainable growth, where the realities of the ground situation were not taken into account. And in a country, sometimes there's this polarization. The corporates are the ones who've caused the problem, or the people. We try and blame different groups, or the environmental groups are the ones who are creating the problems. But when we look at it, I'd like to start with a quotation, which is comes from the Forbes group, where he says that corporations can change the world for the better. And this is not just one person's thinking. There's a tremendous amount of thought around this, that corporate and the growth in economies is what will actually fuel sustainable change. That corporates can contribute and will contribute to sustainable change. Okay, I think I'm going the wrong. And that businesses are the primary agents of global markets. The vision of a sustainable, inclusive global economy, which delivers lasting benefits to all stakeholders. It's not just the markets which they are serving, but the communities where they are placed, the people who work with them, and the people who they work for. And Antonio Guterres of the United Nations also said that we need not an incremental approach, but a transformational approach. We need businesses to unite behind science to take rapid and ambitious action. I come from the social sector, and we sometimes think that, it's all the work is being done by the social sector. But this investment by corporates, it's not a standalone thing. It is not just the CSR part of it. And I think this message came across very clearly in various speakers, that it is part of the business. Making the business sustainable is what actually goes way beyond CSR. CSR is only just an add to this. When we look at it from the development sector, from the point of view of CSR, of course, we have our own myopic viewpoint, and we would like to see things differently. We would like to see corporates investing in everything we want to do. And we find a different viewpoint. But I'd like to just bring across a few points that public-private collaboration is also important in CSR, and collaborating with not just NGOs, but also with the government. And corporations can bring through their knowledge, their systems, their processes to bring about change at scale, which is a point we had already mentioned. I like to call it the bonsai and the banyan tree approach. The NGOs are very good at bonsais. We produce these small, beautiful models of development. But as already said, we sometimes struggle to take these to scale. We can do it in one district or one block more likely. But to take it to scale, to do it across several districts, several states, working together is a way of doing these kind of things. And this is where CSR can be really catalytic in making this change. Many corporates come from the point of view of short-term investments, and again, it's a difference in viewpoint. I'd like to say that what we call an impact is very different from what the corporate we talk to calls an impact. We see that, corporate will tell us we'd like to distribute 1,000 wheelchairs. I work in a disability and development organization, so much of my examples will be from the disability sector. But they see 1,000 wheelchairs as a impact. We see that as only a means to an end, a means to getting a child into education or a person into employment or some other form of work. So this common understanding and moving beyond a very short-term viewpoint, but even short-term investments can make major changes. For example, and especially when we invest in public goods. We had investment from a corporate to work to build toilets in some 5 government schools in Chennai. We also hesitated as to whether this was actually possible or how it would do. We had to contend with government tendering systems, processes, and it worked so beautifully. The school principals themselves took the responsibility of supervision and reduced the costs. Currently, we work with L&T Mindtree for an inclusive park in Kolkata. It's a one-time investment, but can lead to sustainable change in the community, which lasts for some time. Even during COVID, we found a big change in mindset that people were willing to work with the government sector. We were able to equip 50 government hospitals with CSR funding. Post-COVID, the recovery, setting up education centers in government schools, again funded by various corporates. So there is the shift that from moving away to not working with government to working with NGOs and working along with government. Longer term strategic investments definitely can lead to longer term and more sustainable effects. So just an example, working with 3 or 4 different companies, Fullerton, Standard Chartered, Tata Capital, SBI Life, slightly different models in each case, but working with the government system. We an NGO working to strengthen what are called vision centers, which provide primary eye care so that people have access to the basic things which many people in this room have: a pair of presbyopic glasses, reading glasses, or refractive glasses, which is not available to most people in this country. So setting up these vision centers in government primary health centers or in NGO hospitals, both of whom we work to, has led to a huge number of people who can get access to eye care. And this again further links with the government program, those who need more advanced treatment like cataract surgery, diabetic retinopathy services. They are referred either to the regional institutes of ophthalmology or to NGO hospitals, which again collaborate with the National Program for Control of Blindness. But all this needs a commitment to be there for more than just a short time. One of the biggest difficulties we struggle with is manpower and resources, funding that. A vision center needs equipment, but it needs trained technicians who you will get only if you offer them a job contract, which is at least a year. And, if you have to sustain that. And so how do we, for CSR to also think of investing in people and not just in infrastructure? So what I would like to suggest, and this is the energy I got in this room today, CSR can be a very risk-averse strategy. It is something we have to do because it's required on us by law, or it can be a visionary strategy. And I could see a large number of visionaries in this room today. How do we really make a change in society? And I would suggest a longer-term approach, more synergy with the companies, and engaging with the government and using your influences to streamline government processes, to streamline approvals. I'll take just a minute more. A very small example for the same vision centers to get the permission to work in the community health center. It took us 9 months, by which time the donor was, really anxious. Is your project going to happen? So, but as we all work more in that system, we can help to change the processes. I haven't even talked about some of our more visionary and sustainable work on organic farming with over 23,000 farmers, people with and without disabilities. This needs investments of 5 to 8 years. I challenge some of you sitting into this room to think of investing in CSR in the long term. We will be able to really make changes to make an inclusive India. Finally, we heard about sustainability, we heard about inclusion. I didn't hear one word about disability so far. Inclusion means including everybody, the most vulnerable, and people with disabilities are among the most vulnerable in India. They are the poorest of the poor in every community they are. If you're in an affluent home, the person with disabilities is the least likely to be educated, the least likely to have a job. It's worse for the poor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the very important point which was made in terms of the short term versus long term. And this is a real thing that as corporate CSR managers, we must be conscious of. Many times we start a program and then it goes out of fashion in 2 years' time. And you start on the assumption that, you will continue. But look at the people who are receiving the monies. If you stop it at the end of 2 years, then you may not achieve the outcomes and they are probably left high and dry, assuming that monies will come, but it doesn't come actually. And the example that she used of 100 wheelchairs being given, is that a CSR, or is it the outcome in terms of what it does to the people using? Is that CSR? There was a very interesting article in the Financial Times a few months ago, because there's a lot of obviously views around investors looking at the ESG metrics actually. And the article in FT talked about input focus versus output focus, exactly the same point that Dr. Varghese was making. And there are so many funds which say, okay, you have a CSR committee, you are enabling 100 wheelchairs to be given. I think that is CSR, and they say, okay, good for investment. And but that's an input oriented fund, but an outcome oriented fund is completely different actually. And I think, and even as you write your own annual CSR reports, I think about what are you trying to project? Are you looking at your input metrics of 100 wheelchairs? Are you measuring the outcome metrics in terms of what it does to the people who receive the monies actually? Thank you so much for giving us a view from a person who works at the grassroots. From there, I move on to Mrs. Hemrajani, who runs National Handloom Development Corporation. I think it's works with weavers, and she has also worked earlier with the railways actually. So there is a fascinating story to hear from. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Girdhar. And thank you, Mr. Kapoor, for making me part of this event. CSR is a very widely spoken topic, most focused and least delineated. So I think this is a very apt topic that you have chosen to be discussed. Bulk of my career was in railways, and I joined National Handloom Development Corporation as MD after taking voluntary retirement from railways last year. So railways, of course, is a very, very model employer, you can say. It takes very good care of it, not only its employees, but the families as well. It's a very self-sufficient organization. And since I was in HR, welfare activity was a very big part of our job. So taking care of employees, including their trips or their financials or even their professional working conditions, not only restricted to that, but even the families. There were institutes, clubs, and sports facilities and whatnot, hospitals and whatnot created for the families. And that was while the employee was alive. But if something happened to the employee, then his family was taken care of by giving a job to the dependent in the family. I think that is something which is a very big assurance when you are working in a organization that works by the clock, where a person has to risk his life many times while working on the tracks, in running trains. So that big assurance is what keeps the organization running, that if something happens to a employee, God forbid, then the organization is there to take care of the family. And in a way, it's not just 12 lakh employees, it is 12 lakh families that railway supports. And as HR persons, we used to take care of a lot of these activities. So there my exposure with the hospitals, schools and sports and tourism activities in railways was quite vast. Here, of course, since I have not yet done any CSR activity, so I'm not the right person to give solutions, but definitely working with the weavers for the past 1 year has given me exposure to the rural sector of India. We have almost 25 lakh commercial weavers. And after agriculture, this is the second largest employer, textile sector. So I have traveled across many of these rural areas, and some of the amazing work that is being done in this sector by government as well as some private persons also. We'll come to that once we start our discussion. And that exposure I can share with you and give you some food for thought when you think of CSR activities in the textile sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your, and I think I'll certainly ask you a question around some of the innovations that you have done as we get into the discussion. But I think both the organizations, in terms of working with weavers and working with and railways being such a large employer, the impact that these organizations have on the communities that they serve are very significant, actually. Lots to learn, actually. From there, I will move on to Shailendra. I think, in a way, I think we are moving from, what do you say, a fund is an organization which works at grassroots and NGO to a government organization to a private sector kind of a play. Great. Thank you. Over to you, Shailendra.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Giri. So good afternoon. I have decided to make presentation in the form of slides for two reasons. Because this is a bit late afternoon, there could be some fatigue. So I want you to be attentive what I'm saying. And another reason is that we are consultants. So obviously we can't present without the slides. So as you can see here is we are DA Consulting, management consultancy, and providing end-to-end value to the clients. Sustainability and ESG, I think, is definitely very core to what we do. And we also believe that businesses also need to adopt. And today, very good to see a lot of talk has been on ESG and of course CSR. And in my view, that both are going to be always interconnected and subset. We also do the M&A, and then we have cost optimization. We have been doing a lot of supply chain cost optimization in taxation, because I think that's the order of the day. If you want to help your clients to optimize the cost, which is very, very important. We also do have here the management consulting as such, and then we do get involved and help companies for the fundraising. Apart from that, we do have various technology solutions for management. So as you can see there, the tax litigation and then corporate governance solution we have, and then supply chain management solutions using the technology. Not to forget, on the right-hand side, you can find the circular economy, and that's the subject where I'm going to talk in my next couple of slides. It is a very critical driver of ESG. So I will be talking mainly about circular economy and how it is important for all of us, whether you are from industry or you are running NGOs, you are supporting the society. I think it's going to be very, very critical going forward, and I will talk about that. We are, of course, working with many MNCs, a lot of companies in India, even Indian MNCs. So what is circular economy? Means, you know, all these decades or centuries, we have been used to certain business model, and that is more on the linear economy. You know, you take the raw materials, make the product, and then at the end of the life cycle, you dispose it off. And we heard something about landfilling today, then you're dumping, you know, you're dumping into the sea. Obviously, that is the linear economy. And if we want to really help planet, because obviously we talk about three things, 3 Ps, and we consultants always like to use this kind of thing. So one is profit, of course, you know, corporates are driving profit. That's very important for them to sustain. Another important P is people. And if we really want to ensure that people are going to lead a healthy life, and we have seen you know, during Corona, how difficult it was. So I think it's very, very important for people to be healthy and contribute to the success of organization. But third one is the most important thing is about the planet. And that's where I think if I really talk about the fact there, I think it's very, very important for us to ensure that the natural resources are optimized. Otherwise, we will keep on exploiting Mother Earth, and there will be a day where, you know, we all will be helpless, and there probably are already so-called natural calamities are happening. And I was very happy when Dr. Varghese was talking about Joshimath. It could be seen as a natural calamity, but it could be basically trying to exploit. So obviously the natural resources need to be preserved. They need to be recycled. So, you know, we have been talking about reduction or reduce. Another one is the means basically the reduce and then recycle is, I think, is going to be very, very important for us to optimize the natural resources. And if you really see the case here, basically, sorry, I can't see that properly. So that's why I have to turn my head. So if you see Spain just as a test case, is that now Spain has lost tourists heavily in last couple of years. And that's only because of the climate change. And, you know, we obviously, our economy in India also runs a lot on tourism and going to be there for next couple of decades with focus on tourism. You can imagine that it leads to natural calamities, but more on that, the loss of jobs and loss of economy. So I think it's very, very important for us to adopt circular economy in whatever we do. So the benefits of circular economy, and it's very, very important for us. So if you look at on the right-hand side, again, the fact is that India, if you really see, there is a 4% freshwater resources and 2% land mass, whereas in terms of population, we are almost 18%. So no wonder that we see Delhi or Mumbai going vertical, which means that a lot of construction activities are bound to happen. And what it results into, you know, the poor air quality. We used to talk about Delhi a lot as one of the most polluted cities, but now Mumbai also has that dubious distinction of getting into it. And we all need to be aware that if we want our next generations to live in clean air, I think we are all going to be accountable, and we have to provide somewhere the commitment to the society in terms of getting better water resources, getting better air quality, because ultimately it will impact the governance of the corporates. And, you know, if natural resources are going to be limited, they are not infinite. One day will come, and obviously we do not want to face that. And so very quickly, the benefits of the circular economy, what I have put is protection of environment, and then benefits for the local community. Means obviously it's very important. Spain, I just give example, or now Joshimath, we know that how it could impact the local communities. It's very important also for driving the employment growth. India is really becoming superpower, and it is very important to sustain that growth. So if it is not going to be sustainable growth, then it's going to be obviously impacting all of us on the planet and all of us in this country. And the fourth one is promotes resource independence. So basically what we talk about is resources, I keep on saying, are limited. So we should not exploit. We should definitely get into recycling and using those resources. So these are the main concepts of circular economy, and reverse logistics, I think, plays a very, very important role. So that when you are sending fresh material, I think once you are going to use that, the used material has to come back to recyclers, so that cycle remains, and circular economy plays very important role. The other one is that the technology, usage of technology is very, very important, and we are fortunate thanks to a digital revolution that a lot of technology is coming, and the companies who are into circular economy now, and a lot has been talked about packaging. Very soon, we'll be talking about other sectors as well. I think technology is going to play a very, very critical role. The third one is obviously getting material back to recyclers. These three wheels are very important, but they are not important if there is not going to be engagement of societies and nation, I would say, at large. So obviously, it is very important for us to get those wheels running. These are the 11 sectors basically Government of India has identified, and I'm working very closely with Niti Aayog for the used oil. So, obviously government is very concerned and I will be talking little bit on used oil over next couple of slides. But very important for all of us to understand that the circular economy as industry is going to be huge by 2050. As you can see there, the estimated size will be 624 billion. So it is very important for all of us to contribute to ensure that the natural resources are preserved. This is basically used oil, and the problem statement is that basically we see that oil is getting drained into the water or into the ground, and obviously and even the oil is getting burnt as an alternative fuel. So it's definitely emitting a lot of pollutants. It's going to obviously impact environment. But good part of it is that if it's brought into circular economy, then obviously we are going to use same oil, used oil, re-refining and used as a raw material into the fresh oil, because there are some frightening fact there as well. 1 liter of oil can contaminate the 1 million liters of water. So obviously that's very concerned. But good part is that if you recycle, then it helps you to reduce the carbon footprint, and that's where I think industry is going to move. So these are challenges. Of course, I talked about the reverse logistics. I've talked about the technology. I've talked about the overall support infrastructure, lack of support infrastructure. Good part is that if we come together as a society, as an industry, I think things are going to be really good. And that's where we are working today in circular economy as far as oil is concerned, and other sectors also, because guiding principles of oil or other sectors are the same. And that's where we as DA Consulting will be working very, very closely with all of the industries. And this is my last slide, basically, is used oil collection. I just wanted to give you this example that the conditions in which scrappers and collectors will be working, they actually are working on the ground. And just imagine that, if we as an industry really can come forward and help these collectors and scrappers to improve their health condition, to improve their overall well-being, then obviously it's a big CSR. So on one side, ESG or circular economy will help planet to be greener. At the same time, we as industry, I think, can look at circular economy as a major driver of ESG. So that's the thought I want to leave with you all, that how we as industry, as consultants, work together to bring that change to the society at large. So that's my presentation. Thanks a lot. Certainly, I think a lot has to be done. But there is very, very good beginning, promising bigger beginning. And I think we together will be able to help next generations to live healthy and even leave this planet very greener. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Shailendra. I think all of us, at least when I was growing up, we would get RM milk bottle delivered home, and the next morning he will take the empty bottle and replace the new bottle. Actually, that's what circular economy is. And now, in fact, we have this company called EcoReco, which is a listed company on the Bombay Stock Exchange, which is doing e-waste recycling actually. So once again, new financing models in terms of driving circular economies are happening. So there are some very interesting examples. I've just been told that we have time till 5. So we have about 15 minutes. So I want to go to the audience questions. But before I do that, I wanted to hear from you the innovations that you spoke about. I think it'll be good to hear from you actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all, I'll start with the textile sector. And it's part of what we discussed, the circular economy, a little backward linkage to that. One study by Satwa Consulting threw two big facts. One was that around 7,793 kilotons of textile waste is generated and imported in India. And out of that, only 59% enters the textile sector. Out of that, only 20% is upcycled, downcycled. Rest goes to the incinerators or landfills, or it doesn't come back to the circular economy, what we discussed. So second part of their study says that the intervention has to be done not at the time of recycling, it has to be done at the time of product planning, designing. So the entire process of design, production, consumption, and disposal, the entire chain has to be studied, and that is where some of you who are working with CSR can think of R&D in this. I'm not saying that you don't need toilets or you don't need to support the disadvantaged sectors, but the spectrum needs to be widened, and some R&D has to be also supported through CSR, so that these kind of activities, right now some individuals are doing, like you said. Similarly, there is one individual, we recently had our Virasat Sari exhibition in Handloom Hart, where we called her for a lecture, and they produce cloths or products that are 100% recyclable. So at the time of designing, they work out the product in such a way that the product, nothing in the product will go waste. And they are also using waste in those products, waste which doesn't get recycled or is not biodegradable. So for example, they showed a pillow cover in which they have used plastic chips. And these products, they also buy back. So after 1 or 2 years of use, if you feel you want to change the pillow cover, you can give it back to them and buy a new cover. And each item in that product, including the label of the product, is recyclable. So the plastic chips that they use, then they use in maybe shoes or socks or something else to decorate, and nothing is thrown back in the environment. So people are doing this, but I'm sure they must have spent a lot of time and energy in R&D. If these people are left to entrepreneurship and some CSR can happen in R&D, I think that will be a big help to the startup culture that we are seeing now. Our next generation doesn't want to be restricted to jobs. Everyone wants to have a small business of their own. And this is something that CSR can support. So in general, for the textile sector. And like I have been traveling to different parts of the country, and I have worked with the weavers. And the weavers, weaving is basically a traditional art that has been continuing for centuries. But there is very less intervention in terms of new product development or design. So from our own earnings, we thought of funding, small funding of products. And for example, in Madhya Pradesh, we asked them to make stoles for us, and the design and everything we told them. And we invested few thousands in that, but the person invested his time, and we compensated him for his wage loss. But he was ready to do that, switching from his traditional thinking, because their designs are in their brains. They don't have a CAD CAM coming with design. And as and when they go on making on the loom, they know what they have to make. So it's all in their brain. And someone ready to rewire that brain is a big challenge. So very few people agree to that. And while the stole was under finalization, he got order for 100 stoles. So even before the product was ready, he already got an order. That encourages them to think beyond what they have been doing for centuries. So some CSR can fund these R&D activities, and we need to broaden the scope of CSR. Every aspect, having a washroom for a girl child in a school is as important as inclusivity or the environment and everything. But I think this job creation is one area where some CSR can let the entrepreneur do the work of entrepreneur, and he can create more jobs. So, and plus, one of the things that we have been discussing today was impact assessment. So if you are contributing in an R&D, it's easier to see the impact, because like we partnered with this person doing stores, and within 2 months we had the impact visible for us. So these are not very long-term projects when you are doing in R&D. Maybe you will do 10 projects and only 2 take off, 8 fail. But even that impact is visible immediately that 8 have failed. So that is one pro of having something in R&D. And secondly, like in Ladakh, for example, they have a lot of production of these akhrot, but they did not know that they can make natural dyes with the shells of walnuts. So during one of our visits, we told them, and they were like, we throw away the shells. So we said there is a huge demand in rest of the market for these organic dyes, and people pay a bomb for getting these dyes. If you can make these dyes, they said, we don't know how to make. So we organized a 2-day training session for them. But some CSR activity has to happen to take it beyond. We can intervene only up to a point. After that, we are back with our business. We enable them, but somebody has to do the handholding to set up the system, how to collect these shells, and how to create a small dyeing facility. All that needs some support in the form of CSR or NGOs who can do local work at the grassroots with these people, give them handholding support, and also benefit because instead of using chemical dyes, if this kind of things are available, then it will be like sustainability for the environment. And I think every one of us tries to do a little bit of what we are able to do, but there's nothing pooled anywhere where we can see what somebody else is doing. And I would request IOD if they can create a bank of CSR activities or the good work done, then I think everyone at large will benefit, and everyone need not reinvent the wheel. There will be a ready-made model that somebody can copy and implement it elsewhere. So.
No, thank you so much. I think that was very insightful in terms of the experience. And so such simple innovations in that shawl, which can have such a big impact, actually. I think we have maybe about 8 minutes or so before the end of the session. So I'll open it out to audience questions. So over to you. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Rakesh Verma. I spoke about this subject in the morning in the pre-lunch session, but now, Mr. Girdhar, I want to have your opinion. There is a disbalance, there is an imbalance in the sectors and CSR deployment. See, the agriculture is the largest sector, while we are the maximum funds in India as per the database, it is going to education.
Right.
So I'm not against it, but there is a disparity.
Yeah.
I just want to have your opinion. What is that you think which can minimize this disparity?
Yeah, no, I think it's not easy, but I did speak about some of the those cause related funds actually, and therefore maybe what one of the regulations which can come in is that which can say that if your CSR fund for 2% is going to be, let's say, 1 crore or less, then you can actually say, please give it to the PM Relief Fund, which can then redirect it actually. Maybe that's the only way, just an idea. I think we'll have to keep trying. And ultimately, I think, and people have to see the impact. I think sometimes what happens is, as she was also talking about, showcasing impact is very important because ultimately CSR comes from the heart actually. And once people are able to showcase impacts, then that may motivate people to sort of contribute to those areas.
Yeah, I talked about the solution, some suggestion about it, which I'll speak with you
No
after
problem.
this.
Somebody else? You had a question. Okay, go to the lady here. Hello. Sorry. Yeah. Why don't you ask? Why don't you ask? Yeah.
Okay, I don't have question here, but maybe just wanted to reflect what I'm learning since morning. We have discussed about CSR, now circular economy, ESG. Somewhere all these subjects are telling we need a holistic approach, and especially at the board level. Because when we are analyzing the impact and the value, what we are adding to the society, how we are adding to the environment, and how we are adding to ultimately economy of our nation, because we have to do our businesses successfully. Ma'am discussed about we should analyze what we are producing and how we can actually reduce the waste and how we can reutilize. I think this is something 20 years ago, I started doing life cycle assessment of the product. So companies who are going for innovations, who are going for new technology, if at the board level, at the ownership level, they understand how this is going to really add to my environmental load, society, and then combining it with the CSR. In CSR, what I understand, we are trying to address number of issues, but the capacity and capability building, skills enhancement. And why don't we link it with the environmental crisis, climate crisis, and the circular economy? I think if we make our society capable of working on those directions, we are going to have solution for multiple problems in one go. So
Sure.
just wanted to share my.
Thank you. You want, okay, fine. Over to you. Over to you. We'll take maybe after this, maybe one more question, please.
Good evening, respected panelists, and thank you so much for this session. My specific question is to Dr. Sara. So, ma'am, as you mentioned that PWD areas where you are working and the way it is happening, that's a common connect and interest of mine also. So you mentioned about the two-tier approach needs to be developed while solving the problem about public-private collaboration. So do you also think that can it be three-tier approach where academia collaborations can also be taken into consideration, where they can also work at their level to create some sustainable empowerment and development of PWD? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I mean, the two-tier approach was not being, what do you say, restrictive. The role of academia is immense, and especially in providing evidence for what is being done. We work quite closely with academia. I would encourage corporates, NGOs, everyone to work with academia so that we have an evidence base for what we are doing. It's not what I think this makes a difference, but does this really make a difference? We should be able to prove it. And there are many other aspects also where academia can support. Thank you.
So I had a quick question, if I could.
Okay.
My question is to Mr. Gokhale. Mr. Gokhale, you talked about the 3 Ps, the profits, people, and planet. And what I was really interested in is, given my background of being an author on infrastructure law and practice, I've authored a work on infrastructure law and practice, which was released last year. And I have not addressed in that work any ESG aspects of it because it's not something related to policy. Is there something specifically pertinent to an infrastructure company or an energy company that they need to be aware of when they go into the ESG field and they go into CSR in particular? keeping in mind that our topic for today is that CSR should be inclusive, how is it different for an energy company or an infrastructure law company?
Hello. Hello.
Sorry, a quick question, and then maybe you can take.
Yes, absolutely. So since you talked about energy companies, and today, we are clearly seeing the shift. First of all, the way they want to address themselves. So earlier we used to, they used to call themselves as international oil companies. Now they are talking about integrated energy companies. So that's clearly shift which they want to make, because over the last decades or century, they have realized that the damage to the environment through hydrocarbons has been terrible, and they also want to correct the situation. That's where the energy companies have started building ESG practices very seriously into their operations. So they are looking at renewables, for example. They have started actually investing a lot into wind and solar, though it is going to be at the cost of their core business of oil and gas, for example. So clearly these guys, these companies globally have understood the importance of ESG and what they need to do to correct what has been happened. Means obviously they have done a lot of good things in the past. Because of that, world has moved. But I think there is a time now for everybody, every energy company to change that mindset. And I'm very happy that things are getting really changed.
Just one comment building on that. Two examples. ExxonMobil, a minority shareholder group threw out 2 directors at ExxonMobil last year because they felt that ExxonMobil was not paying enough attention to on ESG matters. The second example that you should study is a company called Orsted, O-R-S-T-E-D, Orsted. It's the world's best example of an energy company changing its strategy completely, telling stakeholders that I'm changing my strategy, the payoffs will be longer term, and I'm giving up short term for longer term benefits. And after implementing it over 15 years, they are the highest shareholder returns company actually. And it's probably considered as the world's most sustainable company. Orsted, please look at that. Over to you for the last question. And after this, of course, we can talk over coffee.
Good evening, sir. Good evening to one and all here. This is a different perspective I'm giving. I'm a purely academician teaching in the management school for the past 15 years. Unfortunately, when I push the student to the social project, he's the one who is last placed. And when the students who just mark the subject and get some 80 marks or 90 marks, he's the first place. But I can easily identify who has the social inclination, but who does not have the social inclination. And the takers are very less in this area. Because around 440 students we send on an NGO internship for a week of 60 hours. And from that, conversion is just 1%. But that 1% conversion is out of 4 years, the conversion will have only 1. But that 1% is creating wonders to the society. But with that objective, we just push the students on an NGO internship and the subject of CSR. But the person who gets the first mark in the grading is the first place, and the last first marks in the subject will be the last place, and less marks in the subject is the first place. There's this thing to identify. So how to teach this subject in the management institutes? Because the apprehension and the liking to the subject is very limited, because only that period, because they have to pass the grading, because in the resumes it is clearly shown what is the social project that you have done. So this is a platform. It is giving me an opportunity to raise this question. And why not all the corporate sector only prefer if they are constructively done a social project, and that should be the approach to recruit them in the organization, irrespective of the grading that is given to them. So this is my humble request, and it's a message that I can give to all of you. I'm Dr. Durga Sureka, a professor in SIOX College of Management Studies, Nerul, and I've been trying to raise this question right from the morning. So unfortunately, I got it. Yeah.
Thank you. No, thank you for your comment. I think it's very valuable. And
Yeah.
I think corporates are doing it. I can tell you corporates are doing it. And maybe we can talk outside actually.
Yeah.
I think with this, I will, sorry, yes, of course. Yeah. But no, she's. Yeah.
Sorry. This is Devata Patil. I am an academician and a communication strategist. I was about to raise that question, but I'm glad she pointed it out. Unfortunately, most of the times, I mean, as an academician, when we look at the evaluation systems, we just say that student has failed in maths, but we don't identify at what point of learning the student started failing in maths. So these kind of, when you talk about board strategy in CSR, can we identify a mechanism where we say that at what point of decision making or strategy implementation the project may fail?
Yeah,
Are we thinking like
I
that?
think comes to the metrics actually. Honestly, it comes to metrics and gating. Maybe you want to add, and then you
Yeah.
do a lot of groundwork. One of you.
Anybody?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's very, very important because, you know, when we talk about various elements and where the students need to be evaluated, and obviously everything is not about maths and science, and means certainly now there is a larger need for them to start getting evaluated on certain parameters. What is their commitment to the society? What is overall behavior towards the society, cleanliness index, how do they actually operate in that conditions? Because I think the way government of India has started putting cities now, on the map, saying that what is the cleanest city in the country. I think that drives everyone to attain certain objectives, which will ultimately help, overall standards, cleanliness standards, overcome certain safety hazards. So clearly, that kind of metrics is required in my view.
Sir, what you said of metrics.
I would like to add to
Yes, ma'am.
this, as you asked at what point it will, you will know that it is failing. So like in the previous session, one of the panelists mentioned that it is the civil society at large that is a very big partner in this. Corporates can only do so much, but beyond that, they have a regular business. But the wider public for whom they are doing this, environment is for everybody, not just the corporates or not just individuals. So the civil society also has to be equally involved in this work and be alert to the progress of this if it has to succeed. If the civil society lets it guard down and depends only on the corporate to take the project through and through and ensure success, then I think it is a very subjective thing. Some corporates may be involved, some may not be so involved, or some may be just a sponsor and leave it to the rest. So I think the society at large needs to be also conscious about CSR to succeed.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think we'll have to stop this session here. Apologies, but we can continue the conversation outside. Thank you very much for your patient listening, and thank you to our family.
Thank you very much, sir. I think the wonderful thing about sessions like this is that not only do we gain from the expertise of our speakers and their insights, we also get different perspectives and opinions from the audience. And that's what makes this conversation two-way and very engaging and beautiful. So thank you for your questions, audience, and a big thanks also to all our speakers and of course to Mr. Sanjeevi for so effectively moderating this session. I'd like to invite on stage now, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Matthew Hibbard to present a memento to all our speakers. Professor Hibbard is Director, IMEG, Faculty of Communication, Culture and Society, Università Svizzera Italiana, USI, Switzerland. Thank you, Professor Hibbard, for doing the honors. Can we have the mementos on stage, please? Thank you very much, Mr. Sanjeevi. Our sincere thanks also to Ms. Hemrajani for her presence and sharing her insights with us today. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, Dr. Sara Varugis, for joining us today. And of course, a very sincere thanks also to Mr. Gokhale for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our distinguished speakers and the chair, and of course for Professor Hibberd as well for doing the honors. Thank you very much all. Thank you.
Back up now.
Yes, just a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning with our next session very, very shortly, right after that photo opportunity. These are, of course, the moments that we like to remember, we like to capture. And so we'll just give our guests a minute as these pictures are taken. Thank you all once again. So a quick reminder to all of you gathered here that after the next session, there is going to be a small break, and after which there is going to be a fantastic presentation ceremony of the much awaited Golden Peacock Awards. The Honorable Union Minister of State for Law and Justice, Government of India, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, will be joining us for the felicitation ceremony. And of course, we can expect some celebrations today from all the winners. And not just that, there is a very special performance lined up as well to close the evening. So we can assure you it's going to be a memorable night for sure. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the final plenary session of this conference today. And this session is about aligning into the global trends of CSR, how are global businesses addressing social inclusion. For this session, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished chairperson is, of course, Professor Matthew Hibberd, who we just met. To recap, Professor Matthew Hibberd is Director, IMEG, Faculty of Communication, Culture and Society, Universitas Svizzera Italiana, USI, Switzerland. He is an adjunct professor at the Lewis University in Rome and also held the same position at the Pontifical Gregorian University, Rome, from 2005 to 2013. He is also director of the Masters in Media Management in Lugano. He is a fellow of the UK College of Teachers and the Royal Society of Arts and is currently visiting professor at Kasistrat University, Bangkok. Not sure if I got that right, but I'm sure. All right, wonderful. Thank you for chairing this session, sir. I'd like to now invite on stage our speakers for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm reception to Mr. Mehul Pandya, Managing Director and CEO, CARE Ratings Limited. Welcome, Mr. Pandya. He has been associated with CARE Ratings since 2000. He took over as Managing Director and CEO of the company on July 29, 2022, after serving as an Executive Director since 2017. Over the years, he has successfully incubated and nurtured the company's business in India and in many countries abroad. We'd also like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. John Alex, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer, Equitas Holdings Limited. Mr. Alex joined the management team of Equitas in 2008 and conceptualized and set up the team for social initiatives with a clear focus to address a larger spectrum of requirements of small clients in the field of health, education, skill development, food security, and placement for unemployed youth, inclusive model for persons with disability and transgenders. And you would be interested in learning that Equitas won the first National CSR Award from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So ladies and gentlemen, we will just give a minute here for our audience to settle down before we begin this session. Just requesting you all, ladies and gentlemen, to take your seats so that we can begin with the final plenary session of today. Kindly take your seats, please. And of course, over to Professor Hibberd.
Thank you. Kindly.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's the final session of the day, so I think one of the earlier speakers talked about fatigue. So hopefully we're going to make it as interesting as possible for you to keep you awake before you have dinner tonight. It must be, I think, nearly 20 years since I was last in this hotel. You know, like the world, like India, like Mumbai, things have changed so much. I was just thinking of that as I was coming over the Bandra Worli Bridge earlier today, something which I don't remember 20 years ago. And I think it got me thinking actually about the OECD, which is part of the session today. This session today is on how global businesses address social inclusion and the global trends of CSR. And my mind went back to an OECD report published in 2001, which was on CSR and was entitled Partners for Progress. And I think, you know, for 2001, it mapped out very successfully at the time the trends and the needs, you know, for partners, for broadening and deepening partnerships in terms of CSR work. And I think today what we're here to hopefully to talk about is just how much of that work is being done and where the new developments, how deeper and more broadening social inclusion can be facilitated. Certainly in terms of 20 years ago, since, as I said, I was last in this hotel, you know, a lot of progress has been made on CSR. I think today we've heard from visionaries, but with all the goodwill in the world, I would suggest that you, like counterparts in the UK, Switzerland, elsewhere, you are probably the minority within your industries in terms of, you know, those are not only devoted and committed to CSR, but are attending events like this and passing on best practice. So I don't discount, but I'm standing in front of some of, you know, the major thinkers and practitioners of CSR, not only in Mumbai, but across India, including Chennai as well. And of course, you know, these 20 years of progress have followed 20 years of broader social and structural change as well. As I said, you know, I am and was a very frequent visitor before COVID to India, and I've seen, you know, the underground systems go up in, say, in Delhi, the new airports built in, say, Calcutta or Mumbai, and you know, we've seen the developments certainly across Asia as well. I remember when I started work in Vietnam in 2007, I used to work in Da Nang, which at the time had 1 5-star hotel. If you go back to Da Nang today in the central part of Vietnam, you've probably got about 30 5-star hotels catering to Koreans, Chinese, and, you know, Americans. So, you know, 20 years is a long time. And certainly, I think in terms of CSR work, we have seen a lot of progress, a lot of inclusivity. Of course, in India can hold up also the fact that it's legislated for CSR. I mean, still one of the few countries, when was it, 2012, 2013, you know, the act which requires the 2% quota. So I think certainly India has done a lot. But of course, it's not perfect. You know, we talk about energy before, and we'll talk about energy, and I think many energy companies have done a lot of good work. But you know, and I'm not singling out BP for any negative reasons, but when they changed their branding to Beyond Petroleum in 2001, 2002, and then had the Gulf of Mexico disaster 10 years later, it didn't take much for people to accuse them of greenwashing. And that is a term which is still very widely used, maybe unfairly leveled against the corporate world when governments and NGOs are also culpable. And I dare say universities are also culpable of making too many promises and too many claims. But it's going on. And remember, you know, who are we communicating to today evermore are younger people of the social media age. These are different people to us, I would suggest. They have different, very different consumption patterns in terms of what they watch, what they listen to, and what information they can access. So I think it's incumbent on all of us, especially in the post-COVID period, to actually, try and keep these claims as honest and as transparent wherever possible. Young people, actually, the reason I'm in India, I would love to say the reason I'm in India is to see you today. But to be fair, I'm launching my book in Calcutta on Monday, which is on climate change in young people. So I will quickly have a quick word for them before I hand on to my two august guests. As I said, I think young people need particular ways of communicating too, I think, in social media age. And I think that's particularly evident in the post-COVID period as well. I think that inclusivity, has to, I think, deepen and broaden itself. We heard previously from a previous speaker about people with disabilities and other marginalized groups, but I also think it extends to young people in general. Young people, I think it's quite hard to grow up at the moment in the world. I actually think I was very fortunate growing up in the early 1970s. My first job was as a milk collector, delivering bottles of milk to my classmates, recyclable, before Margaret Thatcher decided to end that luxury for school children in the UK. We used to call her Margaret Thatcher Milk Snatcher. But I do think that, especially in post-COVID, young people have suffered, particularly in terms of lockdowns, in inability to move on with study and careers as they were. And what we are also experiencing today, and I'm seeing this, and I've got 32 years experience of teaching, is the mental health issues now coming out with the post-COVID period. So I think we need to think about them and being inclusive. So inclusivity is one of the subjects for this session today. I'm delighted and most honored to have two very distinguished guests with us. Mr. Mehul Panja comes from Mumbai and is Managing Director of Care Ratings and CEO of Care, or C-A-R-E, would Care is okay. Ratings Limited, one of India's top credit rating companies, fundamental, I think, to any financial and economic system. In some respects, for me, guarantors of a financial system after state banks. Okay, so I'll be very interested to hear from him. And secondly, Mr. John Alex, who's Executive Director and CEO with Equitas Holdings, which does a lot of very beneficial work in microfinancing, and who comes from Chennai. So without further ado, I will try and give you gentlemen as much time as I possibly can, but also leaving time for questions at the end, okay? So perhaps if I can ask Mr. Panja to come and speak. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Good evening, all of you. Sarva Lok Hitam. I think this defines the CSR for us. This word has been much talked about, but as individuals and as corporates, how much we are imbibing, how much we are ingraining in our own self, that in itself shall carry the day forward in terms of how we are going to shape the society at large. When I mentioned about Sarva Lok Hitam, what I intend to emphasize is that while as a concept, CSR could have been talked about since some time, decade, 2 decades, more than that. But our Vedic texts had emphasized on this aspect in terms of well-being for all the stakeholders. The fact that we have traveled from that point on to this century now, and much more focused now, is a testimony to the fact that on a consistent basis, a lot more needs to be done. Even today, and I'm talking as a corporate leader, even today, the thoughts do tend to veer towards whether this is a compulsion for us, whether profits and our commitment to society, could they be termed as antithetical? I think these thoughts, they do occur in our mind. I think a lot of things have been done. India is a trendsetter in many ways. We have to talk about the international trends. But let me start with the fact that it's one of the countries which actually made the CSR concepts mandatory for the corporates. I think we are a trendsetter. Many of the developed countries so far, we don't see this kind of a mandatory thing. Even in a country like US, it could potentially be a direct kind of a responsibility between the corporate and the society. Government does not come into the picture per se. Has it made the kind of a difference that we have been looking forward to? The jury is out. But the fact remains that from the time that this has been made mandatory, we can feel the change in the mindsets. And if I were to talk about from my experience, from a rating agency's perspective, where ESG aspects in terms of societal commitments, in terms of the environmental commitments, and more importantly, from the governance commitments, they form as far as the core assessments are concerned. I think the difference is clearly discerning. In many of the other countries also, we can see a gradual trend towards making the commitment from the corporates mandatory per se. We have a subsidiary in Mauritius, and over there also, 2% of the chargeable income is to be created as a CSR fund. These things are there. At the same time, when I mentioned about profits versus the commitments and the responsibility, could they be termed as antithetical? Even today, there are cynics who may still feel that this is burden. But I think the greater change which I am observing is in terms of the engagement from the rank and file of the organization, from the millennials in the organization. From our experience, I can tell you that as a corporate citizen, wherever we have identified ourselves in terms of our CSR responsibilities, in close to 90% of the projects, the things have come from within, from the employees themselves. And that is something as an organization, we tend to subscribe to, because that is something which can lead on a consistent basis how the organization shapes itself in terms of the commitment to the society. Rather than thrusting something, it is important that these things, they come from within. So we give extra importance in terms of something where our employees are aligned to, whether they could be aligned to NGOs, they could be aligned to some other causes. Those are the kind of projects we tend to pick up and commit ourselves to. In one of the previous sessions, when I just joined, I could hear the chair talking about that this thing needs to come from the heart. And that's where I think as a corporate citizen, we are working towards. That is also where I feel that the government's thing in terms of having this thing as a mandatory aspect has worked in a certain way. Going forward, if I were to pick up the trends, those trends, they emerge in the form of a greater commitment to the environmental causes across the geographies, a greater commitment in terms of doing the things in the right way so that the larger society keeps on getting benefited. And more importantly, doing the things in the manner in which one may like to be treated themselves in terms of the governance aspects. This is something which I've observed outside India also, and this is something which I observed certainly in a more defining manner in terms of the corporate actions. I think one single aspect which has touched me personally is the fact when you align to the cause, at the time of taking the decision as a leader, and more so when you look at the impact on ground, it is a very humbling experience. You actually feel that you are not doing enough. And to the extent that these things, they keep on hovering over your mind, it spurs you in terms of doing much and more. So I think the technicalities in terms of how the various principles globally, OECD principles, which talks about people, profit, planet, they all have been talked about. But here I am talking to you in terms of what I have personally felt. And as one of the institutions which is looking forward to in terms of a consistent assessment of the corporates, this certainly is one aspect that we keep in mind when we evaluate the corporates. Of course, credit rating is an outcome in terms of the debt servicing capabilities, but it goes much beyond that. So when we assess the corporates, the evaluation of the management, it certainly takes care of these aspects in terms of how the society is getting benefited by the actions that they are implementing. How committed is the management toward the larger role as far as the environment causes are concerned? And how committed the management remains in terms of its overall responsibility towards the society. What we feel very clearly is that these are the aspects which define the management, and it overrides many of the other parameters. So thank you, Professor Havard, and I look forward to other aspects. I'm clearly watching the clock ticking, and for me, the ticking of the clock also reminds me the time is ticking for everybody else on the corporate side to continue to do substantially more towards the causes where we feel committed to. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. Without further ado, I have a microphone. I don't need to shout. Hello? Yeah? Okay. Without further ado, I will ask our next speaker to present. Please, Mr. Alex. And as I said, he will be talking about some of the micro financing, hopefully, initiatives which he's been spearheading down in Chennai. So I will hand over to him.
Thank you, Professor Matthew, dignity, the other dignity on the dais, and my dear friends, a very happy new year to all of you all. I thank IOD for giving us this opportunity. I just wanted to take you back to the genesis of Equitas. We started in 2007 as a microfinance institution, and we wrote our mission and vision statements. The vision was to reach 5% of the Indian households by 2025. And we have crossed that. You can Google the number of households in India is 270 million, and we have reached more than 13 million. That's the target that we achieved. And this mission was to improve the quality of life of those who we serve. You know, the typical client is one who doesn't have access to credit. She needs a 10,000 rupees loan. In 2007, we gave them through the self-help group movement. And today, we are not only based in Chennai, Professor, we work in 17 states. We have cumulatively reached, given microcredit to about 10 million women across India in 17 states. We have crossed a 50,000 crore business mix. In 2016, RBI thought it fit to open up the banking scenario. And they said they wanted to look out for people who could reach the unreached. When we started in 2007, the credit flow was about reaching only 25% of the population. The rest were actually getting it elsewhere. That's what the data said. Even today, I can say we have all together through microfinance and all the formal segments, we have only reached 50%. There's a huge demand supply gap there. Equitas, microfinance gives you a lot of happiness, you know. I would relate it to a woodcutter story. There was this woodcutter who was honest, hardworking, and one day in his no anxiety, he swings the axe and it falls into a well. So he kneels down and prays and says, God, this is my only source of income, and I've lost this axe. Then benevolent God sends an angel, and he brings out a golden axe. The angel brings out a golden axe. The honest woodcutter says, this is not mine. The angel goes back again, brings out a silver axe. The honest woodcutter says, this is not mine. And the third time, the angel brings out the iron axe, and the woodcutter says, this is my axe. And the angel says, since you've been honest, take all three. So microfinance is something like that. In the morning, we heard a lot of speakers saying microfinance, the repayment rate is 97%. In our Equitas, it's 99.98%. Kudos to the women around here. They're very punctual. And that's the iron axe for us. We get back what we lent. The silver axe is the satisfaction at the end of the day of having helped a woman start a business. The golden axe is talking in front of allied people like you. But there's a flip side to the story. The woodcutter goes along a stream with his wife. The wife slips and falls into the stream. So he kneels down again and says, praise to God. And the angel appears and brings out Aishwarya Rai. and say, is this your wife? The woodcutter says, yes. The angel was surprised. You're honest, hardworking fellow, how did you lie? No, he says, you'll bring out Aishwarya Rai now. Then the second you'll bring out Deepika Padukone. And then lastly, my wife, and you keep all three, I can't manage. So that's the flip side to the story. So, I remember when we went for an IPO, very often at Equitas, we talk about, not about business, about social. Because CSR is ingrained in the DNA of every staff. In 2007, the first loan was started in December. In February 2008, we started a trust, and 5% of our profit goes into the trust to do health, skill training. I'll show you the slides later. Skill training. It's like encompassing them with a host of multiple intervention to help them. It's not just credit plays a catalytic role, of course, but there are other pain points for them. When we go into the community, we see that women, one of them is not attending. You ask them, fevers are some problem, health problem, because cholera, malaria, everything hits in that segment where we work. When I left a public sector bank, they said, are you going to give to the loan to the poor and recover it and make a profit? Because you move with them and our staff move into the lanes and by lanes. Because very often we dare not go into the slums, but our guys go into the slum and the women welcome them. And men, imagine a guy walking into the slum, talking to 20 women and asking them to repay back. And the men there, tough looking slum men, look around and hello us. So that's the type of last mile connect that we have. And we were able to help them, connect them with the hospitals, conduct health camps. We have screened till date about 8 million people across India, skill trained 6 lakh people, and conduct job fairs. When we go back to them, we have this interaction and they say, my son, daughter is unemployed, can you help? So we find companies who want people, and there are people here. So we've become the connecting facilitator, and we conduct job fairs. Until date, we were able to place about 2.5 lakh unemployed youth in entry-level jobs. And we tell there is some conscious focus that we do. We tell our sales officer goes and forms a group saying that include our women with disability. And today we have 1.5 lakh women with disability in our fold, of whom 70,000 are with the vision impairment. Encouraged by this model, we said, why don't you include transgenders? At the board, one of the directors said, no, don't include the transgenders because, you find them in the sickness, banging doors and all, they'll be very violent. But then he said, let's go for a survey. And we went and asked the women, are you okay in including transgenders? And they said, sir, we are okay, only the men are not okay. And today we have helped 1,000 transgenders as part of the inclusive group. On the education, because you asked a mother, what would be a dream? Because we talk to these people, they are in the lowest segment, low income households, and the illiterate. And you know what? Our staff mingle with them, and we win the great places to work award every year. Working with the illiterate women in the slum, going to the by lanes of the slum. So our staff is happy working with them. So that satisfaction is what I told you about the silver axe that all our staff get. And we run 8 schools for them. The other unique feature is 5% of our profit still goes, in spite of the fact that 2013 MCA mandated 2%, we continue to give 5%. The other unique feature is any company in India, as per the Companies Act, can invest 15% in land and building. So typically you'll find posh offices, quarters, banks have quarters. We said we'll not do that. Instead, we'll invest this 15% in schools and hospitals. Today, with the help of Tata Trust, we are building a 100-bedded cancer hospital on the model of Aravind Eye Hospital in Chennai. It will be launched in July 2023. So it's beyond banking and beyond CSR is what we think. And it has to come, and it is a CEO subject at the board. Mr. Vasudevan, who's the promoter, talks about CSR. And we have a very good governing body there, not relatives of the founder or CEO. They're all IAS officers and IPS officers sitting on the board of the trust. to run it on a professional scale. We have 350 staff to do CSR. There's no double acting. Because my loan officer goes into the community, but he's not so angel to do multiple works. So we have a separate CSR officer to go and do health camp, skill training, etc. I hope I have covered most of the points that I wanted to talk about. We in Equitas, we had 93% was foreign equity. So, demanding foreign investors on SIA right from those days, we had to convince them 5% profit. Yes, we will have to go. There were board meetings where investors walked away, but we took our stand and said 5% is a must here. And we set that benchmark and 15% of the net. Can I go to the next slide? So skill training, rehabilitation of homeless. We have rehabilitated 2,300 homeless people, given them rent for 6 months and trained them so that they are capable of sustaining themselves from the 7th month. So far, we have moved 2,300 families. Health camps, the numbers you can see, relocate 2,778 homeless, skill train 6 lakhs, scholarship to children, and health camp you can see vaccination 5.7 million, 6.6 million people touched in health camps. Of course, job placement 2.5, financial help to disabled. Next. Of course, picture speaks 1,000 words. Next. And the CSR award to top it all. And of course, we have 2 case studies in Harvard Business School and John Hopkins Development Study Institute. With this small presentation, I would like to close and thank IOD once again for this great opportunity. Thank you.
Wonderful. 2 very eloquent and elegant speeches for you to think about. Before I do a summary, actually, I'm going to open up questions to you. Let's bring in the audience. Is there any questions at this point? We have 1 question here. Any more? Any questions? Okay, we'll take this question.
Thank you for a very interesting session, Mr. Hibbert, Mr. Pandya, Mr. Alex. My question is to Mr. Hibbert, to reflect on what Mr. Pandya said at the start of his speech. Just very quickly to introduce myself, my name is Vismay Shroff. I'm a lawyer and a law professor. My question is, India was the first to legislate on the issue of CSR, making it mandatory. Is there a perception of this in the international community, Mr. Hibbert, that you might be able to throw some light on? Because obviously CSR as a concept did not originate in India. It may have had some moorings which came to be in the legislation, be reflected more and took more in from what was being done by corporations abroad, MNCs, TNCs, so on and so forth. Is there a reflection on India's first mover position on legislating on the subject in the international community?
And I'll pass on to my 2 speakers as well. My sense in the matter is that, and I noted that question at the start, why India, why hasn't other countries followed necessarily, say the US? And I think that, for all our globalization, I think we're still very much wedded to national practices, would be my short answer. Yes, there is a perception of what India has done. Honestly, I'm not sure how widespread. Speaking to some of my colleagues, they are aware, but maybe not in detail. Yes, I think India has very much led in this area. And certainly, I think, certainly in terms of developed countries, certainly have not followed necessarily down that route. But I think it is about national corporate practice. It's about the rules and regulations and the frameworks governing of corporate governance as well. And I think it's also about our histories and you know the alternatives to CSR, philanthropy, you know, linked to CSR, but also subtly different. You know, like Warren Buffett or you know Bill Gates. You know, these are philanthropists. So I think maybe different countries are using different tools. Finally, I think you know, I think corporate America still is very, you know, there is that idea that, especially within the Republican Party, that the state shouldn't be setting targets for spending corporate money. You know, in other words, low taxation. And I think for the Trumpian Republican Party, the Make America Great Again, MAGA, I think is loath to accept any what would see burden on taxation, direct or in this case, an indirect taxation.
Thank you, Professor.
May I? Sure. I think one aspect which I can share basis my experience and conversations with various stakeholders globally. When we actually started with this kind of a mandatory requirements for the corporates, there was a lot of criticism both within India as well as outside, in terms of yet another example of the government being in a policing mode in that sense, right? Making these things much more stringent, binding the corporates to doing these aspects. It has graduated to a grudging acceptance that these things can work. And why? I think the fundamental aspect where the government would have thought of at that time was in terms of having the co-partnering of the corporates towards the national development agenda. Having said that, I think in a country like India, what was envisaged at that time, it has to be an sort of an equitable development across the sectors and geographies, right? It's a conceptual aspect. Maybe one could be having different views surrounding this thing, but the objective was in terms of having an equitable development across the geographies and the sectors. Second aspect was that in our kind of a country, it is always expected that societal responsibilities, they lie with the government. By the sheer move, it has actually transcended to the fact that corporates are joining the government agenda in terms of the social sector development. And it has come to a stage when I mentioned in my speech, the basis of our own experience, where now more than 90% of the projects that we are undertaking on the CSR front, they are actually driven by the commitment of our own employees. And I'm proud to say that the young employees in our company, I mean, they are identifying it much more as compared to even the senior employees. And this is a perceptible difference which comes over a period of time, right? Had it not been, and I'm candid in terms of admitting that till the time that the CSR was made mandatory for us as a corporate, at the most, what we were doing is that in types of any calamities or like that, we'll just be donating to the Prime Minister's Relief Fund or something, so on and so forth. Nothing in terms of taking up an ownership of a sector, ownership of a project, and going beyond that, right? Identifying with that. That is a change which has come. And this is, I think, something which is a grudging acceptance in the other countries also. And that is why we can see that gradually more and more countries are moving towards this trend. Thank you.
I think my answer would be that India has set benchmarks and the others are actually following up. It's sort of ingrained in our history, you know, if you see philanthropy, it has been happening for ages and it is required in India. So I think it was the right time that the government came forward. In fact, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs visited many of the organizations which were already in doing CSR, like the Tatas. They visited us because we started in 2008. And they said, how are you managing 5%? We said, you'll have to bend, each of the staff will have to bend his back, make that profit to know that he's doing something. And that's the satisfaction that he gets. So in fact, I would share a incident that happened when we went for an IPO, the road show in Rajkot. You know, Rajkot is cutthroat investment, people are there. And there the investment advisor told us, please don't talk too much about CSR, because the founder of Equitas, Mr. P.N. Vasudevan, always starts off with CSR. They said, don't talk CSR here because they want money for money, blood for blood, you know, your investment. So, but and his usual trend, you know, Mr. Vasu started with CSR presentation. And one of these hardcore investors actually came forward and congratulated him and saying, not bad, you're also giving back my money, but you're doing good in the process. So that was the response that we got from Rajkot. So that's the way we should look at it. It's a very, from a positive, optimistic way I'm answering your question.
Thank you very much. I will just add actually, but certainly in Europe and certainly in the UK, for many decades, we actually went against mutuality in privatizing industries, in getting rid of what we call building societies, which were mutually owned banks. And I think we're just starting to go back, maybe play catch up in some of those areas, and hence why we're behind certainly the curve in India, which I think has a story to continue telling. We have a question here.
My question is, since the theme is how do global businesses define social inclusion, how important it is to understand social exclusion to get a holistic perspective of who is actually getting excluded. That is question one. Second question is to Mr. Mehul. You said Sarva Loka Hitam. Can Hitam be inclusive?
I'm always happy to start the ball rolling. Well, I suppose by very nature of having inclusivity, you must have exclusivity. Okay, it's a little bit like identity. For us to be us, there must be them. Okay, and I think that will be an eternal, long-lasting battle, rather like democracy. It has to be fought day in, week out, week in, week out. But I think, as I said in my part, I think, you know, our understanding of inclusivity, again, it does change from society to society. What we see as inclusive, you might not see as inclusive. What you see as inclusive, we might not. So again, I do come back to this idea that we still have boundaries. But we are very much ruled within our boundaries still. But I think it's very important that we do broaden and deepen wherever possible, because we are part of a humanity, as one of the previous guests said, and especially when it comes to sustainability, we're all in this. I mean, there's no one escaping what, you know, the ravages which are taking place. You know, I defy, people spending Christmas on the beach in Spain and France over Christmas. This is not normal and it is not good. Okay. So yeah, I fully accept that. I think it is an erstwhile and ever debatable battle which we have to eternally fight.
Yeah. I think on both the counts, your first aspect in terms of while we talk about being inclusive, what potentially could be excluded, right? To my simple mind, I'm not critical about community-based development or religion-based development, charity organizations. They are doing their own work and I respect them. But fundamentally, I always believe that anything that we take up should not be based on caste, creed, religion, so on and so forth, right? When we are talking about a cause, it has to be covering anybody who is associated with that, right? Once again, I'm emphasizing that the organizations which are into community-based development, I mean, they are doing for their own community, nothing bad in that, right? But as a nation, if we are to progress, right, we have to start thinking in terms of going beyond that. See, even if we are doing something for our own community, if as a collateral benefit also, if it gets passed on to somebody else, why should we be bothered? We should be happy about it, that we are doing it for the larger cause of the society. So if you are talking about exclusivity, for me, exclusivity in this aspect, what needs to be excluded is anything based on caste, creed, religion, right? It has to be totally inclusive. I'm talking about your the second question in terms of Sarvalok Hitam. I mean, can it be more inclusive? I think this correlated to the first aspect. That every single aspect which can potentially be as a corporate, who are my stakeholders? Charity begins at home, my own employees, right? It has to be transcending in terms of who all are we dealing with, be it our customers, be it to the larger sections, right? Who all potentially can be a part of our own ecosystem. If we are making a difference through our own actions on them, right? And in a structured manner, that is all about Sarvalok Hitam. I mean, if we as individuals take up this cause, I think once it gets translated into a kind of a crest, I think probably everybody else also gets benefited. Thank you.
I think they've answered the question, but your question, I don't want to add on to that, but from a different perspective, Professor Matthew was talking about spending the beach on Christmas on the beach. Australia, you have a warm Christmas too, not a white Christmas. Global warming is happening and climate change is here to stay. It's a war that we'll have to fight. We have seen wars against nations against nation. Here, I think all the nations have to come together to fight this war. That's my take on the, everybody has to come together. It is happening and we don't have a plan B or a planet B to go. So I think it's high time because we work with the lower income segment and they're just not aware about global warming and climate change. In fact, we work with them continuously because NGOs, government, Rotary clubs come and go, but we have lent our money, we can't walk away. So we are with them. Floods, cyclone, we design products that work for them. And even during pandemic, because out of sight, out of mind, a loan is going to go for a toss. In fact, when we gave a loan to, when I was in a bank, public sector bank, a blind person came to my office and said, I need a loan. I went through the records. There's just no rules at that time in 2008 to give a loan to a blind person. And when I took it up with my higher up, they said, a person, visually impaired person will sign. And then if he doesn't pay, if I take him to the court, all he has to say is, I don't know where I sign and the case goes for a toss. So I said, it's very risky. But in Equitas, we have group loans. 20 other women co-guarantee. What better guarantee would you want? So we included women with vision impairment. And we have now helped about 75,000 women with impairment. So that's inclusivity.
Another question. Any takers? Oh, sorry, I can see your hand up. And I can see your hand up as well. So we have at least two questions, please.
Hi, thank you very much for the very enlightening panel discussion, sir. There's slight confusion in my mind. You know, when we talk about environment and saving the environment and the corporate world, ultimately, there are many people, many continents, I mean, many countries that have backed out of this environment, you know, keeping the world clean, and the younger people who are fighting for it. this is because I think there is the corporate world also has a lot of industrial waste and is responsible to some extent for the problems of global warming and the problems of environment. How does one deal with these contradictions? That when we say that we want to put the environment right, do we have to put, how do we put businesses? How do we look at the industrialized world that is creating, that has become a part of that problem? This question, sir, is addressed to you and to the panelists. Thank you.
Okay. Can we take the second question and then we'll answer both questions together? Where's the gentleman who has the second question? Okay, thank you.
Good evening and thanks for the invite and also the wonderful talk. I'm Captain Richard Sequeira, Director of Marine Maritime. We trade in oil and gas and we do project funding. Just 10 seconds more and I'll just tell you. I was the first business associate of Sifi.com, India's first NASDAQ registered company. And on the 26th of September 2003, I gave an 80-page thesis how broadband could empower India. So I said what oil is to the Saudi Arabs who earn $100 billion, information technology can be for India. I gave 33 points, ended up with a poem 6:30 in the morning. That went to the top management and then that brought about the change in India. I don't have a question, really. I could frame it as a question. The fact remains is that I believe we have very good, generous people in India. Over the years, the last 100 years or so, Tatas, this very hotel, India Hotels, where all their profits go towards charity. This has been for more than 100 years. We have got Azim Premji, who's donated billions, so many others. Okay, so these could be like the Bill Gates and others. When we look at the Indian context, okay, India just got and became India 75 years ago. Before that, it was 600 princely states. Let us remember, each having their own flags and own values. So this has come up. We are still into nation building. One, our values are different compared to America or Western Europe. In America, you have Bill Gates or Carnegie Mellon who will donate Rockefellers. They will give huge amounts, which our corporate social responsibility doesn't even add up what they give in 1 year. So the values are different. When guys become successful, they give 100, 500 billions of dollars to Harvard, Columbia, and other places. So we got into social responsibility mandatory because we were not doing enough. Let us not fool ourselves, okay? Now our eyes are opening what good it can do. The main thing is that the government is doing tens of billions of dollars of expenses with sometimes very little to show. 30 years ago, 1 rupee which went to the rural areas, only 8%, 8 paisa reached. 92% was stolen. Today, because of digitalization and Aadhaar, 99.8% reaches. So that is one big thing. We have to go to other levels. The fact remains in our very heart, mind, and soul. Do we love our fellow Indians, other people in the world, to care, to share, and to give? This must be our culture.
Exactly.
Okay, right. And there are people who are doing it. I am here in India because I want to develop India. In America, my family is filthy rich. All my relatives and what have you. I am here, I will develop it here, and I will die here. But
Thank you.
that is our commitment.
Thank you. A very eloquent statement. Thank you, and I fully agree. Let's come back to the original question then about how corporates reconcile their waste with the needs of your environment, especially with young people. And it's something that's been very dear to my heart over many years. And I think there are difficulties on all sides here because, you know, no business, or it's very difficult at the moment to be zero carbon for whatever business. And yet, you know, we have young people who are rightly saying, well, what are you leaving us? You're leaving us degradation. You know, the older generations have enjoyed the benefits of globalization. Now what's left with us? Because as I said in my speech, I have a lot of sympathy for that. And I think it is a, you know, it's a very difficult thing to square. I mean, it's like you know, a circle in a square peg. You know, how do you reconcile that? And I think you've got to bring people together. Ultimately, they've got to speak. And unfortunately, you know, as we see in many other areas of life, too many groups and too many organizations like to stand off, play the public, you know, for publicity, where I think we need to bring people together ultimately. Mr. Panjam, you say.
I think in terms of the environment concern, a crisp answer from my side, environmental concerns predominantly, I think, irrespective of the fact that there could always be some dichotomy which can potentially emerge in terms of the real actions versus the stated objectives, right? But nevertheless, I'm a firm believer, once the objectives have been set, even if the outcomes can potentially get delayed, the objectives, they tend to get achieved over a period of time. So if we are talking about the environmental concerns and the commitment of the corporates against that, I think over a period of time, it does happen that way. And a simple example to that effect, that in 2014, when especially in case of India, when we set ambitious targets in terms of the renewable energies, right, how pathway towards that, and stopped actually the capacity additions on the thermal side. Over a period of time, it has indeed happened that way, right? Irrespective of the fact today that we still have to rely on the thermal, we just can't do away with that, that sustains. But the way that we have transcended this entire journey towards renewables, I think that's a testimony to the fact that once the objectives are set, the things, they tend to gear up towards that side over a period of time. Yes, the outcomes can get delayed over a period of time. I mean, by a few years, might be by a decade also, but we indeed reach over there. So the objectives, they need to be set, and the actions, they need to be planned that way.
Yeah. All change has to start from us, from me. In IIT Chennai, they declared, I mean, actually through a research paper, that each individual exhales 1,500 kgs of carbon dioxide in a year. And it is enough if you can plant 3 trees. A full-grown tree absorbs 500 kgs. Now, each of us plant 3 saplings, and if it becomes a tree, you can be rest assured that you're not leaving your carbon footprint in this world. And can it start from me? Can it start from this room? Can we all please stand up and take a pledge, please? Please hold your hands together like this. Can you tell me what's between my hand and this? Can somebody guess what's between my hand? Earth, very good, good answer. So the pledge is like this. Mother Earth, you have protected us all these years. It is now my turn to protect you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have to finish there because it's nearly 6:15, and we have the dinner and the awards ceremony. So just let me wind up by thanking 2 very eloquent and elegant speeches, inspiring speeches as well. 90% of workforce, I think that's inspiring, and the range of help you're giving to millions of people is also deeply inspiring. Thank you for your questions, for those asking. Thank you very, very much. Enjoy your evening and enjoy the rest of the conference tomorrow. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Can I hear that back? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's so good to see you all once again. And this, of course, is the most special part of IOD's 17th International Conference on Corporate Social Responsibility. We are here to present the Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, this year's theme is focusing on both strategy in making CSR inclusive. And I am your host for the day, Radhika Bajaj, and I am delighted, so delighted to see some smiling faces that we've been looking at through the course of the day as we have had an incredible exchange of positive ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, today the role of the board is evolving. It's purpose-driven, sustainability-oriented, and focusing on culture shaping while safeguarding reputation. These are now indeed key areas and trends on every board agenda. This has become even more crucial, hasn't it, amid digital disruption, socio-economic volatility, and global uncertainty. For many years, through its conferences and publications, IOD has championed corporate governance and sustainability in India as well as globally. So today, it is indeed a very special day as we celebrate the achievements of those organizations that have undertaken significant initiatives to enhance their reputation, corporate social responsibility, human resource and innovative management practices, and created new benchmarks. They have gone beyond the statutory and sustainable compliance requirements to achieve very high standards of corporate excellence. And so we are very delighted to have you all with us as we celebrate these accomplishments. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment now to extend our sincerest gratitude for all our partners and supporters. Without them, this special evening would not be possible. So we take a moment to thank our hospitality partner, the Indian Hotels Company Limited, our platinum partners, State Bank of India, Shriram Finance Limited, our gold partner, the City and Industrial Development Corporation, CITCO, our silver partners, KPMG India, PwC India, and Bajaj Foundation, our bronze partners, CBM India Trust, Union Bank of India, Maharashtra State Power Generation Company Limited, National Payments Corporation of India, SBI Life Insurance Company Limited, Maharashtra State Warehousing Corporation. Also, a big thanks to our associate partners, Care Ratings Limited, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, National Handloom Development Corporation Limited, Leather Industries Development Corporation of Maharashtra, and Rosefield DAA International. I request you all to please give a rousing applause for all our partners. Thank you very much indeed. Now, before we roll out the red carpet for our winners, there is a very special guest amidst us for whom we must absolutely roll out the red carpet and our loudest applause. And he's here to deliver a very special CSR message. Please welcome one of India's best known playback singers. He's had chart busters, not just in Hindi and Kannada, but also Bengali and Marathi. And he is a true humanitarian at heart. Put your hands together for playback singer, Mr. Kunal Ganjawala.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the generous introduction. As you know, I come from the films. I'm not an actor, but I'm an actor who does playback and therefore playback singer. I'm used to speaking with my cowboy hat, my boots, jeans, and stuff like that. But today I'm in a different avatar. So I'm going to read off something that I have put with absolute 100% belief. And I'm here for the same initiative that you all are at a position to commission. Like I said, I'm delighted to be here representing the cause and motive very close to my heart, which is philanthropy. My guru and guiding light, Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba, said, love all, serve all, which is now the mission statement of the Sai organizations. I once had the good fortune to ask him How was that humanly possible given our propensity for personal gain and self-fulfilling motives? And he answered, love in the name of the divine and serve for the sake of the divine. And he also shared the maxim, Atmano Mokshartam Jagat Hitayacha, meaning it is only in the service to mankind that one can find true emancipation of the self. All this may sound philosophical in a corporate setting, but I believe it to be the very cornerstone and foundation of philanthropic thoughts, which I can say with joy, I find corporate India adopting most generously and in a meaningful way to support society through CSR initiatives. Corporate social responsibility in India has embarked upon a promising journey from the earlier era of pure philanthropy to a more focused society and stakeholder impact development model. The government mandate has only given corporates an added incentive to do what they've always endeavored to do and have been doing. And I have been told that many corporates even exceed annually the mandatory government requirement of 2%. It is indeed heartening to see the government, corporate India, and the NGOs work hand in hand to build a better and sustainable society. I believe that when the entire society benefits from having access to basic needs of life, the entire corporate world benefits from a society which is eventually more educated, less malnourished, healthier, and less prone to crime, which in turn ensures steady supply of high quality workforce and more developed markets. Thereby, I have in my personal capacity as a donor and humanitarian been deeply involved in the humanitarian and charitable works of the Sri Sathya Sai Lok Seva group of institutions, which is based out of Muddanahalli, Nandi Hills, Karnataka, headed by our founder, Sadhguru Sri Madhusudan Sai. And in my years of association with them, I have understood many challenges and ground realities with the NGO model. This effort of making the right hand and the left hand meet, which is the beneficiaries and the donors, is fraught with difficulties, which I have been witness to personally. I have seen how the speed of delivery of work and its timelines is sometimes delayed and runs the risk of being impacted because of being cash trapped time and again. I think there's a greater need for more latitude in definition of what is allowable as CSR and how many companies are willing to invest in a broader, longer term vision, which may not necessarily seem to be a perfect handshake initially for their brand building in the short term. I do believe that corporates and NGOs both are looking for long-term relationships, forging with a sure steady income and sustenance for NGOs. They may, however, have longer gestation periods, rendering corporate support crucial to ensure viability. In my hands-on involvement with Sri Sathya Sai Lok Seva Group or Gurukulam institutions and its sister foundations, I have seen the commitment with which they have taken the pledge to build Bharat's society and citizenry through nutrition, healthcare, and education totally free of cost. So there's no money charged in any vertical. Whatever services Sri Sathya Sai Lok group of association of all the institutions are in the verticals of healthcare, education, and nutrition have no money attached to it. All the hospitals, all the educational campuses, and all the food that's provided in the institutions and is completely free of costs. We have in total 14 hospitals, 10 in India and 4 abroad, 40 educational institutions, 37 in India, 3 abroad, 10 centers for human development in 11 countries, and 1.2 million children being served fresh breakfast every day in the morning across 25 states and 4 union territories. Kindly, can you share numbers? The Annapurna Morning Nutrition Program is for school-going children in rural India and needy sections of the society. It started in July of 2012, and today 1.2 million children across 23 states and 4 union territories are being served their morning nutrition each morning. Our founder insisted and said that there's a lot of great philanthropy happening in terms of nutrition at lunchtime, but there was nothing happening for children at breakfast because they all come from very, very underserved backgrounds. So breakfast is an initiative for them to even come to school. He felt, how can a child study anything if he's going to be hungry? Because those homes don't even provide, forget breakfast, there's not even, enough milk. Even if you forget adulterating every 50% of water. So we realized that if nutrition could be given to children, that itself, besides its own benefits, becomes an incentive for children to come to school. So freshly made breakfast in the most rural parts of the country, and supervision and statistics by the week to know that it's going to the right people, the beneficiaries. As of January 2023, about 250 million servings of breakfast have been provided. Annapurna's global presence is in countries of Indonesia, Thailand, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, and Australia, serving about 5,000 children daily. On the education front, through the Sri Sathya Sai Lok Seva Gurukulam group of institutions, education is gifted absolutely free of cost from grade 6 up to research, which is PhD level. We have 5,000 students across 27 campuses, including 3 university campuses in Karnataka and 3 institutions outside India, which are in Australia, Laos, and Nigeria. In healthcare, our primary focus has been congenital heart diseases. Sri Sathya Sai Sanjeevani Centers for Child Heart Care are established to provide high-quality child heart care to all children in India. Again, totally free of cost. These are dedicated child heart centers, the first being in Nava Raipur, Chhattisgarh, the second, Palwal district, Haryana, the third, right here in Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra, a 4th center in the state of Telangana, and a 5th one at the Sri Sathya Sai Sarla Memorial Hospital, which is a multi-speciality hospital run at Muddanahalli, Nandi Hill, Chikbellapur, district of Karnataka, which also happens to be the headquarters of our institutions. As of 2023 January, over 23,500 pediatric cardiac procedures have been performed across 3 heart care centers, and over 208,000 outreach screenings have been conducted as well. On the international habitats, last August, our founder opened a pediatric cardiac hospital and a multi-speciality hospital in Suva, Fiji. There is already a hospital that came up in the darkest hour of Sri Lanka's lifetime in Batticaloa in Sri Lanka, Ebe and Imo in Nigeria, and Clarksdale in the US. They are also providing quality heart care and health care to children and to the needy absolutely free of cost. Every time, and we are very fortunate to have the government always, because our founder and Guru Sri Sathya Sai Baba and now Sri Madhusudan Sai have always believed that everything needs to be done in conjunction with the government. And our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Modi, has been present, if not physically, but through a live video message every time a new hospital has opened, whether it was Chhattisgarh, whether it was Bombay, whether it was Palwal, whether it was Fiji, and in Nandi Hills as well. We also have a maternal and child health program, which is a comprehensive early detection and systematic health screening program. It's called Divine Mother and Child Health Program, which was started in September of 2017, focusing on preventive care for expecting mothers and rural going school children. Because we all, as one consciousness, believe that no matter how many hospitals we open up, no matter how many schools we open up, if we can prevent casualties from the time they are born or even before they are conceived by taking care of the mother, thereby having a healthy child, we will then be eradicating the problem or nipping it from the bud, like they say. As a preventive step to mitigate cardiac defects and to tackle the problem of hidden hunger, we as an institution and the nutrition front, and my nutrition team, my CEO and CFO are here, our guru came up with a mix of multi-nutrient supplement called SciSure, which was launched in February of 2019 as an attempt to address the specific nutritional needs of expecting mothers, toddlers, preschoolers, and children, which is again absolutely free of cost. And if I may know correctly, more than 10 lakh SciSure bottles were distributed pan-India during the pandemic and continue to be served. On the healthcare, education, and training front, we conduct numerous academic training and skill development programs for doctors, nurses, and allied healthcare. We are here to do an autonomous system. Our guru has guided us to do an autonomous system where we are not constantly waiting for workforce. We are generating our own, so we are not dependent. And we are generating a force which believes in the doctrine of service to mankind is service to God. And also for it being free for that very reason. Because when we have doctors, when we have nurses, when we have people who are in the education field, people who've grown up and had, and many of the children who are beneficiaries of our and all the work, good work that y'all are doing as people who are sitting, who, you know, delegate the CSR, are first time education receivers. You know, there are many who have, you know, on the nutrition front, there are many children who've never even seen a pure glass of milk, which is not adulterated with water and stuff like that. Exclusive mother and child hospitals also provide free of cost gynecology and obstetric services in rural areas of India and are operational in Nava Raipur, Yavatmal, Palwal, Raiwal, Uttarakhand, and Jamshedpur, Jharkhand. To set right the very foundation of healthcare, which is medical education, our founder and leader, Sadhguru Shri Madhusudan Sai, has embarked on a first of its kind free medical college, first of its kind in the world, a free medical college for those students who have aptitude, but not the affordability to pursue medical education. Yes. This medical college will be established at the Sri Sathya Sai by the Sri Sathya Sai University for Human Excellence, conjointly with Sri Sathya Sai Sarla Memorial Hospital, which is in Mudanhalli, to empower rural youth as capable and compassionate healthcare professionals who will selflessly serve the society. Here are some of the social media endorsements that you will see. Our Honorable Prime Minister, many chief ministers, many esteemed musicians who've been patrons. Some legends have moved on. Pandit Shivji, Rahul performed last week. You know, that's Isaac Tigrid. Of course, we all know Sachin Tendulkar, Sunilji. Sunilji sponsors 34 operations every year because of his 34 centuries, and he does much more. Isaac Tigrid, the founder of Hard Rock and House of Blues, he sold his franchise in 1987 to make the first free hospital in Puttaparthi and Bangalore, the multi-speciality hospital, you know. And we have esteemed ministers. For all the endeavors so far, almost all the CAPEX funding has come from private individuals, philanthropic donors. And only recently the industry is beginning to get involved in OPEX funds. However, creating a sustainable revenue stream from NGO functioning is a repeated challenge. I urge the industry, government, legislation, and all we NGOs to work together to find easier and quicker ways to respond methods towards fundraising. And it's cash-strapped NGOs who are working tirelessly to deliver the end mild socio-economic benefits, which the government and enterprise hope for. I think we could have a win-win situation if we all work together in this. Also, like I said, and I reiterate, the need for a broader perspective to funding and also welcome ideas of unrestricted funding, which will give NGOs greater ease to function so that we are not reinventing the wheel every time. So I urge all you wonderful people. Yes. So I urge everybody here who is in a position to, think of longer relationships so that, the gestation period in long-term investment becomes shorter as the relationship grows longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for enlightening us about the wonderful work that you and the Sri Satya Sai institutions are doing, whether it's in the areas of health, nutrition, or childcare. Thank you very much for sharing all those details with us. And of course, we are incredibly lucky that we will have Mr. Ganjawala's company for a longer time, because after the award ceremony is concluded, he's been kind enough to tell us that he will perform, especially for us. So we're truly lucky. And we await that performance. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest today is someone very accomplished and very special. Our chief guest, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Law and Justice, Government of India, will be us in just a few moments. And I've been asked that he can walk through the doors at any time. So as we wait for him, a quick reminder to you all that this entire ceremony and all the sessions through the day have been streamed live on both the YouTube channel and LinkedIn page of the Institute of Directors. If you're looking for us on YouTube, the handle is IOD Global. And if you're searching for us on LinkedIn, the page is called Institute of Directors India. And like I said, it's on. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Law and Justice, Government of India, has arrived and will be walking through those doors in just a moment. We request you to welcome him with a generous round of applause. Namaskar, sir. A very warm welcome to you on behalf of the Institute of Directors. We are privileged to be in your presence today, sir. The Honorable Minister has taken out time from his very busy schedule and has traveled all the way from the capital to be with us. We're truly, truly grateful to him. And once again, I would request you all for a loud round of applause to welcome our chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, competition brings out the best among our business and society. Today, we are here to celebrate the achievements of some of the well-performing organizations based on Golden Peacock Awards Excellence Model. Now, one of the prime initiatives of the Institute of Directors has been the institution of the Golden Peacock Awards for corporate leadership and institutional excellence, which over time have become a hallmark of excellence, not just locally, but increasingly globally. And the Golden Peacock Awards this year has completed 30 glorious years. Well, no small achievement that. And friends, no award has achieved such respectability as the Golden Peacock, which today receives around 1,000 applications a year for various categories. This is largely due to its robust, transparent evaluation process and determination of clear criteria. Based on internationally recognized criteria, our earnest desire is to recognize the achievements of the best of the best. No other business awards today receives the kind of recognition and adulation among peers that the Golden Peacock does. The Golden Peacock Awards grand jury is chaired by none other than a living legend in Indian judiciary, Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya, Chairman IOD, National Advisory Council and former Chief Justice, Supreme Court of India, and former Chairman, National Human Rights Commission of India and National Commission for Constitution of India reforms. With the passage of time, the number of awards, the categories, and the sectors have also increased. Now, the Secretariat invites applications in 14 functional business domains. I'm very happy to inform you also that they are now being considered as business case studies in various platforms. This not only helps in brand building opportunity for a winner, but also helps in educating and raising the standards of other organizations by sharing such success stories. Today, the awards will be given in 3 categories for the year 2022: corporate social responsibility, both global and national categories, HR excellence, and innovation management. But before we roll out the red carpet for our winners, we invite the views and good wishes of our esteemed guests today. I would now like to request Lieutenant General Surinder Nath, PVSM, AVSM retired, President of the Institute of Directors, to kindly deliver his welcome address.
Honorable Professor Shri SP Singh Baghel ji, our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister of State for Law and Justice, Government of India, special guests, our members who are here, and respected Golden Peacock Award winners, again, those of them who are present here. We welcome them all. It's an honor for us to welcome you all on behalf of Institute of Directors to this Golden Peacock Awards presentation night and dinner. This live event will facilitate networking amongst award winners for corporate social responsibility, for HR excellence, and for innovation management, and other business representatives to have better and closer relationship for mutual benefit. As our MC mentioned, that Golden Peacock Awards were instituted over 30 years ago and are now operating in 14 corporate functional areas, out of which 3 are also global awards. These awards today have worldwide recognition. They are the hallmarks as the most sought after badge of corporate excellence, setting new benchmarks for the industry to follow. Over a period of last 30 years, Institute of Directors have been seeing the progress which these Golden Peacock Awards have contributed to improve not only as far as corporate social responsibility is concerned, but also in overall corporate governance. They have really made a very significant contribution, and we have watched that the Golden Peacock Awards have now become very, very competitive, and the corporates are very keen. They are applying in big numbers, and they are very keen, and they feel very proud to have won this award. Now, the 3-stage award assessment process that we have in our institution, it is entirely handled by professionals in the concerned field, and it is rigorous, qualitative, transparent, and independent, totally independent. We have, for each domain, we have the domain specialist assessors who come there, we get them, and they assess the requirements of each award depending upon the domain that we are dealing with. The final stage of selection is by the grand jury, which is led by Justice M.N. Venkatacharya ji, Padma Vibhushan, and former Chief Justice of India. In fact, he has been so very nice to us. He has been guiding us for the last so many years now. And every time when we have a jury meeting, he makes it certain that he goes through all the papers thoroughly, and then he makes himself available for the conduct of the jury meeting. The aim is that not only the winners, but also all applicants and participating organizations, they benefit from these awards. There are 3 specific points that the awards need special mention. Firstly, we also publish a Winners Digest, This is printed in each major functional field, covering winners' special systems and processes which made them eligible for winning this award. And this remains a permanent document with all the participants. Secondly, all winners are requested to briefly highlight their practices that earned them this award, to share this knowledge with all participants. And this we are going to have it tomorrow, where each one of the award winners will give their presentation so that the knowledge of that is shared by everybody, and all the people, all the companies which applied for these awards, they get the benefit of this. And thirdly, the assessors also carry their feedback to the applicants for functional areas requiring their personal attention. Well, the aim is to encourage all organizations to move up the quality ladder in the concerned functional area and become globally competitive. My heartiest congratulations today to all the award winners, and we wish them all the success. And those applicants who have not been able to get the awards, I am sure that we'll give them a good feedback on this aspect, and we wish them that they continue to apply, and I'm sure that they will be all fully eligible to get these awards. Well, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, General Nath, for those words of welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the special address of the evening, and we are very pleased to welcome Mr. Desh Deepak Verma, IAS retired, Principal Advisor, Institute of Directors, former Secretary General, Rajya Sabha, Parliament of India. Mr. Verma is a retired IAS officer who has held several key positions in the Government of India as well as the Government of Uttar Pradesh. During his long 37 years administrative career, he has had experience in the fields of industry, finance, environment, as well as transport. He retired as Secretary to Government of India in the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs in June 2013, post which he went on to assume the role of Secretary General of Rajya Sabha in 2017 up till 2021. We're very delighted to have you with us, sir, and we look forward to your special address.
Honorable Chief Guest of the function, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, Union Minister of State for Law and Justice, Government of India, Honorable President of IOD, Lieutenant General Surendra Nath Ji, DG, CEO, IOD, my other distinguished colleagues of IOD, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen. It is really an honor for me to be standing here on this spectacular platform of IOD and having with us Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, a very eminent member of the council and a very energetic political leader of not only UP but entire country, as our chief guest today. So it's a matter of great honor for me. For me, it is a matter of a moment of fond memories and a moment of glory. Fond memories because I had the privilege of knowing the honorable chief guest during one of my earlier tenures, and I have seen him blossoming into a very potential leader of the country, and that has actually been recognized by Government of India, and now he is one of the most potential and prominent ministers of Government of India. And fond memories, I said fond memories and a matter of glory. The glory because now I have been associated with an award which is truly recognizes the merit and excellence in different parameters of corporate governance, cutting across different sectors of the business. If I may tell you the truth, because my association with IOD is very recent, that when I joined this organization and as a principal advisor and being a bureaucrat, I had lots of questions in my mind about the awards which are given, the authenticity and everything. But I've been associated now with two jury which have selected the awardees, and I've been surprised with the thoroughness and the robustness of the three-tier selection process that IOD adopts. In fact, it is because of this that the Golden Peacock Awards are now the buzzword for excellence in the corporate world, and it is a definite recognition of the merit of the organization. This is manifested in, as I am told, that more than 1,000 applications which are received every year for these awards, and the detailed documentations which are done during the screening process. The award now has become a hallmark of excellence and future potential in the corporate world. What a great coincidence that for a function of this sort, we have as a chief guest the head of a ministry which has the responsibility of creating a robust legal system which is so essential for the smooth functioning of the corporate world of the Indian Inc. And I would like to also say a few words about our minister. He, as I told you, that I have known him for a long time, and when I was the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha, my association with him got renewed. And during the Corona times, एक example मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि Corona times में, when everything was at a standstill, nobody was talking to nobody else, and suddenly I got a call from the minister, Honorable Minister. I used to head the Rajya Sabha TV at that time. Now it is known as Sansad TV, which is a merger of Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha TV. So I got a call from him saying that I am doing some work during the COVID times and at Agra and other reasons. And would you be interested? Would your Rajya Sabha TV would be interested? At that time, it was Rajya Sabha TV. Would that be interested in covering that program? Or I would be very happy to share it with you. It is amazing, surprising, and really praiseworthy that in his areas, even when the COVID was at peak, इन्होंने 70 दिन लगातार उस एरिया में काम करके और ट्रैक्टर खुद चला करके गांव-गांव में जा करके इन्होंने काम किया, और which was remarkable. And in fact, when the crew came back to me after covering that program, they were so very surprised, and in fact they got tired saying कि मंत्री जी के साथ हम मैच नहीं कर पा रहे थे अपने एफर्ट्स के लिए. तो मैं आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट ही हैज स्पेयर टाइम to be here with us as the chief guest, and having him is a matter of great pride and pleasure of us. I would like to thank you, sir, once again on behalf of the IOD and the IOD family for giving your time and consideration for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verma. All right. We're going to take a minute to just understand how accomplished our chief guest today is. We, of course, know that he is now the Honorable Union Minister of State for Law and Justice, Government of India, but his accomplishments go way back. Professor Satyapal Singh Baghel is a well-respected Indian public figure and current Minister of State in the Ministry of Law and Justice in the second term of Shri Narendra Modi. A member of Bharatiya Janata Party, he got elected to the 17th Lok Sabha from Agra. He was previously a member of the Samajwadi Party, in which he got elected to the Lok Sabha thrice and to the Rajya Sabha once as a member of the Bahujan Samajwadi Party. In 2014, Mr. Baghel, he was elected to the Rajya Sabha in 1998. In 1999, he was a member of committees on subordinate legislation, human resource development, and health and family welfare. In 1999 and 2000, he was again a member of committees on food, civil supplies, and public distribution, and then in the estimates committee as well. Between 2000 and 2004, he worked in the Ministry of Home Affairs and on committees on public undertaking, external affairs, and member attendance in the parliament. And of course, he remains an eminent public figure and someone who works hard for the citizens of this country. Thank you once again, sir, for taking time out today. And now, of course, I'd like to request our Honorable Chief Minister to please join us on the stage, and I'll request the President of the Institute of Directors to kindly escort him. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel. And we'd like to welcome the Honorable Minister with a floral bouquet and request General Nath to do the honors, please. Mr. Verma, thank you again for joining us on the stage. General Nath, may I request you to kindly present the bouquet to our honorable chief guest. Our sincere gratitude once again, Professor Baghel, for being here today. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause as we welcome the Honorable Minister to address the gathering. Good evening, sir.
इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स की 17वें सम्मेलन में CSR संबंधी और अन्य अच्छे कामों के लिए जो गोल्डन पीकॉक अवार्ड्स आज दिए जाएंगे, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में पधारे श्री देश दीपक वर्मा जी, जनरल सुरेंद्र नाथ जी, श्री अशोक कपूर जी, भारत के पूर्व सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के मुख्य न्यायाधीश संभवतः देख रहे होंगे इस कार्यक्रम को, वेंकटचलिया साहब, देवी एवं सज्जनों, मैं देश दीपक जी का आभार प्रकट करना चाहूंगा कि इस कार्यक्रम के बहाने कॉर्पोरेट जगत के बहुत कंपनीज के डायरेक्टर्स और कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नमेंट चलाने वाले लोग, उनसे मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला। मेरा छोटा सा परिचय है कि चौथी बार लोकसभा में हूँ, एक बार राज्यसभा में था, एक बार MLA भी रहा, लखनऊ में मंत्री रहा और दिल्ली में मंत्री रहा, बस छोटा सा इतना। गांव से MP रहा हूँ। जलेसर एक लोकसभा थी जिसमें कोई शहर ही नहीं था, तो मेरे लिए बड़ी ये असहज गैदरिंग है। मैं ऐसी मीटिंगों में बहुत कम आता हूँ और अपने को बहुत कंफर्ट महसूस नहीं करता। चौधरी चरण सिंह जी का पहला भाषण मैंने 9 साल की उम्र में सुना था, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि देश की खुशहाली का रास्ता खेत और खलियान से जाता है। मैं कुछ संशोधन चाहूंगा कि देश की खुशहाली का रास्ता MSME से भी जाता है और कंपनी और कॉर्पोरेट जगत से भी जाता है। संविधान में भी 100 से ऊपर संशोधन हो गए हैं, तो देश काल परिस्थितियों के अनुसार परिस्थितियां बदलती हैं। जिन लोगों को अवार्ड आज मिलेगा, सबको मैं बधाई देना चाहूंगा। जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है कि 5 ट्रिलियन US$ इकोनॉमी, वो आपके बिना नहीं हो सकती। इंटरनेशनल मॉनिटर फंड की कोई रिपोर्ट है कि भारत 10 ट्रिलियन US$ की इकोनॉमी 2035 में हो जाएगा। 35 में तब होगा जब बुनियाद आज मजबूत होगी। तो भविष्य के डायरेक्टर आप बना रहे हैं, इस बात के लिए संस्था को मैं बधाई देना चाहूंगा। और जिसकी जूरी में भारत के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के मुख्य न्यायाधीश वेंकट चलैया साहब हों, तो अन्याय हो नहीं सकता। देश दीपक वर्मा जिसके एडवाइजर हों। मैं ये बता दूं कि राजनीतिक लोगों को अपना कलेक्टर जरूर याद रहता है, एक बार चाहे कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी याद ना रहे। तो मैं जब राजनीति की एबीसीडी सीख रहा था या कर रहा था, तब हमारे आगरा के डीएम थे। आप भी वहां से कमिश्नर होते हुए, सेक्रेटरी होते हुए, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी होते हुए, भारत सरकार में सेक्रेटरी होते हुए, तो मैंने भी तीनों सदन कर लिए हैं। दोनों लोगों ने ठीक से उन्नति की है। लेकिन 93 में कभी नहीं सोचा था कि कभी, आप लोग तो अपनी जन्मपत्री खुद लिखते हैं, आप यूपीएससी के चेयरमैन भी रहे हैं, ये लोग तो आईएएस होते हैं तो पहले एसडीएम, फिर सीडीओ, फिर डीएम, फिर कमिश्नर, फिर सेक्रेटरी, अपनी डीपीसी खुद तय करते हैं। हमारी तो 20 लाख लोग तय करते हैं। तो मैंने नहीं सोचा था कि इस रूप में भी कभी हम लोग आगे राज्यसभा में मिलेंगे और फिर यहाँ भी मिलेंगे। लेकिन उस समय कलेक्टर के रूप में आपने मेरे जनता के काम ना किए होते तो शायद मेरी बुनियाद कमजोर होती। बड़ा रोल होता है डीएम का, तो वहां से रिश्ते हम लोगों के हैं। जनरल साहब के बारे में पूरा देश जानता है। मुझे बहुत अजीब लग रहा था जब आप मेरे को बुके दे रहे थे। मैंने अपनी कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करने का तो कोई तरीका निकाला। तो भविष्य के डायरेक्टर्स आप बना रहे हैं। और एक बार मंत्रिमंडल से पहले हल्का सा पूछा गया कि किसकी क्या रुचि है, तो मैंने कहा फाइनेंस और कॉर्पोरेट छोड़ के कुछ भी बना देना, बस इसके मामले में मैं डबल जीरो हूं। और संयोग से उसी के महारथियों के बीच में मुझे अपनी बात कहने का मौका मिल रहा है। सीएसआर, संभवतः भारत पहला देश है जिसने कानून बनाया। होना भी चाहिए, हमारे डीएनए में है। हमने अपने सामाजिक दायित्वों का निर्वहन द्वापर त्रेता से कर रहे हैं। विश्वामित्र जी आते हैं और मेरे विभाग ने कुछ लिख के दिया, मेरा मन नहीं कर रहा वो बोलने का। मैं आज आपसे ऐसे ही जुड़ना चाहता हूँ। और ये कॉर्पोरेट संबंधी, कंपनी लॉ, ये तो फाइनेंस, ये तो आप 2-3 दिन से यही कर ही रहे होंगे, तो कुछ मैं आपको अलग से बात करना चाहूंगा। तो मैं आपके विषय के बारे में आपको ज्ञान दूं तो ये तो ठीक नहीं है, ये तो सूरज को दीपक दिखाना है। विश्वामित्र जी आते हैं, दशरथ बेटे दो। क्यों? अरे बच्चे दो, ताड़का मरवानी है, खरदूषण मरवानी है। दे दिए। दशरथ जी ने यह भी कहा कि मैं चलता हूं, मैं चक्रवर्ती राजा हूं। नहीं नहीं, बच्चे दो अपने। राजन कुछ कह नहीं पाए और अबोध बच्चों को दे दिया। ये हमारी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को उस समय उन्होंने निभाया। फिर कुछ देवता लोग आए हैं, दधीच से कहते हैं कि ये असुर तभी मारा जाएगा जब आपकी हड्डियों से वज्र बनेगा। सामाजिक दायित्व का निर्वहन दधीच जी करते हैं और सबसे बड़ा बलिदान अपनी हड्डियां देते हैं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन करने के लिए। सामाजिक दायित्व हमारा और बढ़ जाता है, और खासतौर से आपका। थोड़ा इस देश के सबसे अच्छे 5 सितारा होटल में आज माइंड सेट करके जाइएगा, ये एलीट का देश नहीं है। वो तो मोदी जी नहीं आते तो आपको पता है कि इनकम टैक्स पे करने वाले कितनी संख्या थी और आज कितनी है। तो माइंड सेट ये करिए कि 100 में 70 आदमी फिलहाल जब नासाद है, दिल पर रखकर हाथ ये कहिए देश के आजाद है। और कोठियों से मुल्क के मेयर को मत आंकिए, आधा हिंदुस्तान तो फुटपाथ पर आबाद है। जिस देश में 80 करोड़ लोग 5 किलो गेहूं और चावल फ्री का लेने के लिए ऐसी ठंड में जो उत्तर भारत में है लाइन में लग रही है, तो सोचिए देश कैसा है। पर क्या हमारी जिम्मेदारी और नहीं बढ़ जाती है? जिस देश में, मैं अब आंकड़े नहीं बोलूंगा, फिर भी जिस देश में 12 करोड़ के आसपास लोग केवल 12,000 का शौचालय लेने के लिए प्रधान के घर और MP MLA के घर आते हैं, मैं एक आध देख रहा हूं किसी का LB का पर्स और बर्बरी का, इतने में 5 शौचालय बनेंगे। दस करोड़ संख्या है ऐसे लोगों की इस देश में। प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण आवास केवल 1.5 लाख का मिलता है, वो 12-13 करोड़ लोगों ने आवेदन किया है। प्रधानमंत्री शहरी आवास योजना 2.5 लाख का केवल, उसके लिए भी 8 करोड़ लोगों ने आवेदन किया है। 14 करोड़ लोग, 17 करोड़ लोगों ने आयुष्मान कार्ड के लिए 5 लाख प्रति व्यक्ति प्रति परिवार प्रति साल के लिए आवेदन किया है। तो क्या निष्कर्ष निकला मेरे भाषण का? कि हमारी CSR हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। ऐसे देश में जहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या 80 करोड़ लोग 5 किलो गेहूं और चावल ले रहे हैं, और बदले में यूपी की सरकार भी बना रहे हैं। वो यूपी की सरकार बनने में ये PDS का बड़ा रोल है, और बाबा के बुलडोजर का बड़ा रोल है, और प्रधानमंत्री का ये जो खाद्य वितरण प्रणाली, बदले में हमको वोट भी मिला है। तो हमारी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत बढ़ जाती है। मेरे बहुत रेलिवेंट भाषण नहीं होते हैं 5 सितारे होटल में, मैं पीपल के पेड़ के नीचे खड़े होकर के अपनी बात कहने वाला। मेरी वाइफ ने कहा वहां जा रहे हो तो कपड़े उपड़े ठीक पहन के जाना जरा, वरना मैं लोक भाषा, लोक भोजन और लोक भूषा का हिमायती हूँ। इसलिए MSc LLB PhD एक MA करने के बावजूद मैं अपनी बात हिंदी में करता हूँ। और लोग भोजन भी करना चाहिए। मैं गांव में जाऊं, वो कहें MP साहब क्या खाओगे, मैं कहूंगा पिज्जा बर्गर चाउमीन पास्ता मोमोज मंगा ले, तो जमानत जब्त हो जाएगी। और एक 3 पीस सूट टाई वाई लगा के अंग्रेजी में वोट मांगे तो भी बहुत संकट में हम लोग पड़ जाएंगे। पार्लियामेंट में आके पता नहीं क्या हो जाता, वहां अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं और क्षेत्र में क्षेत्रीय भाषाएं बोलते हैं। तो ये हमारी, मैं थोड़ी जिम्मेदारी का बोध और करा रहा हूं। और मैंने देश दीपक जी से कहा कि मैं अकेला देश का वाहिद वो MP हूं जो CA नहीं रखता। मेरे पास कोई पेट्रोल पंप, गैस एजेंसी, कोई मकान, दुकान, प्रॉपर्टी, स्कूल, कॉलेज, ट्रस्ट, सोसाइटी, NGO नहीं। मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस है मैं 3 चुनाव वो हरा हूं जो मैं अखिलेश यादव से लड़ा हूं, वरना मैं कोई चुनाव नहीं हारता। अभी आपने करहल सुना होगा, मैं ही लड़के आया हूं। तो वो मैं फंसाने के लिए लड़ता हूं कि उनको घेर के रखूं। मैं डिम्पल यादव से भी लड़ा हूं, उनकी वाइफ से, उसके भाई से भी लड़ा हूं। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी मुझे उस पार्टी के घर के लोगों के सामने लड़ने लायक समझती है। तो हार जीत तो होती रहती है। कातिल बहुत जलील हुआ मेरा सर उतार के, हमने दिलों को जीत लिया जंग हार के। तो मैं आज थोड़ा विषय से बड़ा भटक सा रहा हूं। सड़क पर शौच करती हुई महिला को किस प्रधानमंत्री ने नहीं देखा था? और उस समय ज्यादा देखा था तब हम अविकसित थे, तब 90% गांव था, तो प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना नहीं थी, तो दीनदयाल विद्युत योजना नहीं थी, तब जल जीवन मिशन से पानी नहीं था। क्यों नहीं बनवाए? माफ करना आप, कि अगर जड़ गांव में होगी तो बैठे सड़क पे आपने बैठी हुई शौच महिला देखी होगी, फिर रोशनी आने पर हेडलाइट उनको खड़े होते भी देखा होगा। मैंने तो बहुत देखा है, अपनी दादी नानी को ही देखा है। भारत में कहा जाता है भोजन करते हुए नहीं उठना, चाहे कोई लाट साहब आ जाए। खाना खाते हुए उठने में क्या दिक्कत है? जैसे आप मेस में कभी जाते होंगे, आप एज ए ऑफिसर, तो जवान उठता नहीं है, भोजन कर रहा है। भोजन करते हुए कौन सी आंतें पलट जाएंगी, लेकिन शौच करती हुई महिला को नहीं उठना चाहिए। स्विच ऑन स्विच ऑफ नहीं है, कपड़े भी खराब होते हैं, पेट भी खराब होता है। तो ये 12 करोड़ लोग कहाँ जा रहे थे अभी तक? मैं बोलूंगा CSR के आसपास ही, जिससे उसमें कुछ गड़बड़ी करना चाहो तो इस भाषण के बाद मत करना। आधे मकान में, आधे कमरे में भैंस बंधी होती है और आधे में चारपाई होती है, फिर भैंस यूरिन करके पूंछ हिलाती है, तो हम सब लोगों के मुंह पे गिरा है। अब प्रधानमंत्री आवास, उनका एक कमरा है, भले आपको अजीब लग रहा होगा, 1.5 लाख का। मैं 4 दिन पहले अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में गया, दूसरे काम से था, एक महिला का, भैया रुकना जरा, क्योंकि वो मकान मालकिन मोदी जी ने महिलाओं को बनाया है, तो उसके घर में घी नहीं था, तो सरसों के तेल की दीपक की आरती पहली बार सुनी होगी। वो मेरे लिए आरती और 2 बतासे मेरे मुंह में ठूस दिए खुशी के मारे। इतने में वॉश बेसिन नहीं आता है ढंग का, लेकिन वो लोग खुश हुए 1.5 लाख के मकान में। तो मैंने कहा इतनी खुश क्यों? बोले अब मैं बाहर नहीं सोती हूँ, कभी कभी कपड़े ऊपर नीचे हो जाते हैं बाहर सोने में, तो मेरे पास अब अपना कमरा है। इसलिए हमारी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऐसे लोगों के लिए और बढ़ जाती है। ये वो देश है जब शास्त्री जी को कहना पड़ा हम खाना नहीं खिला पाएंगे, तो शास्त्री सोमवार रखा गया, एक दिन का व्रत। होली दिवाली को पूरी सब्जी हमने अपने गांव में बनते देखा है, और रिश्तेदारों के आने पर गेहूं की रोटी, बाकी समय ज्वार बाजरा मक्का। लेकिन मुझे अब जाके अंग्रेजी में पता चला कि इसको मिलेट्स कहते हैं। जब प्रधानमंत्री जी के आह्वान पर संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ ने इंटरनेशनल मिलेट ईयर रखा है, मैंने कहा पूरी जिंदगी निकल गई बाजरा मक्का ज्वार जौ खाते हुए। हम लोग कंपटीशन करते थे कि फूफा आए थे तो तुमने उनके साथ खाना खाया था तो तुम्हें गेहूं की रोटी मिल गई थी, अब ये मौसा जी के आने पे मैं बैठूंगा जिससे मुझे गेहूं की रोटी मिले। बहुत प्रोग्रेस की है देश ने, ऐसी बात नहीं, बहुत प्रोग्रेस की है। बीमार, मैं थोड़ा सा ये इसलिए बोल रहा हूं, CSR पे ही बोलूंगा, लास्ट में निष्कर्ष वही निकलेगा। आप क्या सोचते हैं कि इस देश में जो ये 80 करोड़ 5 किलो गेहूं चावल या 12,000 का शौचालय या 1.5 लाख का मकान ले रहे हैं, वो बीमार होने पर मेडिकल साइंस के अनुसार ट्रीटमेंट करा रहे हैं? मनरेगा के मजदूरों की संख्या क्या है? 11 करोड़ के आसपास, 100 दिन केवल काम मिलता है। वो जब बीमार होते हैं तो बचे हुए पैसे लेके किसी झोला छाप डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं। डॉक्टर कहता 5 दिन का एंटीबायोटिक कोर्स चलेगा, कहता भाड़ में जाए तुम्हारा कोर्स, ये 32 रुपए मेरी जेब में, इसमें जितनी दवाई आती हो आने दो। मेरी बेटी डॉक्टर है, तो मेरे को ये उदाहरण देना था, तो पूछा बेटा ऑगमेंटिन कितने की आती है? बोली पापा 45 रुपए की आती है। कितने दिन का कोर्स? बोले 5 दिन का। 450 रुपए की ऑगमेंटिन खानी पड़ेगी बुखार उतारने के लिए, एलेग्रा अलग से या सिट्रजिन। क्या वो खा सकता है? तो वो डॉक्टर फिर उसको बिना रैपर की नीली लाल पीली गोली दे देता है। और इस डॉक्टर के आने से पहले भी वो कोशिश करता है कि चाय में तुलसी की पत्ती डाल के अपने बुखार को ठीक करे। फिर जो कोरोना ने आपको काढ़ा पिला दिया है, वो गांव के लोगों की मजबूरी है, फिर वो काढ़ा पीते हैं, इसके बाद डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं। क्या हमारी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और ज्यादा नहीं बढ़ जाती है? तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उसको सोचा, 2011 की आर्थिक जनगणना के आधार पर उनको 5 लाख प्रति व्यक्ति पूरे परिवार का इलाज हुआ करेगा। हम सबको मरना है, लेकिन इलाज के अभाव में अब कोई नहीं मरेगा, ये मोदी जी ने किया है। और ऐसे लोग जब बाईपास करा के आते हैं तो मैं उनसे मिलने जाता हूं, तो कहते हैं आयुष्मान भव, प्रधानमंत्री जी की वजह से हम बचे, इस आयुष्मान कार्ड की वजह से। ये हमारी सामाजिक दायित्व हमारा बहुत बढ़ जाता है। मैं एक प्रधानमंत्री जीवन बीमा सुरक्षा योजना है, 12 रुपए साल, केवल 12 रुपए, जिसको अभी 20 कर दिया गया है। शर्त क्या है? ये सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने निभाई। आपको चौंकाने वाली कुछ योजना बता रहा हूं, प्रधानमंत्री जीवन बीमा सुरक्षा योजना। शर्त केवल है कि व्यक्ति की उम्र 18 साल से 70 साल के बीच में होनी चाहिए, और 12 रुपए साल, जो अब 20 हो गया है। देवी आपदा में मरने पर 2 लाख रुपए मिलेंगे। मुझे लगता है कई लोगों को पता ही नहीं होगा। पता होगा तो एक गलतफहमी होगी कि आप जनरल हैं, आप रिटायर्ड आईएएस हैं, मैं मंत्री हूं, आप कंपनी चलाते हैं, तो आप इसके पात्र नहीं हैं। टाटा, बिरला, डालमिया, अडानी और अंबानी, कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी और चपरासी और मंत्री और संतरी सब इसके पात्र हैं। जरा हाथ उठाना, कितने लोगों ने ये फॉर्म भरा था? एक व्यक्ति, 2। आप समाज के जागरूक लोग हैं, तब ये हाल है। अब आप ये कह रहे होंगे 2 लाख से होगा क्या? मेरी वाइफ ने भी कहा जब मैंने फॉर्म भरा 2 लाख से, मैंने कहा नहीं, और भी संपत्ति छोड़ के जाऊंगा। लेकिन 2 लाख क्यों छोड़ के जाऊं? मैं एक दुआ करता हूं कि किसी को ये ना मिले, क्योंकि उसके लिए मरना पड़ेगा। लेकिन मेरी दुआओं में दम नहीं बचा है। मेरी लोकसभा में कोई ऐसा दिन नहीं है जिस दिन पोस्टमार्टम घर पे 10-12 डेथ बॉडी एक्सीडेंट की ना आती हूँ। बिजली से, सांप के काटने के, सांड से मारने से, नदी में डूबने से, आकाश वाली बिजली से, एक्सीडेंट से होती हैं। जब मरने पे हम लोग जाते हैं तो बच्चे हमारी गोद में बैठाते हैं लोग, देख लो साहब कुछ हो जाए। तो यहाँ आपकी एक सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हो जाती है कि इनमें से एक भी व्यक्ति ऐसा नहीं होगा यहाँ जिसके घर में मेड ना हो, ड्राइवर ना हो, पोछे वाली ना हो। बल्कि आजकल सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ही यही है। मैं महिलाओं की किटी पार्टी में कभी कभी कान लगा के कुछ सुनता हूँ, तो या तो सास ननद की बुराई या अपनी मेड्स की बातें होती हैं। जब आपने 4 हाथ उठाए हैं तो आपने उनका भी नहीं कराया होगा। गिव मी ए फिश एंड आई ईट फॉर ए डे, टीच मी टू फिश एंड आई ईट फॉर ए लाइफ। एक मछली दे दोगे तो एक दिन खा लेंगे, मछली मारना सिखा दोगे तो जिंदगी भर खा सकेंगे। तो मैं आज आपको मछली मारने सिखाने आया हूँ। 3 हाथ उठे हैं केवल। मुझे भी पहले शुरू में नहीं आइडिया था, तो मैं किसी डीआईजी के यहाँ गया तो वो माफी मांगी, वो घर में नहीं थे। कहने लगे मैं बैंक चला गया। मैंने क्यों? बोले ये बीमा कराने। अरे आप भी करा सकते हैं। बोले हाँ। हम सबके घर में 10-5 लोग वो होंगे जो 10 साल से सेवा कर रहे हैं। अगर कुछ हो जाएगा तो ऐसे 10 लोगों को 20-20 हजार मिल सकता है, और वही मरने की आत्मा की शांति प्रार्थना करेंगे। बाकी तो हमारे इलाके में मालपुआ खा के भाग जाते हैं, 13वीं खा के। मैं सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी पर ही आज अपना केंद्रित करता हूं भाषण को। दूसरी है प्रधानमंत्री जीवन ज्योति योजना। 360 रुपए थे, अब 400 के आसपास हो गए। मन की बात में कई बार कहा है, लेकिन संडे आपका अपना पप्पी पप्पू के लिए होता है, तो आप मन की बात सुनते नहीं है। इसमें उम्र है 18 से 50 साल, मिलेंगे 2 ही लाख। तो अब सवाल करिए मेरे से कि उसमें 20 रुपए ले रहे हो, एज भी बढ़ा दी है देवी आपदा में, तो भी आप 2 लाख दे रहे हैं। इसमें आपने 18 से 50 कर दी है और 400 रुपए ले रहे हो तो भी 2 लाख दे रहे हो। उसमें केवल देवी आपदा में बनने पे कवर होगा, इसमें हर प्रकार की मौत में बनने पे कवर होगा। मैं अपने गांव में ये कहा करता हूं कि शराब पी के अपना लिवर खराब करो, इसके बाद हमसे 2 लाख रुपए और लो। ये कराइएगा सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के तहत। कल जाकर के आप अपने अधीनस्थों के ये दोनों काम जरूर कराएंगे, ऐसा मेरा निवेदन है। और इसमें से कोई टपक जाएगा जरूर, तब वो कहेगा कि डायरेक्टर साहब के ये कहने पे आज, और माफ करना आपको ये 4 लाख रुपए कम लग रहे हों, यद्यपि मौत का कोई मुआवजा नहीं होता है, लेकिन ये 4 लाख रुपए से दाल रोटी गरीब की चल जाएगी और लड़की के हाथ पीले हो जाएंगे। ये थोड़ा यहाँ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, लेकिन गांव में लोग खुश होते हैं, कहते हैं बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हो। और रिश्तेदार, पत्रकार और नेता केवल 13 दिन तक जाते हैं मौत में, जाते हैं तो जाते हैं। 14वें दिन कोई नहीं पूछने आता है कि विधवा का तवा गर्म है या ठंडा। ये CSR के बारे में मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं, जिसमें आपके पैसे नहीं खर्च करा रहा हूं, केवल योजनाओं का लाभ आप अपने लोगों को दिलवा दें। तीसरा, अपने अधीनस्थों 80 करोड़ लोगों के लिए मैं आपको ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बना रहा हूं। इतने डायरेक्टर्स तो फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड में भी इकट्ठे नहीं होते होंगे जितने आज हैं। मैं हिम्मत नहीं कर पाया पंजाब मेल में बैठने की, नहीं तो आपके शहर का ही वासी हो जाता। गलतफहमी हो जाती थी कि नहीं, मैं भी जब ओमपुरी, नसरुद्दीन शाह और अमरीश पुरी आए तो मुझे भी लगा कि नहीं, उनसे तो ठीक हूं, बस हिम्मत नहीं कर पाया। जो कमजोर लोग, हाँ बाद में कमजोर लोग होते हैं, वो रिस्क नहीं ले पाते हैं, वो अपना आर्थिक संरक्षण पहले ढूंढते हैं, ख्वाब नहीं पूरे कर पाते। तो जिनको अवार्ड मिला है मैं उनको बहुत बधाई देना चाहूंगा, और ऐसे नहीं मिल जाता ये। लोगों से कहूंगा इनसे जलें नहीं, बराबरी करें। ये ऐसे नहीं मिल जाता है। सुबह मॉर्निंग वॉक भी हो जाए, 8 बजे चाय भी हो जाए, 12 बजे बीबी के साथ डाइनिंग टेबल पे लंच भी हो जाए, 3 बजे हाई टी हो जाए, फिर 9 बजे डिनर हो जाए और अवार्ड भी मिल जाए, और 6 बार MP भी हो जाओ। ये दोनों चीजें साथ में नहीं चलेंगी। ये थोड़े साइको लोग होते हैं जिनको अवार्ड मिलता है, ये जुनूनी लोग होते हैं। शायद मेरा शब्द अच्छा नहीं है, ये सब जो ऐसे करेंगे ना, ध्यान, योगा, कपाल भारती, मॉर्निंग टी, ब्रेकफास्ट, लंच, हाई टी, डिनर, नहीं ना, फिर नहीं हो सकता। ये वो लोग हैं कि जब से मैं चला हूं मेरी मंजिल पर नजर है, इन आंखों ने कभी मील का पत्थर नहीं देखा। क्या इस अवार्ड से आप मंजिल हो गई? तो मेरी जिंदगी एक मसलसल सफर है, मंजिल पे पहुंचा तो मंजिल बढ़ा दी। बल्कि कई बार लगता है कि उन लोगों को भाषण दिलवाया करो जिनको आप लोग, हमेशा होता है मेरिटोरियस बच्चों को इनाम देते हैं। अखबार में पढ़ लिया 90% से ऊपर, CBSE का टॉपर, ICSE का टॉपर, हमारी जात का होगा तो हम लपक लेंगे, उसको माला पहनाएंगे, ब्राह्मण महासभा, रोटरी क्लब, लॉयंस क्लब, उसमें हमारा क्या योगदान है उसको टॉप कराने में? उसकी फैकल्टी का है, गार्जियन का है, बच्चे का है। इस हमें जो बच्चे फेल होते हैं उनका सम्मेलन करना चाहिए, और उसमें किसी शिक्षाविद का मोटिवेशन भाषण कराना चाहिए, 60% वालों का, 55 वालों का, जिससे वो आए। तो एक सम्मेलन उन डायरेक्टर्स का करो जो ज्यादा सफल नहीं है। ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है। बड़ा आप लोगों के जैसे मेरे गले के हार तो लोग देखते हैं, लेकिन पैर के छाले नहीं देखते। तो ऐसे ही आप लोग बैठे हैं, अपने फील्ड के मास्टर लोग हैं, और इस अवार्ड से बड़ा फर्क पड़ता है। 9 साल की उम्र में मैं क्लास 4th में पढ़ता था, एक अंताक्षरी प्रतियोगिता होती थी यूपी में, तो मेरे टीचर ने मुझे रामचरितमानस की 200-300 चौपाइयां रटा दी हर अक्षर पर। तो मैं अपना ब्लॉक जीता, तहसील जीता और जिला जीता। तो उस गरीब भारत में उस समय प्रथम आने पर रेक्सोना साबुन की सबसे छोटी वाली टिक्की मुझे इनाम पर मिली थी। ताली वाला वाक्य तो अब बोल रहा हूं, लेकिन उसकी खुशबू से मैं आज तक महक रहा हूं। उसके बाद लेवेंडर्स और क्या क्या होते हैं, कैमे फेमे, सब इन होटलों में लगा मारे हैं, सरकारी अर्ध सरकारी, वो खुशबू नहीं आ रही, क्योंकि उस इनाम ने 9 साल की उम्र में मेरे पैरों की कपकपाहट को दूर कर दिया था, स्टेज के डर को दूर कर दिया था, और माइक के फोबिया को दूर कर दिया था। अब आप कितने बड़े कंपनियों के डायरेक्टर्स हो, मेरे पे नहीं ज्यादा असर पड़ रहा है। मेरा हो सकता है भाषण अच्छा ना हो, लेकिन डर नहीं है, फोबिया नहीं रहा, ये उस इनाम का है। तो ऐसे ही CCTV में अब आप आ गए हैं कि आपको अवार्ड दिया गया है। और ये अवार्ड वैसे देश में ज्यादा कुछ हो नहीं रहा, अवार्ड ही होते हैं। 365 दिन में मुझे 3000 निमंत्रण आते हैं। तो देश दीपक जी का आदेश था और इनका आदेश मेरे लिए अध्यादेश था, तो मैं आ गया। लेकिन वेंकटचलिया साहब हूँ, आप हूँ, तो ये वो नहीं है कि हम इनाम देंगे लेकिन अवार्ड देंगे लेकिन रूम अपने आप बुक करने पड़ेंगे, ऐसा बहुत हो रहा है देश में। तो उसका बड़ा फर्क पड़ता है। ये इसलिए होना चाहिए कि देश की आबादी 130 करोड़ है, बहुत अच्छा लोग काम कर रहे हैं और पद्म पुरस्कार की संख्या बहुत कम है। ये बात मानते हैं आप? पद्मश्री, पद्म भूषण, पद्म विभूषण। मैं तो फौज के लिए भी कहता हूं कि आपके कीर्ति चक्र, शौर्य चक्र, अशोक चक्र, महावीर चक्र, परमवीर चक्र हैं और रोज इंसर्जेंसी हो रही है। सोसाइटी को भी हमारे पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स और फौज, आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी के लोगों को सार्वजनिक सम्मान करना चाहिए। आप जो दे रहे हैं गैलेंट्री अवार्ड, वो अलग है। तो ये अवार्ड तो ठीक होते हैं, क्योंकि अगर ये नहीं होंगे तो बहुत से लोगों की प्रतिभा का उचित मूल्यांकन नहीं हो पाएगा। ऐसा मेरा अपना सोच है। तो मुझे लग रहा है मैं बहुत लंबा भाषण मेरा होता जा रहा है, इतनी बोलना चाहिए, क्योंकि जिसके बाद डिनर हो फिर भाषण में स्वाद नहीं आता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप लोगों से मैं मिला, लेकिन सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज को हम लोगों को जरूर निभानी है। कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अलग बात है। ईश्वर ने अगर हमको आर्थिक रूप से सक्षम रखा है तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी बनती है, जो हम हमेशा से हमारे पुरखे निभाते आए। आगे बढ़ने का मैं 5 मिनट एक बात करना चाहूंगा आपके अधीनस्थों के लिए, आपकी मेट्स के लिए, आपके ड्राइवर्स के लिए, आपके सर्वेंट्स के लिए, कि आगे बढ़ने का तरीका गुड क्वालिटी एजुकेशन के अलावा कोई दूसरा नहीं है। दुनिया में कोई काम अपनी आपने कंपनियों को डूबते नहीं देखा क्या? डूबते भी देखा होगा। और कोरोना में तो आपने बहुत बुरा हाल देखा होगा। और डिमोनेटाइजेशन के समय तो 2 दिन रुपए कागज हो गए थे, राजा और रंग सब बराबर हो गए थे। आगे बढ़ने का तरीका, दुनिया में कोई काम हैसियत से बढ़ के करेंगे तो बर्बाद हो जाएंगे। दुनिया में एक काम है जिसमें अपनी हैसियत मिटा देंगे तो आबाद हो जाएंगे, वो है अपने बच्चों की क्वालिटी एजुकेशन पर अपने आप को मिटा दो। अब आप लोग तो बहुत अच्छी एजुकेशन वाले हैं, आपकी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के लिए बड़ा भाषण है। बाबा साहब ने क्या कहा था? महाराष्ट्र के ही थे, शिक्षित बनो, संगठित रहो, संघर्ष करो। अल्फ्रेड नोबेल के डायनामाइट में इतनी ताकत नहीं है जितनी इन 3 शब्दों में। कभी सोचा इसका क्रम क्यों रखा बाबा साहब ने? ये वो ऐसे भी कह सकते थे संगठित रहिए, संघर्ष करिए, शिक्षित बने। उन्हें पता था जब तक समाज शिक्षित नहीं होगा तब तक संगठित नहीं होगा, जब तक संगठित नहीं होगा संघर्ष के रास्ते पे नहीं चलेगा। लेकिन बाबा साहब ने शिक्षित बनने को कहा था जब हमारे चाचा ताऊ 9-9 साल के हो गए थे, स्कूल नहीं जाते थे। मैं थोड़ा सा संशोधन करना चाहूंगा कि अब शिक्षित बनने से कुछ नहीं होगा, क्वालिटी एजुकेशन पर। और सर एक गलती हुई 1947 में, लम्हों ने खता की और सदियों ने सजा पाई। मैं उस समय के पहले शिक्षा मंत्री के प्रति अपना गुस्सा दिखाऊंगा और पहले शिक्षा सचिव के बारे में भी। आप तो आईएएस होके आए थे, तो आपसे ज्यादा शिक्षा का महत्व कौन जानता था? आपके पूर्वज। और हमारे भी आजादी, देश को आजादी कराने वाले टॉप 10 लीडर हार्वर्ड, ऑक्सफोर्ड और कैम्ब्रिज से आए थे। चाहे महात्मा गांधी हो, चाहे जवाहरलाल नेहरू हो, चाहे सरदार पटेल हो, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस हो, मोतीलाल नेहरू हो, बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर हो, कैलाश नाथ काटजू हो, ये सब। तो उस समय इनको भारत की लॉ अच्छी नहीं लगी थी, तो ये लोग वहां गए। तो लौट के आके यहाँ लागू क्यों नहीं किया? और उस समय तो बहुत जरूरी था जब हम बहुत अशिक्षित थे। ये गलती हुई। आप बताइए कि 52 में जो पहला बैच आपका आईएएस का निकला, उसमें 2 पेपर जरूरी थे। एक अंग्रेजी का पेपर अनिवार्य था और एक जीके का था। मुंबई के लोगों, देश आप नहीं हो, उत्तर भारत भी बहुत बड़ा देश है। हमें कक्षा 6 में अंग्रेजी पढ़ाई गई है। अल्फाबेट हमने 6 में पढ़े हैं। कोई यूपी का हो तो मेरी हम उम्र 11 साल की उम्र में इस विदेशी भाषा से हमारी मुलाकात कराई। और आपने सिविल में पहले बैच में तो हम देहातियों को आपने वंचित किया या नहीं किया? आपने कहा मतलब है ब्यूरोक्रेसी ने। उस समय के मौलाना अब्दुल कलाम आजाद साहब शिक्षा मंत्री थे। या तो लॉर्ड मैकाले को भगाया था तो उसकी अंग्रेजी को भगा देते, या दुगनी गति से स्वीकार करते। मैं अंग्रेजी के बहुत पक्ष में नहीं हूं। रूस, आपको क्या समझाऊं, रूस है, जापान है, चाइना है, फ्रांस है, जर्मनी है, थैंक यू नहीं बोलते हैं और विकसित राष्ट्र हैं। हम ये रानी के गुलमटे लोग कंफ्यूजन में रहे। उस समय हम टिश्यू को ऊतक बोलते, ब्लड को रक्त बोलते, आरबीसी को लाल रक्त कणिकाएं बोलते, डब्ल्यूबीसी को श्वेत रक्त कणिकाएं बोलते, किडनी को वृक्क बोलते, लिवर को यकृत बोलते, तो हंसी थोड़ी आती। आज मजाक उड़ जाएगी। तो एक ये गलती हुई ना। दूसरा है कि जीके कभी नहीं पढ़ाई गई हम लोगों को। मैंने बीएससी करने के बाद कहा चलो नौकरी करते हैं, तो उसमें लिखा था कि जीके और अंग्रेजी अनुवाद है, चलो अंग्रेजी तब तक ठीक कर ली थी। मैं ग्रेजुएट लड़का जीके की खन्ना वर्मा की किताब लाया। जीके शुरू होती है एब्रीविएशन से, और एब्रीविएशन अल्फाबेट से, और अल्फाबेट ए होता है, ए से कभी नहीं होता, दो ए। मैं ग्रेजुएट बच्चा पढ़ रहा हूँ ए ऑक्सिलरी एयरफोर्स। नदी कौन सी लंबी, पहाड़ कौन सा ऊंचा, मुद्रा क्या है, राजधानी क्या है, चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर कौन है, यूएनओ का जनरल सेक्रेटरी कौन है। और मेरा किन से कंपटीशन? आपके बच्चों से, जिनके यहाँ प्रतियोगिता दर्पण, प्रगत मंजूषा, कंपटीशन मास्टर, द हिंदू अखबार, टेलीविजन की नींव। माँ बाप दोनों अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं। बोलो हमारा सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ तो हमारी गलती है या एजुकेशन सिस्टम की गलती है? ये हुआ या नहीं हुआ? तो मैं, आप समझाएं अपने घरों में 80 करोड़ लोग जो हैं, तो उनके एजुकेशन पर ध्यान दीजिएगा। कॉपी किताब देने की जगह 40 मिनट में क्लास लेता हूं, रोज किसी भी स्कूल में घुस जाता हूं, जिज्ञासा पैदा करता हूं बच्चों को पढ़ाई के प्रति। और दूसरा क्या हुआ, 3 फार्मूले हैं। गांव में पढ़ाई का कोई वातावरण नहीं है तो उनको कहो शहर में आए, चाहे मलिन बस्ती में रहें, चाहे किराए पे रहें, क्योंकि गांव में स्कूलिंग अच्छी नहीं है। 12 साल मिलेंगे तो कहेंगे आज के भाषण के बाद हमारा बच्चा ये अच्छी नौकरी पाया है। एक दूसरा बड़ा छोटा फार्मूला बता रहा हूं कि 5 साल का बच्चा वाल्मीकि हो या ब्राह्मण हो, कंपनी वाले का बच्चा हो या ड्राइवर का हो, समान दिल, दिमाग, फेफड़े और आईक्यू को लेके पैदा होते हैं। बाद में कौन गधा रह जाएगा, कौन खच्चर बनेगा, कौन घोड़ा बनेगा, ये स्कूल के स्टैंडर्ड और परिवार के वातावरण से होता है। इसलिए 2 ट्यूशन उनकी लगवा दो आप, अपने मेड की और उनकी। ऐसा मैं सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी पे ही बोल रहा हूं। एक गणित की और एक अंग्रेजी की। यहाँ थोड़ा भाषण ठीक नहीं होगा क्योंकि यहाँ ट्यूशन महंगी है। हमारे यहाँ 1000 रुपए में 5 साल के बच्चे के लिए गणित का ट्यूटर मिल जाता है, और 1000 का अंग्रेजी का, 2000 रुपए महीने, साल में 24,000, 12 साल में 2,88,000। हम लोग 12 साल ट्यूशन नहीं पढ़े हैं। मैं तो तब पढ़ता था जो प्रैक्टिकल की एग्जाम से पहले, जिससे वो इंटरनल नंबर दे दे, और जैसे ही वो एग्जाम खत्म ट्यूशन बंद। अगर 12 साल तक कोई बच्चा एक अच्छे ट्यूटर से लगातार गणित पढ़ेगा तो गणितज्ञ हो जाएगा। चलिए गणितज्ञ नहीं होता, जिसका गणित अच्छा है उसकी फिजिक्स अच्छी है, ऐसे बच्चे आईआईटी करेंगे, नहीं तो फिर आईटीआई करेंगे। और आईआईटी और आईटीआई में उतना ही फर्क है जितना एक डीएम में और उसके चपरासी में। आप मेरी बात से सहमत है? मैं अंग्रेजी का पक्षधर नहीं हूं, लेकिन अब बन गया हूं। या तो लोहिया सफल हो जाते। इस महाराष्ट्र में बहुत नारे लगे थे, मधु रणवते साहब, मधु लेमे साहब, जोशी साहब। ये तो सोशलिस्टों की धरती है। अंग्रेजी में काम ना होगा फिर से देश गुलाम ना होगा, बड़े लोगों की क्या पहचान, गिटपिट अंग्रेजी टाई निशान, संसोपा ने बांधी गांठ, पिछले पाव में 100 में 60। या तो अंग्रेजी को तो ये साइन बोर्ड पोत के रह गए ये लोग, सिलेबस से बाहर नहीं किया। अगर थोड़ी सी शक्ल ठीक है और ठीक से सूट है और एक टाई लगी हुई है और फर्राटेदार अंग्रेजी बोलोगे तो अंग्रेजी बोलने की 50,000 रुपए महीने की नौकरी लगती है। अंग्रेजी का जलवा है। और जब मैं पुलिस वालों को हिंदी में सिफारिश करता हूं तो जरा कम असर पड़ता है, जब अंग्रेजी में डांटता हूं तो मेरे काम जल्दी ये अंग्रेजी का जलवा है। आप सहमत है मेरी बात से? तो ये अंग्रेजी पे ध्यान दो। ये 2 फार्मूले हैं। मैं यहाँ कोई पॉलिटिकल बात करने नहीं आया हूँ, लेकिन एक बच्चे ने कहा कि जब आप 5 साल के बच्चे को शहर बुलाओगे तो 12 साल बाद रिजल्ट आएगा, आप ट्यूशन लगाओगे तो 12 साल बाद। आप उनकी सरकारों में भी कलेक्टर रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ एक, मैं माफी के साथ कहूंगा, मैं किसी की भावनाओं को ठेस नहीं पहुंचा रहा हूँ, एक एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ कि यूपी बोर्ड वाज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट बोर्ड ऑफ इंडिया। ये मानेंगे आप? हमारा सबसे अच्छा दिन था जब कल्याण सिंह जी की सरकार में राजनाथ सिंह जी ने एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर के रूप में नकल विरोधी अध्यादेश लगाया था। इसका मतलब नकल होती थी। फिर सपा बसपा का एक गठबंधन हुआ, उन्होंने अपने घोषणा पत्र में ये लिखा है कि यदि हमारी सरकार आ जाएगी तो हम शपथ लेने के 15 मिनट में पहली कैबिनेट में इस नकल विरोधी अध्यादेश में आग लगा देंगे, माने नकल शुरू करा देंगे। हमारे बोर्ड की जड़ों में जो मट्ठा डाला है, हम आज तक झुलस रहे हैं। तो उसने कहा कि हमने तब हाई स्कूल इंटर किया था तो हमारी तो बेस खराब है। तो मैंने कहा हमारे लिए कुछ फार्मूला? मैंने कहा किस गांव का है? तो मैं पहचानता हूँ ज्यादातर अपने लोगों को। तो मैं, तुम तो बागुपुर गांव के, तुम्हारे पिताजी की 10 बीघे सड़क पे है जमीन, 40 लाख रुपए कच्चे बीघे जमीन है। तेरे बाप पे कितनी जमीन है? बोला 10 बीघे। कितने भाई हो? 2। अगर 2 बीघे बेच के, तुम्हारा 2 प्रकार के कॉलेज होते हैं, नंबर लाओ फ्री सीट अथवा मैनेजमेंट कोटा। तो अगर 2 बीघे जमीन बेच करके बच्चे का एडमिशन एमबीए, बीबीए, बीसीए, एमसीए, होटल मैनेजमेंट और इंजीनियरिंग में हो जाएगा, कुछ बन जाएगा, तो बिकी हुई 2 बीघे की जगह 5 बीघे खरीद लेगा। और ऐसा नहीं करेंगे तो एक दिन ओवर एज हो जाएगा, उसके बाद डिप्रेशन में चला जाएगा, उसके बाद शराबी हो जाएगा, फिर सांप की तरह कुंडली मार के जिस खेत पे बैठे हो, मरने के बाद उसको बेच के शराब पिएगा। ऐसा मेरा थोड़ा सा एजुकेशन पर ये मेरा एक मूवमेंट है। मुंबई भी सब कुछ ये ताज एंड लैंड वाला इलाका नहीं है, सांता क्रूज और कौन कौन सा लोखंड वाला। मुंबई भी झुग्गियों का शहर है, मलिन बस्तियों का शहर है। हमारी CSR, बल्कि C हटा दो, हमारी SR, हमारी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उनके प्रति होती है। इसलिए आप किसी बच्चे में पढ़ने के प्रति जिज्ञासा और गार्जियन में पढ़ाने के लिए, तो आज की मीटिंग मेरे हिसाब से सफल हुई। मैं आगरा से यहाँ आया हूँ और हम भी SR करते हैं। मैंने बताया ना कि मैं वो नहीं हूँ MP, वो पेट्रोल पंप, गैस एजेंसी, कॉलेज, लेकिन मैं 4 बार सांसद रह के दिल्ली में, अब तो 5वां 6वां कार्यकाल है, केवल 23 रात रुका हूं। यह आपके लिए आश्चर्यजनक किंतु सत्य घटना है। केवल 23 रात रुका हूं। मेरा नाम AP एक्सप्रेस है, मैं रोज अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में जाता हूँ। आप कहोगे पास है? नहीं, मेरे से पास गाजियाबाद है, नोएडा है, बुलंदशहर है, मेरठ है, मुजफ्फरनगर है, कुरुक्षेत्र है, करनाल है, फरीदाबाद है, गुड़गांव। ये तो लोग बहाना बनाते हैं, ये 200 किलोमीटर दूर है। मेरे से पहले आपकी हेमा मालिनी की है 50 किलोमीटर पहले मथुरा। ये मेरा जुनून है, ये मेरा पैशन है, ये मेरी भूख है। बताए ना, ये साइकोलॉजी अवार्ड आज पाएंगे। हाँ, मेरे जैसे थोड़े क्रैक लोग। तो मैं MP बनने का भी फार्मूला आपको बता देता हूँ। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मंत्रिपरिषद में कहा, हम तो ऑन रिकॉर्ड बोल रहे हैं, भाई ये तुम जरा बताओ सफलता का क्या राज होता है। 6 बार, बहुत छोटा फार्मूला है यूपी की पॉलिटिक्स। ये आपका काम है कि मंगल ग्रह पे जाना, और हम तो छोटी मोटी सड़क, स्कूल, बिजली, पानी, नाली, खरंजा, फाइनल रिपोर्ट, चार्जशीट, बंदूक का लाइसेंस, विधवा विकलांग वृद्धावस्था पेंशन, जात आय प्रमाण पत्र, आयुष्मान कार्ड, और शादी ब्याह, 13वीं, भागवत कथा, रसिया दंगल, कव्वाली, कुआ पूजन, एकादशी का व्रत का उद्यापन, मैरिज एनिवर्सरी, बर्थडे, एजुकल टू मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट। तो उन्होंने कहा ये छोटा फार्मूला है। हाँ, मैंने कहा ये अलग बात है कि शाम को मेरा कुर्ता किसी को सुंघा दो तो एनेस्थीसिया की जरूरत नहीं है, बेहोश हो सकता है। और जिस नेता की क्रीज सुबह भी अच्छी हो, दोपहर में भी कपड़ों में क्रीज हो, शाम को भी है, तो कुछ काम नहीं किया, और डाइंग रूम पॉलिटिशियन है। तो हमने बहुत ढेर सारी बातें कर ली, कुछ ज्यादा बातें कर ली, लेकिन मैंने ये जो हमारे विभाग ने दिया था, मैंने छुआ नहीं उसको। मैंने कुछ बातें आपसे की हैं, मेरे लिए एक नई ऑडियंस है, और सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी पे ही मैं बोला हूँ कि हम अपने सामाजिक दायित्वों का निर्वहन करें। एंड चैरिटी बिगिंस फ्रॉम होम। और पूरा देश कभी ठीक नहीं होता है, हम अपने आसपास जिनके प्रति हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, उनके शैक्षिक, सामाजिक, आर्थिक स्तर को थोड़ा बढ़ा पाए, मैं आज भी कहता हूं कि 1 कुंटल आप शनि भगवान पे तेल चढ़ाएंगे तो उतने वो खुश नहीं होंगे अगर एक जरूरतमंद को हम ऐसी ठंड में कंबल पहना दें। हम अपने बुजुर्गों का, पेरेंट्स का ख्याल रखें। और मैंने बताया ना कि 35 और 32 रुपए की दवाई लेने आते हैं लोग। तो मुंशी प्रेमचंद की एक पूछ, ये सब क्यों होगा? ये 12 का बीमा, 400 का बीमा, आयुष्मान कार्ड, ई श्रमिक कार्ड। अच्छा, मैं एक और बस एक 2 मिनट अनुमति है। एक ई श्रमिक कार्ड होता है, वो आपसे रिलेटेड है। केवल 100 दिन उसको श्रम करना चाहिए, ई श्रमिक कार्ड मिल जाएगा उसको। मेरी परिभाषा है जो श्रम करे वो श्रमिक। सरकार की परिभाषा है जिसका वेबसाइट में रजिस्ट्रेशन है वो श्रमिक। आगरा आप डीएम रहे हैं, फिरोजाबाद आगरा, अलीगढ़ आगरा, हाथरस आगरा, फतेहाबाद आगरा, सड़कें सुबह भर के आती हैं। आप लोग जूते पहने, वो 90% आगरा से आए हैं। ये श्रमिकों का शहर है, लेकिन रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं जानते। अगर रजिस्ट्रेशन करा लेंगे तो कक्षा 5 तक, वाल्मीकि हो या ब्राह्मण हो, श्रमिक हो, कक्षा 5 में 100 रुपए, मिडिल में, देश की है योजना, यूपी की नहीं है। मिडिल में 100 रुपए, हाई स्कूल में 200 रुपए, इंटर में 250, डिग्री कॉलेज में 3000, ITI में 3000, मेडिकल में 12000 और पीएचडी कर, इंजीनियरिंग में 8000 और पीएचडी कर रहा है तो 15000 रुपए महीने डीबीटी। मैं अभी एब्रीविएशन की बात कर रहा था। इस शताब्दी का अगर सबसे अच्छा एब्रीविएशन कुछ है तो वो है डीबीटी। राजीव गांधी ने कहा था 1 रुपया भेजते हैं 15 पैसे पहुंचते हैं। अब मोदी जी ने एक दिन अभी बटन दबाई, 12 करोड़ किसानों के हिस्से में 2000 रुपए की किस्त आ गई। किसी की अब 1999 नहीं आ सकती है। डीबीटी मेरा सबसे प्यारा शब्द है। ये 85% की चोरी को हम लोगों ने रोक दिया। ऐसे लड़की शादी करेंगे तो 65,000 रुपए, 10,000 का दहेज। ऐसे श्रमिक की पहली लड़की होगी तो माँ को 35,000, दूसरी लड़की पे 35,000 रुपए, और मरने वाले दिन भी डेथ सर्टिफिकेट ऑनलाइन भेज देंगे तो 15,000 दाह संस्कार। ये करा दीजिए। www.labor.com ऐसा कुछ है, मेरा हाथ तंग है इस वेबसाइट के मामले में। इतनी योजनाओं का लाभ, अगर उनके पास प्रधानमंत्री आवास नहीं है तो प्रधानमंत्री के इक्वल लेबर का बनेगा। तो जन्म से लेकर मृत्यु तक ऐसा क्यों हो पाया? ऐसा इसलिए हो पाया कि एक मुंशी प्रेमचंद की पूछ की रात एक कहानी है। डल्लब पिलो पे सोने वाले और एसी में रहने वाले इसको रट के 90% नंबर ला सकते हैं, लेकिन उसके दर्द और मर्म को वही समझ सकता है कि बाय द वे पूछ का महीना है, जिसने पूछ की रात एक चादर में काटी हो। नरेंद्र मोदी ऐसे ही घर में पैदा होकर के आए हैं, इसलिए ये जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं की बहुत लंबी लिस्ट है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देश दीपक जी, आपने मुझे अपनी बात कहने का मौका मिला और तमाम कंपनीज के डायरेक्टर्स का। तो मैंने शुरू में ही कहा है कि आपकी देश की खुशहाली का रास्ता कंपनियों होकर के भी जाएगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। बस 2 सूचनाएं हैं कि लॉ एंड जस्टिस के रूप में हम इंडिया इंटरनेशनल आर्बिट्रेशन सेंटर दिल्ली में खोल रहे हैं, आपको सिंगापुर ना जाना पड़े, और मीडिएशन बिल राज्यसभा में रखने का सौभाग्य मुझे मिला। ये दोनों चीजों का आपसे काफी गहरा संबंध रहेगा। ये 2 थोड़ी सी सूचनाएं थी। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, आपने एक दिशा हमें जरूर दिखाई है और अब देखने वाली बात ये रहेगी कि हम में से कितने लोग उस दिशा को फॉलो करेंगे। और जैसा सर ने कहा कि साइको थोड़ा क्रैक आई थिंक हम सब लोगों को बनना पड़ेगा to take our country towards success, towards sustainable growth. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है सर आपका अपने शब्दों के लिए। Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the felicitation ceremony, may I share some general information to ensure that the award ceremony is streamlined and the process is smooth for all awardees. We would request all awardees to come to the stage from the left side, and you may exit from right in front of the podium. And to carry the award trophy and certificate, we have arranged boxes and bags, and they are available outside the hall for all awardees. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we begin the felicitation ceremony of the Golden Peacock Global Award for Corporate Social Responsibility. We'll first begin with the Global Awards, and the first sector on the cards is BPO. The winner for this sector is WNS Holdings Limited, USA. I'd like to invite Mr. Sridhar Pachigola, Corporate Senior Vice President, IT Technology Service, to please join us on stage. And we would request the Honorable Minister to kindly do the honors. WNS Holdings Limited USA is a business process management company that combines deep industry knowledge with technology, analytics, and process expertise to co-create innovative and digitally led transformational solutions. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for research and analytics, and the winner in this sector is EvalueServe Holdings AG, Switzerland. May I request Ms. Sonia Rawat, Associate Vice President of Compliance, to kindly join us on stage and receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, research and analytics, in that sector, the winner is EvalueServe Holdings AG, Switzerland. Congratulations to the global firm, which is headquartered in Zug in Switzerland. We now come to the National Golden Peacock Award for Corporate Social Responsibility, and the first sector on our list is automobile ancillary. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, in this segment is Bosch Limited, Bengaluru. A big round of applause for the team, and I'd invite Ms. Sakina Baker, Head CSR Bosch India and Bosch India Foundation, to join us and receive the award. Congratulations to Bosch Limited, Bengaluru. And as the photographs are clicked, I'd like to move on to the next sector, which is the cement sector. And the Golden Peacock Award in this category goes to JK Lakshmi Cement Limited, Durg. I'd like to invite Mr. Sanjeeva Kumar Jha, CSR Head from the headquarters Delhi, to join us and receive the award from the Honorable Minister. Congratulations, JK Lakshmi Cement Limited, Durg. The next sector on our list, ladies and gentlemen, is chemical, and the winner in the chemical sector is PI Industries Limited, Gurugram. May I invite Dr. Amrendra, the General Manager of CSR at PI Industries Limited, to kindly join us on the stage and receive the award. Congratulations to PI Industries Limited, Gurugram. Next sector, ladies and gentlemen, is consultancy, and the winner in this sector is Engineers India Limited, New Delhi. Congratulations to the team, and we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Subhesh Kumar, Chief General Manager. Congratulations. The next sector, ladies and gentlemen, is electrical equipment, and the winner in this category is Schneider Electric India Private Limited, Gurugram. Please welcome on stage Mr. Venkat Garimala, Vice President, Strategy, Sustainability and CSR. हमारा अगला सेक्टर है फर्टिलाइजर, and the winner in the fertilizer category is Paradeep Phosphates Limited. And I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Jagannath Kuntia, Chief General Manager HR, to join us on stage and receive the award. Congratulations to the team at Paradeep Phosphates Limited. continue to show your appreciation for all our winners. It's a lot of effort, it's a lot of planning, a lot of execution, and all our winners deserve all your applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on now to the financial services sector, and the winner here is ICICI Securities Limited, Navi Mumbai. Please welcome on stage Mr. N. Ravi, Head Customer Experience and Service, on the stage to receive the award. The next sector, ladies and gentlemen, is FMCG. And the winner in this sector is GlaxoSmithKline Asia Private Limited, Gurugram. And joining us on stage now is Ms. Shanu Saxena, Wider Asia Ethics and Compliance Lead, ISC Sustainability and CSR Lead, India WI Chapter. Congratulations to the team at GlaxoSmithKline Asia Private Limited. The next sector on our list is the IT sector, and the winner in this sector is EPAM Systems India Private Limited from Hyderabad. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Mahesh Patil, Senior Director, Account Management, EPAM India. We are now giving away the Golden Peacock Award for the mining and metallurgy sector, and the winner is Vedanta Limited from Lanjigarh. We'd like to invite on stage Mr. Dilip Prajapati, Deputy Manager, CSR. Kindly join us on stage, and congratulations to Vedanta Limited. आगे बढ़ेंगे और बात करेंगे पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर की. The winner in this sector is Reliance Industries Limited, Mumbai. We'd like to invite on stage Ms. Savitri Parekh, Company Secretary and Compliance Officer from Reliance Industries Limited, to join us on stage and receive the award. Great to see the entire team from Reliance Industries Limited joining us and taking away the Golden Peacock Award for the petrochemical sector. The next sector we have on our list, ladies and gentlemen, is power generation. And the winner in this category is CESC Limited, Kolkata. Please welcome on stage Dr. Neepa Saha Sharma, the head of CSR at CESC Limited, Kolkata. Congratulations to the entire team at CESC Limited, Kolkata. And the next sector is power renewable, and the winner in this category is Greenco Energies Private Limited, Greenco Group, Hyderabad. Please welcome on stage Ms. Swati Reddy, Senior Vice President, Corporate Communications. Congratulations, Greenco Energy Private Limited. Another winner in the power renewable sector, and that is Renew Power Private Limited, Gurugram. We'd like to invite on stage Mr. Jitendra Rotare, Head of CSR at Renew Power Private Limited. Congratulations to the team. next sector, ladies and gentlemen, is power equipment. And the winner in this category is Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, New Delhi. We'd like to invite on stage Mr. M. Isador, Executive Director, HR from the company, to join us and take home the Golden Peacock Award. That's the team from Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited. And the next sector is the steel sector. The winner in this category is Jindal Steel and Power Limited, New Delhi. Congratulations to the team. We invite on stage Mr. Prashant Hota, President and Group Head, CSR. That's the team from Jindal Steel and Power Limited now coming up on stage to receive their Golden Peacock Award for Corporate Social Responsibility. We move on now to the next sector, which is sugar. And the winner in this category is Balrampur Chini Mills Limited, Kolkata. Please put your hands together for Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Company Secretary and CSR Head. We cordially invite you, sir, to join us on stage and take home the Golden Peacock Award. Big congratulations to the team at Balrampur Chini Mills Limited, Kolkata. The next sector is telecom equipment, and the winner in the telecom equipment sector is Sterlite Technologies Limited from Pune. Congratulations to the team at Sterlite Technologies. We're inviting Mr. Utkarsh Gore and his team to join us on stage. Mr. Gore is lead for sustainability in the company. Sterlite Technologies Limited, Pune. Do we have the team? Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving on to the Golden Peacock Awards for HR Excellence. And the first sector that we're beginning with is the chemical sector. The winner is Godrej Industries Limited, Chemicals Division, Mumbai. Please welcome on stage Mr. Soumyajit Pradhan, Manager, Human Resources. This is the first Golden Peacock of the night in the HR Excellence category. And in the chemical sector, it goes to Godrej Industries Limited, Chemicals Division. Congratulations to the team. The next sector is consultancy, and the winner is Accenture Solutions Private Limited, Bengaluru. We'd like to invite Mr. Saurabh Gudgutia, Managing Director, Total Rewards Lead for Accenture India. Congratulations to the team. Let's hear it for Accenture Solutions Private Limited, Bengaluru. Next sector is the financial sector, banking in particular, and the winner for this category is Union Bank of India, Mumbai. Please welcome on stage Mr. G.N. Das, General Manager, Human Resources. Congratulations to the team at Union Bank of India, Mumbai. The next sector, friends, is government defense, and the winner in this category is Cordite Factory Aruvankadu in the Nilgiris. My apologies if I pronounced that incorrectly, but inviting the team on this stage, Mr. Pankaj Goyal, IOFS General Manager. The next sector on our list is healthcare, and the winner in this sector is Apollo Health and Lifestyle Limited, Hyderabad. We'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Devi Prasad Dash, Head of HR. Apollo Health and Lifestyle Limited taking home the Golden Peacock in the healthcare sector. Please show your appreciation for all our awardees. Thank you. The next sector on our list is the insurance sector, and the winner of the insurance sector is Star Union Daiichi Life Insurance Company Limited, Navi Mumbai. We'd like to invite on stage Mr. Abhay Tiwari and his team. Mr. Tiwari is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer. Congratulations to Star Union Daiichi Life Insurance Company Limited. The next sector, ladies and gentlemen, is the IT sector, and the winner in this category is HP Inc. Bengaluru. We'd like to invite on stage Ms. Beenu Matthew, Head People, HP India Market. Congratulations to the team at HP. The next sector is pipes and fittings, and the winner in the pipes and fittings sector is Ashirvad Pipes Private Limited, Bengaluru. Please welcome on stage Ms. Anita Manikantan, General Manager, HR. That's Ashirvad Pipes Limited from Bengaluru, taking away the Golden Peacock Award in the pipes and fittings sector. The next sector is power generation, and the winner is NTPC Limited, Feroz Gandhi Unchahar Thermal Power Project at Rai Bareli. So please give it up for NTPC Limited, and we're inviting on stage Mr. Bholendra Kumar Gupta, Deputy General Manager, HR. This is the Golden Peacock for power generation, taken away by NTPC Limited. The next sector is telecommunications, and the winner in the telecommunications sector is Comviva Technologies Limited from Gurugram. Please welcome on stage Ms. Vaishnavi Shukla, Head of HR. Congratulations, Comviva Technologies Limited. We have another award in the telecommunications sector, and the winner is Tata Communications Transformation Services Limited, Mumbai. Please welcome Mr. Alvin De Silva, Associate Vice President, Human Resources. This is the second Golden Peacock in the telecommunications sector for HR excellence, and it goes to Tata Communications Transformation Services Limited, Mumbai. Big congratulations to all our winners in the HR Excellence category. We're now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the Golden Peacock Innovation Management Award. And the first sector is the automobile sector. The winner is Daimler India Commercial Vehicles Private Limited, Kanchipuram. Please welcome on stage Mr. Chulanga Pereira, Chief Transformation Officer. Big congratulations to Daimler India Commercial Vehicles Private Limited. This is the first Golden Peacock for Innovation Management. Please show your enthusiasm and appreciation for all the hard work that our awardees have been putting in over the years. The next sector is construction, and the winner for this sector is Larsen & Toubro Limited, Heavy Civil Infrastructure IC, Chennai. Let's welcome the team from Larsen & Toubro on the stage. We invite Mr. S. Sankara Narayanan, Joint General Manager and Head Corporate Center. Welcome, sir, and welcome to the entire team from Larsen & Toubro Limited, Heavy Civil Infrastructure, Chennai. We move on now to the next sector, which is engineering. And the winner in this category is L&T Technology Services Limited, Vadodara. We'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Ashish Kushu, Chief Technology Officer. Welcome, sir, and congratulations to L&T Technology Services Limited, Vadodara. The next sector is power generation, and the winner in this sector is Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. And we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Kandarp Patel, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer. Welcome, Mr. Patel, and congratulations to Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, the final award of the night, and the sector is textile and apparel. And the winner in this category is Grasim Industries Limited, Birla Cellulose, Pulp and Fiber. And I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Aspi Patel, Chief Technology Officer from the Aditya Birla Group. Let's welcome on stage Dr. Aspi Patel, Chief Technology Officer, Aditya Birla Group. This is the Golden Peacock for textile and apparel sector. And the winner is Grasim Industries Limited, Birla Cellulose, Pulp and Fiber Business, Mumbai. It's only right that we have the loudest round of applause that we have seen all night today as we congratulate all our winners, and our heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Minister and our special guest for giving the honor. We would like to express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, and for that I'd request the IOD President to kindly present him with a memento. We truly appreciate your time, sir. Shri SP Singh Baghel, and easily one of the most memorable, most impactful addresses that we have ever had on the dais. We'd also like to express our gratitude to Shri Desh Deepak Verma. And General Nath, thank you for doing the honors. I'd also like to invite on stage Mr. Kunal Ganjawala for being here today, and we'd like to present you with a token of our thanks. So please join us on stage, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Ganjawala, for being here today.